What's good, everybody? It's King here. Hope you guys are having a great day. Welcome to another full tier list video, and as you guys see on the title and deliberately on the screen with all these tiers, we have another long form tier list video, but in this case it's going to be a way more in-depth or a bigger thing. I have been requested, surprisingly, not only to not get sleep, but to do a lot more of a deep, overarching, observing, and heavily of evaluation of one of my favorite cases of comic book universes, and being the famed Marvel Associate a verse with so much different grand pack of not only knowledge and characters. I am a big connoisseur of Marvel. I love Marvel, and Marvel is one of my favorite not only from comic book universes, but in general franchises of fiction. And just like DC says, one of the pillars of, I would say, any form of reading or grand all-around literature when it comes down to comic books and superheroes, obviously. And surprisingly, again, I've been requested to do a Marvel Comics power scaling tier list within the title of ranking Marvel Comics from weakest to strongest. Now, with this being said, not only have I been requested to do Marvel, but as well DC, and they're both long-form things. I've done a lot of reevaluation, re-research, retailing of all different type of things. I'm, again, going to be talking about a great broad deal of Marvel Comics, but like any case of thing, depending on the case of how big, I'm not going to have everybody. I'm not going to involve all the biggest, knowledge on everybody. I'm not going to act like I know every single credit of something. I like to say I'm a pretty sound knowledge keeper on this shit. In greater grandstand, it is my opinion, but it does not disperse the fact that I have a lot of not only videos, content, and plethora of different examples and references on board in case you hard disagree with me and you would like to have a debate. But if you do disagree, or you have something to add, you have something to educate, or you just want to say your opinion, go ahead and drop that opinion in the comment section down below. I appreciate y'all for watching nonetheless, and for the person that suggested this, that requested this, I appreciate you. I hope you are not only pleased with this video, but request more if you would like, and I cannot wait for you to see more of the content I have in mind. I hope you guys have been enjoying the content to be had. I love y'all. If you're new here, please like, share, subscribe, comment, hit the bell icon so you're notified every time I make a video, and I very much appreciate y'all and everything that y'all have to offer for me, all the support, and hopefully we get on the grand road to 200 subscribers. With that being said, though, time to go and get into it. So, like I said, I don't know every character. There's going to be characters that are very much mixed iffy. There's multiple versions, and I have tier lists for that, right? Multiple times over that have showcased that if I don't know this, or I'm indifferent, or very mixed opinion, I will go to specify. And like always, I have tiers and listing for that. But to go from top to bottom and greater evaluate and detailedly, critically, explain and dive into this shit, suffice to say, bottom tier being question mark / unknown / no scaling, is simply for characters I do not know at all, or very mixed to really say, and I have no concrete really, suggestion for where it could be, or they deliberately have no scaling to actually prop them anywhere or in grand scope from my knowledge. Too powerful / weak to scale characters that are very mixed effy, again, to say where they could be, are very all over the place within their consistency and concrete boards. They are characters that are the blatantest form of dubious and very bonkers, but the next second not. They're the characters in comics where it's very hard to really determine where they could be and to the best consistency that this tier list is going to be, right? They are pretty much the characters that personify characters that are just janky, that I could never give you the most proper essence of real truth on an argument for what it could be. Cheeks fodder are characters that are just the most lamest, weak, hold no importance, bad, most bottom of the low, just shit, hold no weight. Next is true street level agents / grunts. These are like the bottom of the low. These are characters that are above the general means of like a comic book civilian. They are like below superhumans, super soldier type shit, right? Shield agents, even peak superhumans, are blatantly people that even if they go about the argument for being dang their own that scuff, aren't to those greater essence. These are like the greater John Wick, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege, a little bit mixed essence of a Metal Gear type perspective of individual, and moving on multiple different exploits and arguments of being on these different mixed canon levels of higher end super soldier, peak martial artist, practitioner, shit like that. You'll see. Next, we have metahuman slash low supes. It's pretty self-explanatory. The lower end supes that stand on a little higher level in graphs to be people that reach the greater metahuman, high-end, boast and bar type characters, where they really do personify highest of the highs, biggest of the boast type people contending multiple times in the argument to really be some, coming up powerhouses, heavy hitters decently, but not too over outstanding that, right? Then omega level slash supreme soup is pretty much the same, but being these more higher end standing people, natural disasters, and multiple different confines of being some real bigger upstanding form of different people that kind of contend on the lower end essence scope of being possibly threats to, actual heralds, and any of the consideration of that, they are pretty much people that in the name stand as like omega level threats on possibly a worldwide, cosmological stand, depending on how you perceive it. But yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes down to that tier. But then next, obviously, being add to Herald elites slash low powerhouses are in every credit of the way biggest dogs, biggest powerhouses, elite hitters, grade A fighters, and are every level of the template of like actual demigods or coming into greater power type people. Cosmic gods slash primordial should be self-explanatory. These are the highest event in the case of not only the cosmology, greater very vast multiverse. These are where like real gods, real like higher Hyperion, omnipotent, almost seeming stretch people. Then you have pillar of powers slash celestials, where these people stand as the principes and paragons of different cosmic power order. These are the people that do things beyond compare. Gods of dimensions, if it's not so explanatory, would be the type of people that stand on like the greater outer wall stretches of Marvel and hold a greater hostess of argument and very heavy, vast plane of power. And then Paragon of OP should be maybe self-explanatory as well, but this would be a person that personifies cracked beyond compare. And then Omni Hydrogen Bomb should as well be self-explanatory whenever I put that. But besides all that yapping, time to get into this tier list. Again, I don't know everybody, but like I said, I know a great, very different form of people. Right, this person right here already, do not remember who this person is. I don't know if he's fighting Hulk in the case of this one image, right? But yeah, would in this case be a greater cosmic powered individual. I don't know if this is supposed to be a cosmic greater storm, another person, but I feel like I've seen this person, but I wouldn't be so sure where it really estimate entirely to mix scale a different person, right? So that's very mixed. With this, I know it's supposed to be Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange, a great case of like the Agamotto. If it is, I'll let you guys know if I don't have him already set here. And there's a greater variety of characters are already preset, and some people are added. We'll get into that. But the fact is that again, I don't know every single form person, so we'll have to see about that. But yeah, that's one example. Don't know who that is. Pretty sure it's one of the cases of like Hydra's different form of street level agents slash grunts, right? It's supposed to be Norman Osborn. I don't entirely know, but just base Norman Osborn shouldn't be anything besides cheap fodder. And I can't find him as the Green Goblin or something more, then I am gonna put him in just cheeks fodder, obviously. Don't know who that is. Don't know who that is. It seems like it could be like an Eternal. I forgot his name, but I know he's very impressive from a mixed bag. Spider-Man villain. So that's something I thought. Been talking for so long, literally. Without some water. But with that being said, right, I think you can put him bare bones up in here, scaling the Spider-Man, whatever crossroads of people in the higher grandstand of like street tier. I think in a lot of the occasions from those different uses of technology and other boasts, he's going to be very combative, has a lot of great energy usages, hacks, and other skill capabilities. And I think from what I've taken in and all other aspects of his power and what he could actually match and display, he is confidently so in every argument, right? A really greater bar for being one of the most heavily versatile foes that most different heroes and heroines have faced. So yeah, for what I know, I think this might be a Celestial, but I'm not too sure on that. Pretty sure, isn't this a version of the Watcher? I don't entirely know. So there's people, this is Archangel, right? So we'll put him right up in there. Right? That's pretty self-explanatory. Aries is a very mixed over the place person, But like I said, he might be in the grand scope greater form fodder for Marvel, but he should still be capable. But I think I'm going to put him here. You know, man is a god, has great form experience, faced a boatload of different people, and is a glorified in the greater grand scope, a jobber. But he is a great tussler, a great squabbler, and is a famed bulldog of war. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is deliberately one of the greater form heralds, like his characters. So, you know, between here or here should be where this person should be. So, yeah, this obviously Celestial. So, some of these characters will be self-explanatory. Alright. And I feel like I've seen this person, but I don't exactly know greater about him. So we'll just put that as another one. I forgot the case of this motherfucker's name, but in the case of being the famed, infamous, Hydra One person, I really just forgot this motherfucker's name. That's so terrible. Me as a Marvel fan, like, even though I'm not gonna act like I'm the biggest greater knowledge keeper on this individual character, I know of him. I know his look. A lot of y'all probably know what I'm talking about too. But I kind of feel so bad with not actually knowing probably greater since his name. But from what I've seen different mixed talk and the fact that he has been a Captain America adversary, different stuff, I think it's fair to put him just in base without really prep time or planning. Like probably right here. I don't think that's too wild of a stance. I know there's the opposite version of the mixed talk, the Watcher, that's because PS5 Pro Max, or possibly the Watcher in general. But I think you could just put this character up in here, right, depending on if I can't find the other version. That's another Celestial or not. I don't know who this is. Either that person. Who the fuck is this? Some devil booty butt naked ass nigga. I don't know who the fuck that is. I don't know who this is. It seems like this is either Azazel or some Nightcrawler in person. If this is Azazel, you probably get put up in this mixed tier. But again, for now, I'm going to just put him here in case I don't find Azazel. This isn't Ronan. Okay, now we have true grade A powerhouses. So, when it comes down to this brother here, right, in the case of this omnipotent Michael Jackson SS brother, I forgot Greg of this dude's name in form, but I know that he is the greater arbiter mix of powerhouse, you know what I'm saying, person, and it's not where I'm gonna put him. I'm just gonna lay out my whole point for him. This dude is the definition of wacky cosmic abilities. He's a definition of a gag character with so much charisma. It is literally reality gazing within every aspect of his power that allows him to wield the universe in every different form of concept and talks of cosmology at his fingertips, and being originally at a different form, the omnipotence of crazy capabilities, the more radical omnipotence, and even an argument, right, for his type of power. And the greater talks of power scale in comparison to DC, right, being a guy that can entirely reconfigure the world on a rake of only so much trades of semi-unparalleled force beyond compare, that I'm pretty sure he's one of the greatest pillars of what it means to be just acid power, right? So with all these regular trades, you know what I'm saying, for OP, this guy dang near stands similar essence of this man Dr. Manhattan when it comes down to craze power. He should even be argued in comparison, right? And this guy standing near as one of the most biggest pillars of wild argument for capabilities. He's just the definition of comic book craziness like no other. His power is just nefarious, to say the least. But anyway, I feel like I've seen this person before, but I don't exactly know. I don't know who the fuck this is. Black Cat Felicia Hardy, got same case of femme fatale, beautiful but every level of mystery is dynamic in all different plays for how to string a person aside and make them move wild and rampant with the most biggest voluptuous eyes, biggest case of trickster, a clean fighter, some of the versions having a weakened form of the super soldier serum, moving like Black Widow, the Catwoman of the verse, mischief, ingenious, insidious, sometimes even essence for our planning, and of course the famed case of Heartbreaker of our infamous spectacular friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. But besides a little bit of the glaze for the infamous Dom that, you know what I'm saying, this shawty, you know what I'm saying, Black Cat is. Felicia has every capability to be argued as being one of the most unorthodox fighters and principal people in base, to say that she could be of great strength. But there's a great argument to say as well that she's kind of one of the most inconsistent, very contextual people, because unless you want to argue that Spider-Man's going all out and doing mixed blows against her and arguing for very much contextual norms where she's either struggling with some lower people, she runs away a lot, is now always standing toe-to-toe with people, and even though she can be very much a great fighter, and she isn't someone to play around with, if it's not an amp like this, right, she's not using magic, she's not using greater technology and tools, she's not always in the same burst of strength, she's not a greater top-tier heavy hitter in these grand round scopes, and I think she's definitely capable and very formidable in every level of a spectacular, gifted person. She is not on the same boast and relevance to say that she could really be on those greater outer looks of skill and real presence of like the people that you see above, or even the people greater I would put above, really a really grand standout. And to be fair, like, she is the most bottom tier, blatant street tier character. She's not one of these street tier characters that actually have mixed regulation to scale in a way outer scoping of perspective of power like most others could. So even though, again, Felicia Hardy, bang ting, you know what I'm saying? With every aspect of what she does, right? Shawty is like Elastigirl, a go-getter, very witty, and again, it's like the Catwoman of the verse, meaning that she can be very capable. And like Catwoman doesn't constantly different rotation actually be neck to neck, tick for tick, bang for bang with these other people. She is in reckoning like Street Fighter, Chun-Li level equivalent of really ragtag banging with every person. So, like I said, with no repetition. Every respect to Felicia, fame heartbreaker, arguably best girl out of all the case Spider-Mans, you know what I'm saying? Run around a woman, bad ting for the buying ting, you know what I'm saying? With everything that comes her way, woman, man, doesn't matter, right? But with no oversaturated glaze, she just could never be in the same prop of that. And it's only when, again, she gets magic when she possibly is a greater form of force. So with this, I don't know if it's like a greater form of magic artifact, or she actually has the Thanos gauntlet. And I don't know too much about this greater different amp and capabilities of that. But for what I know, she could be the most busted as possible, but this is for a small point in time. And when she has this, I don't think she gets so much more wacky, more powerful that maybe somebody couldn't defeat her. Because unless you're a master of the case of usage of this gauntlet or magic like another, it's just more or less a trinket for her to use and token, like akin to Marvel Spider-Man 2. She's not the same regular trades reckoning of truly gifted or surgical with these different gifts. And she just can't bang for bang the same, but again, still every level of it, you know. But you're excited though. I don't know who this person is. This is case of Lady Hydra's person. I would say, you know, just put her up there. Like I should reasonably defeat her. Get a boast of like skill, fighting caliber, all that. T'Challa, famed king of Wakanda, king of the most modest hail and most modest persistentness, right? I give to you the exaggerated swagger of the African monarch. I talked about him infamously in one of my videos, shameless plug, with him for Silver Samurai, famed pillar of Black and Force energy, a mixed tandem of being every reckon of moving like Kunta Kinte with a mix of every essence of an African shinobi. I give to you again Black Panther, famed avatar and banner of Boss. I reckon that in every essence of the way, and T'Challa, as a character for a lot of mixed case people, is a very underrated person, very decently rated, and unknown. But he has every principle from his multiple versions and cast of different people here to be a very skilled and capable person. And this version of him, without the great case of the Black Panther suit and in base, right, I would say should still be of a high grade means of skill from his tactical mind and genius and capabilities. But I would say more times, bar none than not, without the case of vibranium suit and greater magic, that he can be a lot more than like here, from what I reckon. But if it's mainline Black Panther, right, big BP, right, I say that I do actually think he could be pretty good up most of the time, and these people can have relativation. But I think very mixed contingent and general base, that he has every perspection with his technology, what his vibranium suit can give, all his means of arsenal, quick-wittedness, and high caliber skilled, and being one of the most multi-versatile form of different pedigrees of martial arts, that he is supremely out of the league for a lot of different cases of people, and he should stand high caliber in that regard, right? But then this form of Black Panther possible, I don't know, there's like him over here doing the animality. I don't know if that's supposed to be Boss herself or what. I don't know that version of this grid from like Cosmic Magic Wear BP should be reasonably up here for obvious reasons, right? And Channeling Power. I don't know this version of BP. This is him with the Phoenix Force, which should just be about good here. So explanatory, right? And then this is Cosmic BP. I think this is him when he has like Great Power Cosmic or some alternate version. I don't know too much about this version either, so I couldn't really say. This Symbiote BP, I don't know shit about the case of this version of BP. Now we just want to check what the Symbiote usually gives. He'd probably just be above his baseline self, including with his vibranium arm and all that, but because I really don't know anything matter of like, the symbiote boost too big or not. Sorry for a little bit of y'all. Not record this too late or nothing. It's just a little bit like a long day since I've been over here taking in all this stuff, staying up and doing a lot of research and coming to this. But like I said, the full takeaway most precisely as I've been like most consistently doing. I'm just saying that again, I don't know if it's too much of a big matter from him having a symbiote. That should really propel him in a lot more grand scope staying of like power capability. But I would definitely probably guess that with the symbiote he should be a great power. I don't know who this is, obviously. Black Widow, Fame Natasha Romanoff. I think he's in the same category to say he could be bare bones this, you could greater blank say that. But most consistently for now, she should reasonably just be peak superhuman. Greatest arguable female to full assassin on the planet, one woman army, stylistically gifted in every sentiment of surgically dominating, another dime case of ting, a scarlet wifey, and in all record for what she does, like an arachnid, like a true Black Widow, is most deadly in precision. The Black Widow, the verse, simple as that. I don't know if this is. I don't know if it's supposed to be Jane Foster. I don't know if there's another version of Blackheart. I'm taking it might be because the case of look of this one Blackheart. If that is, I don't know who this guy is or what form of version of Blackheart that is. I don't know the greater scaling, but I know that Blackheart. Great way to see soloed a team of Avengers that had all tied different people and Mississippi of being a Ghost Rider villain and all the other case talks should be bare minimum like right here. Right, in Power Scope. I don't know how much you could beat the greater case of this cosmic greater case of like magical Hampton fully, coming into astral plane of like, what I'm saying, T'Challa as in this sense, T'Challa with his magic, the greater boost amp and all his different reciprocation from Boss's grace and other things in count with that would make T'Challa not only be so heavily amped beyond compare, make him pretty much be every record of what he is in base, but pretty much Shazamified and have a subsequent like power of hope, but purple in comparison. And again, go on such a wacky magnificence of power that he most likely would entirely dismantle and just wreck anyone with a sheer just puff his power. With a flick of the wrist, could entirely full just warp the entire ground of fighting on such a crazy way that he literally could treat a motherfucker like one of the fucking like what of his name, I forgot his name, but one of those like Doom enemies with the axe and shield. He should just entirely dominate in multi-different plethora of defense and offense to where he could fully just like OG Raider this dude and it would just be GG's. But Blackheart is very powerful. Then has contended with this man Johnny Blaze on multiple occasions. Has a lot of different crack case of Matter of Magic. OG from Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Pretty fucking rad. Every level of a powerhouse to be fair. But when it comes into the rest of these, do not know them. So I've seen them. But Bullseye, the man who truly doesn't miss, the most devious, demonic case of villain in multiple aspects. He's a very tricky character to mix Levy, but Bullseye, mainly because mixed situation means of his aim being, yes, unparalleled, unprecedentedly a highest tier sharpshooter. He really is more dead shot level of I really don't miss. This motherfucker is able to make anything a weapon. Give this motherfucker a PS5 controller. He make that shit seem like a shuriken. He's a demon. He's a demon. And you could argue higher end, but most consistently for now, I think he should just be up here. His aim is ridiculous. His skill is like 0-1. Has been able to face this man Daredevil, outdo him sometimes, and is definitely capable. But most recently, Daredevil has always made quick work of Bullseye. And again, there's not a lot of different contextual, very mixed situational stand. He can't always tick for tick stand to him in almost every occasion. So I'd say long run, he's just be bare minimum on that scope. I don't know who it's supposed to be. Somebody's supposed to be Odin, but it's not obviously how Odin looks most consistently a lot of the time. Moving the matter from old comics and old, like, timeline. If we talk Odins or whatever it may be, should all be lined up at start. So it doesn't make any sense in how it's been categorized. Like, if it's a version of a character or a different form, they're lined the same. And, like, young Odin, from what I know, hasn't even, like, greater gloss shown when it comes down to most different talks like Thor comics or anything involving the case of the Asgardians or greater the Norse pantheon. So it doesn't make sense to be Odin. That's possibly Odin. We talk about that, but you recently have an eye patch from where I'm looking. At the same time, young Odin and a greater Odin looks at Odin to even look like that. And again, if it's a character in multiple forms, they're all sat together. But if that is, then I could say that. But if not, again, do not know. Cable, though, famous son of this man, Scott Summers and Jean Grey, should be a very capable, high potential mutant, and I think, you know, he should be reasonably in the stand of right here. His powers, his gift in not only being one of the most efficient marksmen, a D1 unit, my nigga. The dude is colossal with the Brock Lesnar Fury. This man able to flatline niggas, run through people, got the conquest level of just brutacious with the left arm, and is every standpoint of what it means to be the guy who you have to worry about. Cable is an absolute behemoth in every record for not only his experience and the cohort different factors. He reckons a level of Soldier 76. He reckons a level of Cyborg, Jackson Bridge, Gotcha, and could slaughter multiple niggas, bro. He would just slam dunk on multiple forms of different people, and I think his experience, his accolades, his multiple statements, and how he's counted in multiple crossroads of different rolling with the X-Men. He's a very capable dog through multiple different combatmanship. He has a lot of weapons, a lot of advanced technology. Again, is heavily experienced and is one of the most, if not in most field combatmanship, probably besides maybe Stretch Wolverine, the most experienced out of anybody. And yeah, he's just built different, so he should win, but the higher grade standard of technology, smarts, and scaling should just get him, you know, Dunzo when he goes against, you know, obviously these two and other people in the mix we talked about. But against these people in the mix, different format, different conversation, he has a lot of different crossroads possibility to best and outdo in the long run. So yeah, I do not know who this person is. Got a cool case of design though. This, I don't know if that is. Seem like that could be either make talk of like an X-Men or random case character. Is that supposed to be Pyro? If that's supposed to be Pyro, then I can list them. But if it's not, and it's a more definitive, like we've seen Pyro or whoever, right? A Pyronetic case of mutant, and I'll let y'all know. But I think that's Pyro. But for mainline Captain America, Steve Rogers, the man with the plan, I think confidently you can put him about here. I think Black Panther, he does a lot of arguments more constantly than not to best Captain America. They're a very mixed contingent thing, but because of this man BP smarts, intelligence, all around great running until the accolades, rack of all trades maneuvering, his own different comparison to, you know, the super soldier serum, his not only way higher lay of scans, feats, and resume that I've detailed again in my shameless plug video, all the different cases of his martial arts resume, and higher rack of all trades in this to be utilized in different extent of the same bar and scope against this man Cap. The fact that he can slash through his vibranium shield, harm it, give him great pressure, mix up on him a lot more times than not. I think in greater grandstand of fighting and different competement against each other, that again it's very contingent, but BP aka T'Challa will find a way to get out of dodge and outdo him more proficiently, a lot more decisively so, because again of his field combatmanship, but just his raw deal, gloomy, demonstrably of a greater height of intelligence and skill, way more times than not. And like I said in my video, without having some motherfucking thought, BP, aka T'Challa, is just so much of a rack of all trades skill person. His martial arts resume is so octane, and in all his different style, different fighting skill, and other combatmanship, T'Challa is just so effective in all routes of combatment that really the only thing that Captain America has going for him is mixed level contingent on the raw physicals and the shield. But T'Challa has a vibranium suit, a better gallery technology, a better combatmanship and skill set, and he has as much to weigh over a better plethora, discrete way to down him in all his different forms of defense, to mix up on him so effectively, and pretty much full, like in a deliberate Panther sense, go whole throttle Black Dynamite on his ass and just outbox him on all fronts, bro. He would just body him in so many different glorified, like, Armor King ways that just be built different. My man's gonna be hitting him with a Kyle Kane drop kick that should fully down him, get him immobilized, and full can sever his head off or cleave his ass. He just be GG's. But moving on to the next, I've been drinking some water with this being said. Right. It being mixed from contingent to his reasonable Phoenix Force thing, because like all Phoenix Uniform users, right, because they're performing the same greater amp talk of their stand in their capabilities and specialties, should be in the same mixed argument, but because of them base physicals, I do think reasonably BP should outdo him even with that greater boast of mixed form, right? Then you have the case of Venom Azorb Captain America. I don't know too much about him, but as mixed playing era, a reasonable Venom Azorb person could go to the same scope of, again, being mixed bag, too powerful / weak to scale, but could just more or less bare bones be over in greater sense of him. And I feel like I've seen a little bit more of how Captain America was like when fully symbiote to Venom Azorb, but I'm going to put him in the same talk of, again, I do not know, but still. Now, Captain America with Mjolnir turns into a whole new level of storming vanguard of an Avenger, right? So, with this, like, he either would be bare bones, like, high top of here for a great deal, or up here, either or between. But even with Mjolnir, he's very still capable. But his durability, even though it's not, still the same best, compressed plane of like, still being the highest end you could really like verify of, super soldier, high regiment, still ingenious of war that, Steve is. It still is the fact that even with that durability increase and all enchantment of Mjolnir, he doesn't go to a new boom and wild extreme unless you wink, most common times than not. And because of the hacks, magic, and greater scaling and output, a different levy of possibility of press to people of similar boasts of being, these demigod level credit people, and people that again are touching on a little bit mixed scuff of these other level of like power boast and skill. I say that he more confidently should be most times here more strongly. So yeah. And Kevin Britton, for I know in a sense, even though I know the most great sense about him, he's one of the most like fodder, inconsequential, mundane characters. And I think you easily can really categorize him as just like here. He's just very whatever the fuck. He has no greater standout relevance. And he's one of the people of the Nova Corps. I don't know too much about her. Interesting design. Captain Marvel, Brie Larson, Marvel's infamous Super Saiyan. I will say most times than not, right, that she should be about here. Right? You could try to say that because of her multiple form of statements and mixed criteria of in the argument for mixed confines of greater all-around potential and possibility, that what she could greater lay out in her stuff and what she's been shown in combination in multiple different press against powerful foes and people, and how she's been able to walk a lot of it from her street tier characters and advertisement statements, and the fact that Captain Marvel was one of the biggest buckets of the Avengers, that she could be a lot more grandstand higher, but a lot of those characters have heavy waxed and or waned since that point. So they've just explored way higher exploits than what I've seen Captain Marvel more confidently do a lot of the time. So for what I know and everything I feel like being more concretely consistent, this is a bare bones which can mix scale, because Blackheart has just performed a lot more higher plethora of really being like final boss level contentment, and obviously this Cosmic Greater Astral Plane version of this man BP should be of a way higher record hold of power, especially in full Greater Herald to a god, right, and fully going on like Miles Morales level of Herald to a Zanzi level standing of capabilities and power. So I would say a lot more probable enough to reasonably and rationally say that someone like in comparison with Captain Marvel should not reach those same boasts. She would definitely give him a fight, more or less Blackheart, because again, BP has a lot of wacky, sensitive ways to pretty much apple of Eden around her ass. It would never really change the fact that she is extremely very much powerful. She is a high standing soup, and that should not be underestimated. I don't know too much about him. He's supposed to be Cosmic Peter Parker. Because that's his, then I could put that, aka Cosmic Spider-Man, but still. Hulk, the strongest there is, my favorite character. Bruce Banner, the J. Jolly Giants. I believe proudly within the greater Boston area and talk of what this man Hulk has done and being currently, yeah, he should be easily up there. I don't think that's a wild statement. Hulk has went supremely down the road of being an undisputed pillar of power, pillar of strength, and undeniably has went now to be in full force the mightiest Avenger. He's went down a heavy up one of characterization of being a guy that is seen so supremely of ooga boonganess. You might as well call him the god of Gamma. Like, he is going to new heights. He has went hard in the motherfucking paint of solidifying him as the highest there can be. I feel like the comics have really arose him back to higher status of being a new flaunt of power. Now, this being general base and this being considering of his greater forms and all that to be had all at once, because for right now I don't see any forms, but general base and everything to be considered an inquiry within his greater exhaustive rage and all that, he should just over time and grandstand absolutely flatline, drown them in unimaginable means of pressure, and he just has so much insurmountable strength, different accolades and exploits, a higher grand contingent, can absorb a great deal of that shit and throw it right back at him. He gets hit, he comes back even stronger. The more he fights, the more stronger he gets, the more angry he gets, the more stronger he gets. He's every insatiable galore of power. He is every principle of a borderline behemoth beyond possible wonder. Hulk is a steamroller of any opposition. Truly the strongest there is, no bias, undeniably so, undisputably a goat, right? Highest principle of a demon. Well, actually, I do know this. I'm pretty sure this is like the inside head voice of this man Deadpool is kind of like mixed retroactively like the fourth wall breaking character. I know he was originally a Captain America villain. I don't know too much about him beyond that, but I think I know who that is greater. Red Skull. Depending on mixed context and earlier starting Captain America, Red Skull never really does anything too outstandingly bigger and boast. I think you may argue and makes contingent makes fighting pros that he could be, contingent to this man Captain Britain, or maybe just be over, but in actual greater skill and audacity, Lady Hydra has been seen not only by multiple different cases of adversaries of Captain America and people on the side of Captain America as being way more of a greater skill, high-end person, being one of the most skilled and tactically efficient people in Hydra, and not even just biased because they were mixed accounting of this man Captain America and Hydra having like a, on and off again mixed possible means a love pairing to make stand toe-to-toe to her and see her as being way more capable person. Red Skull needs a lot of people to do his job, and unless it's supposed to be like he actually has like the Tesseract, because I don't know, there's just a pick, because he's supposed to have the Tesseract, right, and possibly use it. I don't know if that's greater scope of power because he never used it to its full potential, so like that would just be here. But they supposed to be, you know what I'm saying? Let's say most of the time, consistently, most congruently, and decisively so, that Red Skull in base, and this picture is supposed to represent that. I think he's more proud to say here, because I could be very unconservative and generous and say he could go his shit. He could just be bad, right? Because he loses more times than he wins. Now he's a great planner, and our infamous fucking Crimson Nazi over here, this fucking modern Skeletor bitch ass nigga, don't got anything really to say beyond just being a goon in the back planning thing. He's not really great at exceptional grandstand fighter. Rogue though, Fang Sovereign Body Baskiga, you know what I'm saying? Rogue of fame, infamous brawler, or D1 squabbler, mutant vanguard, we all claim, I take everything, you know what I'm saying? She is undeniably so a heavy hitter and is one of the most strongest people in the X-Men, and her absorption technique is something to be feared. So if I say anything more, she has a capability to be of great power and all that. Sorry, because I'm trying to make sure everything's okay in the house for like a her son. But anyway, I was going to full great articulate, right? Let her great power boast and other things to be accounting for that, right? that she is very mixed to say. I'm not going to put her here, but I'm just trying to get her to talk about it in an elaborate sense that, right, just say, if you wanted to say in character, and not trying to hurt people to the same grand form, because we're trying to think in all considerable character, this isn't bloodlust, because it was bloodlusted, maybe we could mix rearrange in individual tiers and mix conversation, but I think there's a perspective that she wouldn't try to insulate Zoro people's shit, but she can for general skin contact, making out, whatever, but she simply by herself is a whole different bastion of hands. So I think most times, like, she easily should be here, and she has duped out with every form of Captain Marvel, and they should be, like, miscontingent. Granted, this is a early mix different form of Captain Marvel, mix of a different version of, characters and mixed consistent boards in most concrete form, because depending on the case with Carol, right, it could have been at a time of the certain point, right, the Miss Marvel, even though originally in continuity was the original name before Captain Marvel, right, it's because I'm pretty sure Miss Marvel even existed in the mixed talk of a name because of the fact of Captain Marvel being originally like Shazam's name. But it's mixed if she originally had an iconic outing and bang out and beating of this shorty Miss Marvel through the case of that whole, mix, absorbing her powers for skin contact, putting her in a chokehold, entirely dogging her out in a wrestling match, and then fully, in a different account, making out with her to go ahead and take her power. I don't know the exact same form of Carol in count of being Miss Marvel or this and this. But regardless how you see it, there's every capability to say that not only should Rogue fully possibly get absorb the Super Sword Serum and energy of Steve, fully outbrawl him, even with Milner being very greatly capable in his mix of very elite offense and impregnable defense with the shield would be something she should get around, and then Captain Marvel would be a very big mixed contender struggle fight. But I've seen better showcasings from Rogue to say that she all around a good end would defeat her, but I think Blackheart and this man T'Challa's obviously badass avatar state should just be of a way higher plane of power more consistently times than not, and I think that's most assured and definitive there in that scenario. But again, that's his base Road. There could be other possible variations and versions to be said. Now I don't know if this is possibly different like old version of Ronan. I don't know if that is him, but that is Ronan. I will place him, but I don't know if that's Ronan. I feel like I've seen this boy before. It's just like the Gold Speedster. I don't know much more about him. That is supposed to be him, right? Sabretooth. D1 hater. Mischief. Whole animalistic, barbaric heathen. I'm telling you, this guy is the principal hater, where his hate is just for the love of the game. He is Wolverine's conquest. He's a savage, a ballistic dog, a demon. Every form of insane, absolutely morbid in every account what he does. He's an Outlast villain with powers. Sabretooth needs to be put in an SCP Foundation. This nigga is not no human. He's not even mutant. He is an abomination. Sabretooth, more like Fiend Tooth. This motherfucker is an absolute Grinch. But with all that scope of power, Sabretooth should easily be one of the high acclaimed people to be at least bare minimum here, right? Even if he's never mixed outskirts of Bucky and then banging out Wolverine, or either have been lower state Wolverine, there's been a lot of context. Wolverine has either been conflicted or having something beforehand that would degrade a case of where he greater stands in possible boast. And saying about confliction of killing him, because obviously, unlike in the case of different adaptations, this is not his brother. Wolverine has an unyielding hate against this man, right? To the same opposite mixed talk of the unadulterated means of furiousness, like this man Silver Samurai Karada has against him. But a lot of the time, Sabretooth never greater bucks with the greater means of what Wolverine is doing. He's not in the same scope, and even though they had multiple contingent outings and bang out and fighting, and they're every much a contingent and multiple crossroads of clash, he really shouldn't be on the same boast of real high greater end all be all scope of fighting peer for pair, bang for bang, fullest for ball type scope. Now don't get it twisted. He should be in great argument of the same similar bar with him and can't give him a greater bang out. But Sabretooth does not have the same healing factor as him. Again, he should never be on the same pair for pair, ball for ball greater means. He's not as skilled. Does not have as greater form of feats and accolades. And again, it's very contextual, makes different boards of what he faces him, and he does a lot of time catch him lacking. But Wolverine has more deniably proven in every case of the way, right, that he's not just some little fucking, juvie that Sabretooth can punt around like a football, and that he's more decisively and persistently squished through this nigga. Sabretooth's defense had this man over here almost looking like chopped liver, and was over here shredding him, bucking with him, banging out to the same capacity, and just went whole brawlic and greater gunning for killing. He also, some of the times when he does unleash his claws, goes into his berserk mode, or use greater tactical efficientness and not just the whole, just goon for violence that this man Sabretooth has again more times than not dominated multiple fields of combat and put him down. So I think he really should just be at the greater bottom of the tier. Maybe you can try to argue over T'Challa, but T'Challa got greater means of not only intelligent, instincts as much of not only record of severe greater means of feats, accolades, and boast in him. It's just without the case of vibranium suit and greater withhold of technology, and not just being, a ran-off, wear-off, Panther clothing curled together suit, and just relying on his means of still very great tactical intelligence, martial arts skill, and his superhuman to grant him means of peak superhuman strength and other shit. He should be on the same level as him, and it gets hard for the yawn. But again, suffice to say, include again, Sabretooth is still very strong, very capable, cannot be put down by anybody. The bare bones means of just greater like peak superhumans. But the fact that, again, this man T'Challa is a higher end scope of peak superhuman, aka low soup level, means that he could every means of practically dismantle, fully outmaneuver, and very capable through his just very high fame, mobility, and observement of different shit, maneuver and outskill the case from like Sabretooth more times than not, and fully more decisively beat him, especially ingrained with his martial arts status and capabilities. Because Sabretooth is a very capable fighter, but Sabretooth is not a great and long range, form of combatant that actually has had to really full lock with anybody that is of a greater big standing of martial arts prowess or pedigree. None of that matter of like higher masters of martial arts and discographies of these people has he ever really matched, and it's only because he's so physically opposing and so much of a ruthless predator that he's really of any scope, because he's not really a greater masterful combatant. He's just nothing but fling of hands and living for the fight. He's all in every staple what it means to be a saber-toothed tiger, but with no essence of truly being a defined prey. He's more or less, in all truth, a D1 tweaker. He's more or less of every record a fucking like steroided fucking rabies bear than any essence of actually greater wine of like any greater hands of long, detailed, historical, precedents of skill and any means of power in the same boast. A lot of time, again, it's a bully mixed matter thing, and he's kind of like Russell even from bully, with a little bit of his mixed boasting of skill, is again having the capability to pretty much like, in all reasonable tell, shaman his way and glorify gruesomely rip and tear through niggas with none of that ferocity that's impacted from a true, full glorified beast in human skin of wicked proportions like this nigga Wolverine, the famed Canadian honey badger. But that's enough on tier 2, a little bit of too much yapping. Sandman Mel is a very mixed thing, but because of being one of the most depth capable Spider-Man villains, very crazy, regeneration, a lot of wacky powers, I actually think he deserves to be put up a little bit more higher. I think it's greater technology and possible means of mixed recovery from the possible sand shit and using the greater shit to more or less kill him more times than not before he could actually get a win. And even though there's no potential for any of these people to go all around kill him, as Sandman is semi-immortal, he could perform a lot of different wacky creative shit, right? With enough sand and depending on the environment. Most times base and consistent. I think even more times than not, if he's really going for the kill, he could kill a lot of people brutally. Some of these people through aerial combat, different biological standards, and experience fighting somebody that fights him and having better outings could defeat him. Sandman is still very capable, but if it wasn't for a lot of environmental stand, a lot of other shit, Sandman could never be in grandstand, ever truly put down. Sandman is heavily every boast of booming different when it comes down to sand bending and colossal figure. He can be every much of a monumentous colossus full like throttle pool of power, and with all his different mixture of creations, capabilities, ways to disable somebody's means of combat movement, immobilize, kill from the inside out and all different crack shit. He could be one of the most biggest terrors on the battlefield and be a glorified just mongrel to match when it comes down to all aspects of like his SAM maneuvers and powers. But again, from the person above him, Ares, Archangel, and beyond, they just again have better means argument experience, technological usage that can disperse him, lay him out, dominate him. He can still be physically hurt and put down in most different throws of like different combat experience and capability. He could be out pressured, outdone. Some of these characters could pretty much nullify his greater means to even grandstand fight, and or could again kill him more times than not. And I definitely think T'Challa with actual vibranium different mixture of technology could fully pretty much like negate all his different stances like regeneration and blow him dang near heavy to bits to where he would be subsequently killed and dispersed from any conversation of fighting him in the grand scope. But a lot of time I think that Marco here would be a very much pressing challenge and is one of the most, I wouldn't necessarily say underrated, but very overlooked versatile combatants of Spider-Man's roles gallery. Because Spider-Man has faced this dude and he showcased that he can really be a great A-tier. He could be a natural disaster walking if he wanted to, bro. I'm telling you. And next we have Santa Claus himself. From what I know in the grand stand, just like in the case of DC, Santa Claus of Marvel is one of the most busted case of people. You cannot beat Christmas. So let's just go ahead and just get it out the way. Santa should just be up. Simple as that. Santa Claus is Omega level powerhouse for a reason, and it's every essence of the way cosmic jolly grump. So yeah, he's just out here gonna give everybody coal and they lose. Kind of joking, kind of not. Is it Ultimate Virgin Black? Who the fuck is that? I don't know who that is. Wanda Maximoff, famed daughter of Magneto, Crimson Chaotic God herself, the famed warlord and goddess of what it means to be a crash out, right? She easily would all tell her dark magic and releasing pure anarchy and absolute unequivocal terror of the most obscene record of power, but in so much astronomically high potent staple, is literally what it means to be bloody hell to be brought when it comes down to any regard of a sorceress of this high episteme, right, of power, to where she easily should reasonably be of bare bones this, to higher scope this. Most consistently, her power at her fullest potential is so radical that when she was sent to her ultimate potential, she did reality warping change shit. Most of the time, she should be on these greater mixed stuff of fighting on these different people of these primordial greater cosmic gods stand. Her magic affects in ways like no other. It's very wacky and reality warping. She's able to do things that affect celestials. She's able to do things that affect primordial beings. And her magic goes to scopes like no other. And I don't even know if Senegal Tally beat her in every aspect. She could either be top of this. I think for what's to be all conservative, you know, she does have the magic and greater dark, multiple different implements, multiple different rack of all trades, throttle of numerous tales of unlimited, I'm talking immeasurable possible potential of archaic magic, sorcery beyond compare, and dishing out new levels of like Shinnok level of pressure. Like I'm talking Kamidogu walking level of inflation of nightmare fuel when it comes down to her power. Wanda Maximoff is the definition of bad bitch go crazy levels of power. She's easily a pillar of magic and staples every level of being a high octane fuel of like, you know, not only superiority in multiple physicals, is a crazed mutant in general, and in greater inherent from the greater dark hold and magic and all the uses of that, is able to dissect, dominate, and fully flush anyone out of existence just through that incarnate. She's one of the most highest plane of not only dystopian means of power for a lot of sorcerers, is terrifying by multiple mutants and sorcerers, and is ever counting of being an absolute glorified beast in every feel of that shit. She holds primordial magic to what she really does with being in this tier can be called truly a goddess of absolute chaos, right? A goddess of destruction. I would say on some level of Shiva shit that Wanda is so absurd in this power that she could be considered a goddess of bloodshed in all records. She will make everybody in the greater deal bottom of her, unless you're very contingent in the same like tier. Fully get BFR run of their entire existence and ran through entire dimensionality levels of rift and tear of exploitation of their bodies that they couldn't even understand. She can make everybody turn to ragu 20 times over. Now I know there's another version of her or whoever, but I don't know these Greek versions of these people. But yeah, I just know that Wanda is on some fucking whole red dreaded form of like Adam Eve shit. Don't know who that is. Scorpion, no. We met Gargan, who played by the famed Vaz Montenegro later on. I think, I don't know, most base equivalents, probably here. He's not the most standout, different like actual strike of real pressure and power to put on the person, and a less contextual early version of Spider-Man holding back. He's never really been that much more strong out there type person. Now him with Venom and not liking that Wonder Comic form, this alternate version like Venom Essence suit, I don't know how powerful this version is, but he could, just like them with these like two BP and Cap, be a lot more powerful than what I know. Scream is for most different confines kind of similar. She could be of greater potential, but a lot of times she's only really stuck out a little bit more than her other siblings. And besides, like obviously, Carnage and Toxin is probably the other only greater standout symbiote. Now, in all true potential, she should probably be like top of this list because she is a symbiote. But these characters do have a little bit more standout, greater feats and echelon to where I would maybe say she could probably be contingent with like Black Cat, but not so much more better. But I think, yeah, she should probably just be right there most of the time. Then you just have a Sentinel, which them a lot of the time at bare bones should be, I think, yeah, about that. Be very tricky solo dolo, but they should have a lot more better both of again the skill, technology, and heavy experience to beat one. Just one by itself, right? I don't think that's anything too different. So because a lot of them only stand so much more better. But the Sentry, Fame Walking Supernova. Yeah, Sentry should be like obvious. Very big contingent Fame fight between these two, and the fight was so relative that you could argue if it wasn't for mixed confliction on Hulk and mixed confliction and maybe not going as all out as you wanted, that Sentry could beat him. Sentry could higher end be up here, but I think the fight is so contingent that I think maybe because of how Hulk didn't get depowered instantly and had to kind of like fully subsequently go through a heavy like essential crisis and detail mental reflection and breakdown of his being to course to the event of like actually suppressing himself to turn to Bruce Banner was the big thing, because he greater balled out. And I do think that from every course of means of knowledge that I've taken in, that Hulk has just went a lot more eagerly big boast of higher count of Bubunga's power than this man's Sentry, right? So I would like to say that Hulk should just be of a higher scope and plane of power than Sentry most times and not, but don't get it twisted. Like, this is only in the base miscontingent fight. If you think Sentry could be over Hulk, I don't think you're entirely wrong. Again, I do see there's a great argument to say that this Hulk has went to a lot of greater echelon of different boasts and feats and accolades than what Sentry has in most different forms and norms, even with Thunderbolts and other shit. It's kind of refining him as being a higher end look character, especially with the Void, which is the only point in place of, you know, his character where he should grandstand beat Hulk and mix argument. I still think that Hulk is so much, again, of this ooga booga means of undeniably of a shared means pack of power they should be. And I don't know which version of this Sentry. I don't know if this in like mix in touch with both. I've never seen this Sentry before, but again, I do know that in grandstand the case of the Void and all that should be of a heavier grand means of power. Imagine if I just make clickbait with having him in cheeks fodder. Right, it should be a higher mixed Sentry power that you can maybe argue he could go here, but a lot of time he's just a Sentry with a full, you know, no limit immeasurable potential for devious work, Dark Lord level claim of power, utilizing full means of Shao Kahn, Eldritch Horror, demonic intent, a living black hole of different capabilities, can body multiple people, and everyone above either has counters to a lot of his hacks, has a greater magic superiority on a higher mixed scope of dimensionality and perspection and wackiness to where they reasonably could best him. Again, this Sentry has a lot more credit to go and beat him, and the only way to mix argue Hawk and maybe Greater Stand beat him is using a little bit of that greater power and heralding of the one below all. But Sentry has been able to face and better contingent beings of that mixed scope and plane of power. So I think even with being a herald or not to that stand, that again is a whole grander, way beyond your comprehension, both in plane of power to be perspection. For thought, to be fair, these both are very heavy hitters that would be great a gladiatory blaying out to where the fucking fabric of the entire universe should collapse on its head. But again, Sentry at this point poses a whole different whoppy-doo means of power that makes him way more demonstrably of an absolute, beyond compare fucking walking hammer of dawn, right? Like, he gets to a point where he is an absolute omega boast of power that really makes him Omega Herald level more than just elite. He goes to new bombard of not only crazy hacks, powers, information, and being the Superman of the verse mixed with these powers. They strike a lot of bare bones, archetype for being very much in the same contingent of every facet, because again, the Void's hacks, a lot of the greater physical different stats that could still be a great pose of pressure to Hulk, and the fact that now, because Sentry and him won't have any argument for, trying to be, conservatively not going to the point of like kill or be killed, dominating mixed threshold of this man Sentry with the power of the Void should again boast power so unbelievably cracked that he should just entirely full Palpatine death strike this man in ways that he could never even comprehend. He should pull new levels of Odin, whack of all trades, innumerable obstacle of pressure, to say the least. So, yeah. This version of Sentry, this is Zombie Sentry. That is very misintended. Now, I'm pretty sure Sentry did not get the power of Cosmic. He actually died at Mixer Point. I don't know how more powerful he could be, because he's very vague. So I would say he's another person to be putting in too powerful / weak to scale. But still, this is Shang-Chi in base. Shang-Chi has been said to be the highest claim, arguably absolute pillar of skill in the Marvel Universe, and is very adept with not only multiple forms of usage of powers, different means of magical artifacts, and different stylistic means of being pretty much every level of a radically cracked Compound V Bruce Lee. So I would say, being the most conservative at lowest grandstand, he should be here, maybe even lower. Well, he's good at peaked in. I would probably say put him right there. Not too wild to go and say, pretty self-explanatory. Then this is him with the power of greater sense, the Phoenix, or some greater force. I'm not gonna deny that I'm not too big knowledge of that greater sense, but he truly does have the greater big talk power of the Phoenix. Then you should realistically go to greater heights with these people. But the thing is that in those specific instances of people with the power of the Phoenix, right, even though everybody that even holds any coupling of that power of the Phoenix go to heights of a heavy, again, booming different means of measurement, they get a big demonstrous boost that makes them within reasonably levy of being elite heralds, be on a crucible of whole demigods. This is a unbelievably Usu level of up one of power. These motherfuckers turn into literal hydrogen bombs of ridiculous bombard of capabilities. They become unstable with their force and all that. Some people use the case of the heralding of the Phoenix Force in multiple different distribution, to where when you have people like Captain America, Black Panther, and more, all that, they went to a lot more higher reckoning of power goals, for where when you have people, again, sorry for the yawn, like the case of Jean Grey, she used it to a way more unbelievably high stand, and she was doing things so fundamentally fishy as being the ultimate host, the Melania turned goddess Rot of the verse. She just put a whole different means of higher grand pour of power and was heavily corrupted to this point, to where with this power itself, she became a like walking Armageddon. She would spawn about Ragnarok levels of doomsday. These people were more receptive of it and just being a higher mixed scope into the matter for grandiose power that just boosted what they had and any possible avatar, any possible amp to like a hyper extent. They pretty much got Sozen Comet level of embrace of power. While in comparison with some other people, again, it only does so much mixed evidence to really say they go to the same stack, and these people multiple times consistently go to those greater power lanes. And like I said, it goes about so much of a demonstrous up one of power that they greater assuming all power goes, you know what I'm saying, be something way more of high revelation of that. So again, with no repetition, no hyper yap, I'm saying again, suffice to say, that these people stand a lot more out for being a lot more congruent with this power. I never seen Shang-Chi shit, so I don't know. But again, a lot of people are mixing their form of possibility. But again, if you're listed Black Panther, Captain America, you know, Phoenix, Namor, and all these other people that again go in a good form of power course, do this and that, right? So that's a lot more congruent to make justified, depending on the case we're talking about. Is that just some random whatever form mixed talk scroll from what I know or not? That might be a greater character. I do not know. They have breathing fuel. All different arts of what it means to be a muscle mommy, a brilliant mind, and a suffice to say a luxurious, curvaceous, dime ting. I give to you the fame, great, every much of a fucking Ruby, She-Hulk, Jennifer, cousin to fame Bruce Banner, right? Jennifer has an argument for, you know, in the scope of being a Hulk, being very much more impressively powerful and every much of a pressing stand of Beast. But I'm going to be honest, I love her to death. Grandstand wifey fiction. I don't think she's really packing the same overarching grand scope to where physically in every match and different bar of bang out and scope that she really can take these people to the bank the same way others have. Don't get it twisted. She's very strong, and you can't say more, but anyone with a higher mixed greater stand of power or people that mix section like these mixed lanes of the higher metahumans to supreme super or mega level powerhouses or whatever, it's just not the same. But she definitely should be candidated as being one of the most strongest female characters within the verse, right? Yep. Shocker. I think Shocker is very greatly impressive, especially with his greater boasts of powers and all that. But I think he would only go as much up here with his greater shock capabilities and be more conservative. Because again, I could put him pretty much as much to the lower, you know, peak superhumans. But I think again he should go with these greater staple of being very gifted with not only his use of shockwaves, technology, and different candidates being a great pressure to this man Spider-Man in his early days and giving him the rightful consideration of being a very capable and powerful nigga in all truth. Right? I forgot the name of this guy. I know he's a great powerhouse in the grandstand of different like Eldritch inspired like from the powerhouses, but I do not know too much about him. But I just know he's fucking creepy. Lady Sif, fame wifey of the famed Odin's son, Thor the Thunderer, right? I think Sif is right there. Sif is very skilled. Is one of the most skilled to possibly truly the most skilled shield maiden and heroine within Asgard. Is very capable. Is rack of all trades, and not only duelmanship. Is pretty much second to Thor in greater at grandstand, and not only skill, matches Valkyrie. Is one of the most highest praised people, respected by Beta Ray Bill. There's obviously mixed talk of bias, but Thor puts her in high staple of being one of the most skilled case of people, one of the most courageous women out there. Body Ting, most beautiful woman in the 9 realms. And yeah, I mean, she's nothing to be played around with. I think because of her skill, accolades, her Asgardian case of not only physicals and every aspect of not only her reasonable consideration of armor and scope of scaling to multiple other people of high capable means of record of fighting prowess and other shit within Asgard should be here. The only reason why she couldn't go farther is because again these people imagine different aspects of this, fighting people of similar mixed stand, fighting alongside her husband, or fighting people with somebody and being able to take them on and mix with the argument of that scope. The fact they have a lot of things that she just has not faced to the same degree, but she's faced a lot of great magical odds, rogue Pegasus, and fought all type of obstacles. They have done the same to a way more holistically and more canonically congruent form, because for a lot of most of their occasions, it's very in an individual, very one note, staying different principle, different pour, different, combatantship, while these people have faced all different avenues of this a lot more and have a lot more, you could say, confidential experience in a lot more array of different shit. Cable, his mutant capabilities, powers, expertise, practitioner. One guy's in a sense of wacky uber sci-fi technology. Captain America's ingenious, and T'Challa's means of surgical tacticness, could be something of a very, discombobulating effect, including vibranium and every record of his masterclass expertise in martial arts. So, yeah, I think that should pretty much fully solidify why, again, they should more times than not beat her. But again, she's very skilled and very capable. But again, like I said, BP, Captain America, their skill and capabilities, especially tied with the fact that, BP have a different mixed reckoning of having different magical mixed scope of experience and combatantship, to where he can a lot more rack of all trades, rep biggest means of, again, winning most high octane tactitional skillmanship like no other, that she could, again, never ever be able to comprehend. So, yeah. Harada. Harada, the famed silver samurai, the famed mutant sage. I already said in my Shinma's Plug video, I think Harada is very skilled, especially with his Tachyon blade. But I'm not gonna lie, I think he would only be getting up a little bit more. It's kind of mixed to say. He should be in the same tier, but yeah, I think that's a fine tier. Again, so he got good armor. Right, regardless of the record of it being adamantium or not, he's very skilled, has multiple exploits, fought alongside the members of Thunderbolts, fought alongside Hydra, is an infamous famed terrorist, is a builder and skill killer, dynamic case of splitting edge combatment, has ran multiple different folds of different high-end means of pair for pair, bang for bang press against multiple people. And I do think he's just been way more of an avid means of combator and presser of this man's not only Sabretooth's fucking, honey bun obsessed mutant in this man, Wolverine. He's pressed him a lot more. He's done a lot more, I feel like, deals real actual argument of damage and collided with him in a lot more multiple norms of a lot more fierce things. Don't get it twisted. Wolverine has had a lot more bloodbaths with Sabretooth, because both of these motherfuckers are expert, glorified, behemoths when it comes down to the argument of really laying the smack down and turning anything into a fucking Waffle House invincible fight. But this man Wolverine and this man Silver Samurai be over here duking it out like they in Spartacus, right? They be fighting to the death, to the most highest order. Harada has fought demons. Harada's Tachyon blade is pretty much an HF blade. It cuts for anything. He's very skilled. And against the case of a BP who cannot use as much most efficient means, not only in tandem with his, again, vibranium suit and other stuff, and their arguments could not stand to the same boast as him. And Harada, with not only the suits, a lot more better confidential and skill in other aspects, I do think it cut through him. He could possibly beat She-Hulk, but She-Hulk has a lot more advantage within the physical boast, has a lot of greater experience, and even though, yes, this shit could cut through, and if he got a good head split, then he could most likely win, but she's so durable and so resilient, so heavily resourceful and every capable to be smart, that I think she would beat him, even if it would take a great deal of time and mixed argument. And if she ever got her hands on him, he would most likely get folded like an omelet. He would get entirely crippled like Capri Sun. She would conquest the shit out this dude. So even if, again, my argument for him being a very great capable swordsman, easily possibly of all tale, the best swordsman of all Marvel, even with Wolverine, very great capably matching that means of swordsmanship and greater practical stand of considerable warriorhood. He gets put a lot more big pressure and really, and especially because he actually has something that can match the bypass of durability like Wolverine that greatly stands to him. So, yeah. Silver Surfer, Nolan Rad, the famed herald of the cosmos. Yeah, it should be self-explanatory that this version of Nolan Rad, just like in general, baseline Silver Surfer, should be multiple times argued to be up here. I think even above the Phoenix characters. Not because when he really gets on, he gets up a lot of energy. He can combat a lot of crazy shit, and multiple times I've been seen as one of the highest echelons of peak powerhouses. So I think he should be seen as very much arguable for that shit, right? So yeah, let me go and take the low out of this. It's not even like it's inaccurate. It's just more or less in a sense saying low beyond not really needing to, right? Because low is more commonality for that. I mean low powerhouse beyond like the greater high end people, but it's not even needed for greater titleization and all that. But yeah, like I think that's pretty reasonable to say in all forms. Then you have a greater cosmic Nolan Rath, who I think should just be in the same matter. So I think Sentry and Hulk could beat this version, right? Even with that greater being said. And then this version, no, I don't even know which version of the character this motherfucker is, right? I don't know even what the context of that look of him is. It just was like a different colorization for him. Thanos, the Mad Titan. Now, this is reasonably without the case of the Thanos gauntlet. But yeah, Thanos is a strong ass nigga. And him and Hulk have been very competitive in their boast of power. But most times than not, base, I'm not gonna lie, I think really he's only getting up here. And I think this is because Sentry, Hulk, especially the Void, and a bunch of these other characters have just explored way more bigger avenues. And without the goal, even though Thanos is a very capable nigga, he got a lot of cosmic uses. This is the Fame, Purple Eternal. This is the Galactic original Genghis Khan. The Galactic Napoleon. This is the Galactic Xerxes. He still should not be in that same boat most considerably most of the time of the same bang out with these niggas, and they just went to higher base of power than him. And I only think against a certain few of these people should he greater in their grand scope win. So yeah, I don't know who this is. Looks like some alien next form. Don't know who that is. Don't know who that is. Is that the Mandarin? That's not the Mandarin. It's like mixed white beard. I don't know if possibly people look at the Mandarin having the white beard. Fame case of Angela. Now, this is me considering her Marvel different debuts of scaling, as I know the mixed different account of her having some mixed possible for some people in the argument for some stuff for exploits and originality with Todd McFarlane. Might mix bag crossover, but has been consistently ever in realization, I would say, for the verse. Because the fact is that even though I'm not going to act like I'm the biggest Angela consumer, right? I've viewed some of her comics and mainly greater stuff involved in the case of the rest of the Asgardian family. But Angela has nothing greater Ty mentioned from the form of her different days with Todd McFarlane, even in recounting of interaction with Spawn and some different accounts from what I've heard. And just going off her main Marvel congruent discography, I would say that she easily is being an Asgardian, the little half-sister of this man, Thor, a very capable shawty, the best of the Valkyries, better than Valkyrie. That I think as a warrior and what she's done, I think she should be argued to be actually up here. I'm not gonna lie. Angela is a fucking undisputed fader. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's one of the most skill-capable motherfuckers you'll ever see. Shawty is every reckoning of Asgardian She-Ra. She dukes out with the best of the best possible foes. Angela has went to heights of scope and battle that really make her be someone never to be trifled with. And in all tell, reckons Cosmic Brigida. She in every form is one of the most fiercest heroines of Marvel. There's multiple statements, multiple talks from Thor, Odin. She's described by multiple people, multiple outskirts of being that, and in all tell should really truly in all her reckon be pretty much a more crack fiend version of Sif when it comes down to the talk of her capability. And Shawty, beyond just being ultimate muscle mommy and one woman army with all those acclaims, really does every essence of the way reckon an uncomparable means of expert hand to hand swordsmanship, combatant. Shawty is reckoning Soul Calibur protagonist level of stuff. Shawty is a ultimate sword of valor, and she steps into every different boast of really out here reckoning Asgardian Atsu when it comes down to the skillmanship. And she really is one of the most high pregnable, people, arguably, not in like a sexual one that says, but high impregnable people in the argument of defense and other outs too, the different shit. She's one of the most high skill fame individuals. And if I had to describe her even more, I mean, she very much ticks the bar of reckoning like a spoiler, a Batgirl of like the Odin family. She's just a high caliber fame fighter and is a big dog lineman. So hey, you know, nothing more to say. Who the fuck is this? Is this Angel in base? Okay. I would say Angel's still very capable, but Dark Angel gave him a lot more amps and improvements. And Angel, a lot of time, even I wouldn't say was weak. He wasn't as obviously greater sense violent. Was just more capable, like he was in X-Force. Is not as much of a terror. Is a very great means of aerial fighter and is very sufficiently strong. But a lot of time, flight is more dominant capability. So I want to be very conservative. He could be a lot more lower. If I'm giving him to credit of his greater case of aerial speed and combat, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna have to put him there. These people got greater means of skillmanship, mix up capabilities and different means of range, powers, skill, arsenal, all that. He's just not as strong as he could be with the Dark Angel form. This version, I think this might be either a copy or or some other random person I do not know. I feel like I've seen him before, but I don't exactly know who he is. I feel like he's holding the power of that one different form of constellation form of that one person, but I do not know. I don't remember who that is. Baron Zemo, hero base in most different scope. I think would probably just be like, if I'm being most conservative, probably right here. If I want to be more high in his mixed different early stages of fighting Cap, you can say he's a little bit more higher end, but I think I'm gonna give him bare minimum that. He's a great planner, very deceptive, very cunning, hugely cunning, a clever beast. But in most different fighting scope, he's just not the same like his father and his grandfather before him. He never can really beat Captain America at his own game. And even the cases where he can be a great effective, like, roll pressure to him, is to give it a lot of mixed tag context, utilizing jumping, environmental context, or again, it was an early stage, or shit even, it's just the fact that Cap was not going all out and he's holding back. So there's a lot of mixed presence of like, he's a very contextual person, but I think most of the time, consistently, he should just be right there. Right? So, I forgot his name, but I do know of him, right? In the case of being that one, like, judo buckmaster that this man, Captain America fights, I would say he should just be, like here, his martial arts scope of capabilities. So, yeah, there you go. I feel like I've seen him before, but I don't remember him. I don't know this is. He got a sick-ass design. Then this is Young Bucky. I don't know if you can really say too much about Young Bucky besides beating up some grunts. So I think he's just another person we're going to add to true street-level agents / grunts. It's just whatever, right? Then the true Winter Soldier, film compadre of Captain America. I believe that Bucky deserves an honorary reasonable stamp of at least having the skill, expertise, and other folds of argument to where you can put him on more higher. Granted, Bucky's always kind of been a mixed, inconsistent character that more strongly suggests and levy as being capable to be of these higher grand scope of people. But I think he probably, again, bare minimum should be of the mixed argument of being more capable to be like over Angel, contingent to him. I don't think he could beat Sabretooth, even with his great superior skill. Marksmanship is very much depending on how you feel like his base equipment, a possible means of like advantage, but in truth, his a lot of time Void is very relevant in comparison because not only is Sabretooth by all tell so fucking like resistant to bullets that this nigga literally munches off the residue. The dude could not even actually in any case of way greater sense hurt him even with the relativation and speed, and in greater form like physical bow, Sabretooth would just be an unimaginable this beast coming at him with every means of killing intent. This nigga Sabretooth would be on him like Cocaine Bear. He would just be able to glorify just monster mauling at the case of every step of the way how he going about shit and be a little human Ragnar from him in the face. But even now, I still think that's a lot more strong than they say where he could be, right? So, yeah. Carnage, though. Evil Deal, literal demonic son of Venom. I say Carnage, he's the strongest son of Venom. It's pretty fucking powerful, man. I mean, this nigga is a demon. Like, straight up, I think he's here, man. I mean, Carnage is so powerful. He's duped out with Spider-Man so many times. He's taken him to the bank. He's beat Venom like, what, twice? The nigga fought Deadpool, and bro, Deadpool has so much context, so much plot armor. Bro, if it wasn't for Carnage getting cocky a lot of shit, Deadpool would never beat that nigga. He running this nigga Deadpool's fade so hilariously bad. I'm telling you, Carnage is up there. You know, I can maybe, hey, man, we keep going, but base, I think I'm going to say he's right here. Carnage got so many ways to outdo, even with a lot of vibranium mixed in technology, skill showcasing. Not only is Cleese Cassidy such a cunning, deceptively demonic, like I said, brutal killer, he is ferocious. He's every level of terrifying. He is a D1 psychopath. He's every level of an insanely psychotic and crazed crash out. He reckons every level of, again, the means of like some Outlast variant, but really more or less in every pain smoking a creepypasta character. He's so dynamic in his different means of creativity. He can go very crazy and spiral with his different symbiote capabilities. And because he literally is a serial killer, he'll do things so denominatrously more brutal and cathartic. And absolute carnage is the staple of all his moves. Carnage will fully wreak absolute decimation, domination. I don't discriminate, I violate. He is every claim of being actual King Von of the verse. This dude is literally every pillar of terror when it comes down to things. He is Red Air Force energy in human form. Carnage type of nigga that steals candy from a baby and then suffocates the baby in its own blanket. He is a vile demon, a foul plague of unimagical rampage, right, on any person. He's just a demon beyond compare. So, yeah, like, I just can't, bro. How built different he is. Now, this is greater God Carnage. For all the kids, what I know, God Carnage is another one of these higher peak-end stand powerhouses that threatens like the world on greater wide scope. Now, I'm very mixed on how in greater scope he would be to all these greater people, but from what I've heard and every taking of reading I've done in Crisis video, he's so powerful that he's an absolute god of anarchy, a god of discord. He is a god of evil in every precedent. He stands as a whole different boast of evil that matches the fucking devil himself. This nigga moves like that one SCP, bro. I'm telling you, he's just built different. But I think probably the best, he's bottom here or he's here, either or, he should be right there. So, yeah, like God Carnage, he's built different. I'm pretty sure there's another Celestial. You can either or different from the in case of Sentinels. Hold on, we'll go ahead, great speech, right? This idea get Yuki Warrior from the case Celestials, right? Because of the fact that at the end of the day, all of them send that same plane of power. There's some ones that should be more obvious, so more greater, but the Celestials are just the same form of thing of a higher scope and then grand tell of power that you can interchange them where the fuck. So yeah, these Garen sense of the Celestials should just be there, right? Also, that great Sentinels of power, really all display of godly craziness like no other. I mean, the Sentinels, right, in their name, they embody every pay of what it means to be for messing with different grand ulterior forms of natural order that you could never imagine. They literally reckon every scope of like outer gods, my nigga. So like, yeah, like whole elder gods of a plane of like power. And with this being said, the full most precisely taught, I'm just saying, every pain, every plane, whatever you want to call it, a power that comes with them is a simple fact of knowing that they could go so much more high wacky that the human mind could never even figure to comprehend it. They are Marvel's every staple of alien next plane of power to a more principle of more or less being that we reckon what you really would see as gods in a way that you can never actually comprehend in a deeper form. Don't get it twisted. Like, they should just be way next in comparison to a more berserk form because it's Marvel, but it would never put down the fact that they're just a whole new level of, again, more higher means of superb, crazed, crack powerhouses beyond the case of the already wacky means of cosmic gods that they're already here. The Celestials they embody multiple figments of the universe beyond their stapled hierarchy for a reason. They all stand as a council of omega power like no other. And suffice to say, every celestial you could put, every celestial being ego, a lot of them at their higher grand scale should be that for literally being like primordials or greater high-end escapades of that same reckon. I mean, all of them are pretty much ymirtified on the concepts and different configurement of the universe. Without them, there is no conception of different interior perspection of shit. And when you have a cosmology as big and as long as Marvel, especially how long this shit is, these niggas go to higher planes of ridiculousness than you could ever imagine. But besides that, yeah, Chameleon, his most mixed bag whatever fucking character in the greater talk of mixed power scaling. A lot of this shit is through greater mixed height like perception, and I think he probably should just be given the argument for lower end stuff, because to be honest, you could read the mechanism as another person be Cheeks fodder because he really doesn't do anything, and there's a great argument for the greater skill as saying different high stand of like real potential to actually in all truth just be above the general standard of grunt and maybe skill caliber that a more or less bare minimum like greater peak human type person like this man Bucky was at a time would just be every much beyond the comprehension of this man Chameleon and anyone else. Chameleon does not really stand as greater boast and heavy means of those characters. I was thinking like did he have anything greater than that research or anything like that, but no, he really just craved his brother in title at face value. Like, he really does not reckon in that same standard power. Why does it like fucking buff Pennywise? Who the fuck is that? I do not know. Crossbones, Nick Kyle Weeder and Grandson's father. But to be fair, Crossbones still showed a lot more different dynamics of being truly Captain America's Bane. Very physically mixed with intimidation, can bring pressure, bring power, and very acceptable and different credit of will boast. But he isn't that greater skilled. And again, unless it's an early Captain America, holding back, context, jumping, he really isn't on the same regular grand record of really being the same hard A boast press to him to really stand on his same bar of scope and power and capability. So I think most times than not, you should be more principled on that perspection of capability more times than not. Cyclops, aka Scott Summers, aka infamous Blitzman fame, and nigga, right? With his iconic argument for hate vision, plasma vision, greater universe, fucking vision, whatever you want to call it. The infamous fame optic blast case of visionary destroyer of armies. I'm talking a one-man fucking atomic ray would definitely be purely off of the obvious case for his main superpower. His skills, his tactical expertise, being a supreme member of the X-Men, should a lot of the time, through most different contextual boards, be beyond most people and body them, especially when he fully unleashes his goggles and goes off. But I think there's a hard argument to say it only goes like at least like as mixed maybe bag far as his son, and then maybe here. Because here's the thing, every last one of these people, right, have a mixed bag that it could be interchangeable depending on your greater stretch. But like when I say people like, for instance, like Sandman, Shang-Chi, so like She-Hulk or Rock couldn't beat a greater form Sentinel, is maybe because how much more consistent of pressing matter or power that takes. And the fact that there are a lot more low conservative people in the mixed different areas and holds of power scaling. And there's also the fact that it has a lot of counters by most different predominant forms of its adaptation. The fact that it would take a lot more longer for them to defeat it than the people above would make it most times than not probably to defeat them. There's also like size and much other shit. But back to my point with Scott. It's like, if he's trying to be conservative, he's just general blasting. Somebody could get around that, get to him. Because Scott, even though he's not a slouch, he's not really as physically durable, and sometimes a lot of his scaling comes from his eyes. So if you really want to say this, I'm not gonna lie, his like durability is probably in this, right? But he isn't really like that in comparison. I think it's just the fact that he would most likely disintegrate mixed bag and possibly run through a bunch of people. But I think it's the defenses on these people and the fact that not only can this motherfucker basically just overarchingly over around that shit, box him in, suffocate him, symbiote, and Karn's so cathartically crazed and radical that he'd be one of the most impressive opponents. But even if you want to say he could try to one-shot everybody with this stuff, unless, again, he has a chance to really get around that Gritter Blast, get around the Vibranium, get around the symbiote, hide and do a lot of that shit. And Sandman is more or less, even if it is supernatural sand, there's a lot of time pure sand, and he should just charcoal his ass most times than not. That's not going to happen to them, and they survive greater blows. I think this is a reasonable tier for where he is, but you could argue a lot of them could move around different boats of where he could, but he has to either get a strong land shot, has to fully vaporize them, or I'm talking he has to nuke them with his two eyelids pure point blank, which have been shown. Like, he's nuked Sentinels before, so he is definitely crazy. But I do not know. I do not know which version of the character this is. Like Phoenix Force? Which version is this? I do not know that it is supposed to be a Phoenix Force like person. I do not know. But I cannot tell you. Then what the fuck? I've never even seen this for. You got a King in Black Cyclops. I mean, just knowing what the King in Black thing does, even if I don't know the greater case of power mixed scope of this Cyclops, I would probably say reasonably so he's a King in Black. And like, he should be up here with like the greater big dogs. You know what I'm saying? Like, he should be, I don't know, like bare minimum here, like over the Phoenix motherfuckers, because you could have a greater argument with these dudes, but I don't know, man. Like, I think at that point, King in Black Cyclops, with that power and this shit already hailing from a greater case of outer god-like person, yeah, that's ridiculous. I think this is Phoenix Cyclops in real form, so in that case, he reasonably should go up more higher mixed them, comparison to them. I would say, same mixed tiering of applying. You could go interchangeable mix with the different form of Phoenixes, but I think this is especially with their already based physicals. And what fucking form of symbiote character is this? It's supposed to be Cyclops absorbed by Venom? What the fuck? It's like, Marvel be having some crazy shit. Now, I've heard of this being, I don't know too much about him, but I know he's pretty powerful too. Is this Cosmic Cyclops? No. Because coming from I might be wrong, but I do think generally that might actually be like the greater case of like Sidorak. I think that's actually supposed to be Sidorak, because I know this didn't look a Sidorak, but that's supposed to be Sidorak. Then Sidorak should be so explanatory. The famed Scarlet Crimson Bearer of Wrath and Juggernaut power. He is every S of the way a new scope of not only any person of such colossal scope, and basically stands as what I would basically compare to the outer mythos god-like case of scope and plane of what it pretty much means to be, again, equivalent to, in his all-around insane primordial basis of power, be pretty much a wrathful, diabolically insatiable staple of power that's so unwaveringly of a presence of fear and colossal means of presence that he basically is on a scuff of being one of these different people that kind of touch on those different bars of the more cosmic ramifications of Marvel, where Sidorak's entire being literally staples the essence of being like Yalaboff level creative like power. So yeah, this nigga should easily be a mixed different scope of like contingent to someone like Wanda in all greater credit. I think most likely Wanda evens out from the greater magical tale, but Sidorak is one powerful plague of madness, to say the least. Then you go Daredevil with the power of Phoenix or whatever. I don't know what that one motherfucker is with the sword. I think that's not general Daredevil in general, so I don't know. But with the Phoenix power, it should sound a lot more higher end with other fuckers, right? So, yeah. And I heard this guy, he banged out with Hulk. He's the person that iconically made that whole shaken and infinite number of dimensions feat. So, I mean, just like that, I mean, he's easily one of the most powerful, not only pure fullest sense of caliber powerhouses within Marvel. One of Hulk's greatest to at a time, his greatest foe. So I mean, just like at face value, like he probably should be this greater scope of these people, but I don't know. I think like you could at least bare minimum get him on the perspective of being like probably over these people. Just on sheer whoppy dude claim of power alone. You know, the dude's over here built like a fucking charger cord of a human being. I don't know who that is. You know, with him, Cosmic Deadpool. Okay. I would say comparison with the rest, this sort of impossible imagining of Deadpool with just greater crazy capabilities. They should probably only like be over like normal rap in general. Right? In this version of Deadpool, is that like a female? I don't know which version of Deadpool that is, but very interesting to say the least. Just look. This version of Deadpool with Galactus, I generally don't know the greatest sense of power of, so I can't really tell you. But him as Galactus, you should just be to where Galactus is, unironically with that, right? And I understand, obviously, I put the case of the, King in Black look of Cyclops, but the only difference is because I do know more confidently about the case of people who do actually become hostess of the Black Girl seats and or become case of heralds to know, right? But again, if you want me to really like scale him, regardless of jokes, I mean like Galactus reasonably, Galactus should be over here up in these mixed tiers to even like push on the Grammy into Celestials. So, I was going to put him right there. Breaking the fourth wall, Deadpool is like greater Cosmic Deadpool. In that sense, with this version of Deadpool, and being beyond the fiction itself, Deadpool, then in that case, he'd just be up here. Like he's outside the books, he's beyond the case of the reality. She Deadpool, because they're showcasing of like, her different media skill set, avenues of different, not only scaling to the highest different form of different, not only variants of different characters, variants of Deadpool, banging out multiple instances, being a very colossally built different woman, batting every much what Deadpool is, but a way more serious, stern form. She reckons to me some level of like fucking, I forgot her name from The Outpost level of timing, and yeah, I don't really have much more to say besides like she really be wherever you think Deadpool is in a grand scope of different high-end tier fighters that she should go. But I think she easily, without a shadow of a doubt, could be under greater telling of like being some real like D1 greater stand heavy hitters. So probably something like that. This version Deadpool, you have the main man himself, Deadpool the Merc with the mouth, the famed undead, killing all possible odds of not only cancers, brain damage, and any form of self-decay. I give to you the famed loner, the wacky, delirious fuck nigga. I give to you instantaneous form of a lovable dork, but as well demon Wade Wilson, the Merc with the mouth, the X-Men of all X-Men, the same as the famed Canadian Honey Badger. Every S of the way, one of the most cleanest case of different anti-heroes and famed people, the badass Deadpool. As you can tell, Deadpool's one of my favorite case of Marvel characters, but yeah, he should definitely be a high-rise telling a skill set and argument there, but the people above have more capability to fry him, immobilize him, take him out before he does anything, and or have beaten him more times than are beating people that he makes scales to. So yeah, don't know who this is. Don't know who that is. Dude, for a second that was like Vertigo. Don't know who the fuck that is. Maybe it's a Doom bot. This might be early Doom. I'm not gonna scale Doom bots, too inconsistent. But Dr. Von Doom himself, foot dive. You know what I'm saying? Like big Doom, very intrigued. Have been what Doomsday will be like, but so there's no trailer, just nothing but just hype candy wraps in different correspondence to different like very lackadaisically presenting a possible explore different avenues for potential. And mainly greater the reboot I'm not too certain if Doomsday is going to be all the greater peak is so hyped to possibly have. It has a lot of potential. Hopefully they execute it brilliantly. But besides that, Doom should be undeniably so top of the line of a build different powerhouse at this point. Doom is so powerful, wacky, technologically advanced. His magic is out of this fucking world, and he truly is the grandiose Sorcerer Supreme. This motherfucker is a Sith Merlin. He's a fucking demon. Don't even. The dude's ridiculous. So, yeah, like, I think, like, that should be self-explanatory. Man is truly the villain of Marvel for a lot of occasions and shouldn't even be debated in a lot of forms. But, Emperor God Doom is wicked. His power is uncontested for a lot of different high rods of what he could do in high other echelon of different tank of, like, what he can truly grandstand as. I think there's a great argument he'd probably be mixed level of this. Maybe you could try to say more. I think for most of them has because he stood to an alternate form of Galactus and just other perspection for his all-around mixed different open field of power. Here's mixed bag here. Maybe you could try to say more or less contingent with Wanda, but I think, yeah, put him right there. Mixed bag. Yeah, I think that's not too wild to say because he never really sets to the same mixed bar as possible Celestials. But if you think Galactus could be a little bit more with Celestial stuff, then he would just go there. Because I know that he did defeat Galactus. I know that he was pretty much over anyone's main tail of, you know what I'm saying, the scaling and perspection of that for a great deal. This, I don't know if it's supposed to be Iron Man Doom or somebody else, because I think this is a whole different version, because now let me actually put it back down. But so, Victor Von Doom with the gauntlets, right? Yeah, I don't know that Victor Von Doom in the case of Iron Man outfit, but this version I know a lot more greater. But, you know, it would achieve the fact that, like I already show, of the two more greater predominant versions of Doom, that he's again of some assertions and power. With the gauntlet, he'd just be of a higher principle of power. I mean, with the gauntlet, he should just get like one-upped, right? And possibly with the case of this, be a lot more better. But they have a lot of different crazy avenues of power and central level to go and fight this because Santa Claus has fought people with the gauntlet, has fought Thanos, done all different crazy matter, different shit and all that. And so I think with the gauntlet, it only really get him that far up, a lot more up in consideration, and that would also mix back up for Thanos with the gauntlet more or less and mix equality to this man Doom, because with the gauntlet would he be a lot more higher in that sense. But yeah, like it's as simple as that when it comes down to his mixed different perspection of power. That shouldn't be Doom about the case of his mask, he's disfigured. Yeah, I don't know if this is the case of other Doom, right? All these are mixed case versions or whatever the fuck. Because again, I don't know, that's supposed to be a joke on early Doom, a cartoon form's Doom. It's supposed to be this big case of like, you know, remodel version of one of his bots that make him look a lot more iconic in the essence of being like some whole green Red Riding Hood like form of look. But again, I don't know, that's supposed to be him without mask or whatever form version. But notice, man, there's multiple different alternate forms of Doom. Man, over like a Mad Max character. I know there's Phoenix and Para Doom. I don't know all these different Dooms. Like I said, Doom so many times. This is when he was a Sorcerer Supreme, which I would say because a lot more collection to the magic. He could arguably be over, but he would just be as powerful. Just a lot more like incentivized for crapness. I don't know, it's supposed to be Dr. Octopus. That's supposed to be Dr. Octopus, then we'll come back to that, but I don't know. It seemed like it's supposed to be him because like with a big ass metal tendril on the back. You know who this is. Now we actually at Doctor Strange, so in the case of one of those people in the case of the earlier parts, again, whatever the case of that one like Doctor Strange or whatever mixed talk look. I'm not even talking about this guy. I forgot because obviously I put him in mixed talk there or over here, right? It's not the case of the person in mind that I thought of, right? But again, we'll eventually get to that when a greater gives time comes for that. But back to the case of this one, different look of this man, Doctor Strange. That Doctor Strange, I'm pretty sure supposed to be the greater modern debut tale of Doctor Strange. This is supposed to be classic Doctor Strange. It's your two big strong different versions. So in greater modern history of Doctor Strange, he's still very uber busted, and he's every claim of being truly an undeniably omega sorcerer, but I think in those greater crossroads and what he's been able to pull, his matching the people, his Sparrow State match and Worldbreaker Hawk, doing all that, and want to combat the most craziest of foes. That with his greater sorcery and capabilities, I'm pretty sure he's been a mad Silver Surfer, can actualize in cosmic people. I think probably there. Because there's a lot of mixed texture boards with Hulk. Hulk got caught off guard, and when Hulk really wanted to go all out in mixed form, he cut around facing. Now, granted, there's a great level of the fact that he was pressing this man Hulk to a great deal, and if Hulk didn't use that false illusion of him being, sorry for his actions and using Doctor Strange's humanity against him, there's a level of possibility he couldn't defeat him. But again, Hulk has went to way higher roads. I feel like there's no argument to say that he couldn't beat him. But mainline Doctor Strange should be like that. But if we're talking classic, he was just so busted and cracked. Doctor Strange was literally a gag character back in the day, man. So I think at that point, classic Doctor Strange, bro, like you could put him a lot more higher end with that mixed status. But I think really classic Doctor Strange probably gets over these forms more times than not. But like classic Doctor Strange was very easily like pulling out-of-versal shit out his ass like back to back. So I think that's probably where you would probably reasonably have him at. I don't know which version of Doctor Strange this is. If that's supposed to be Doctor Strange, I don't think that's Doctor Strange. It looked like a whole demented version of Jesus in this mode. Oh man, I've been doing this for a big long minute. You know what that is. Fucking know who that is. Is multi-cosmos person. I know this is one of the like biggest pillars of power in a way more higher cosmic tale. Like this person is supposed to be a semi-omnipotent form of sense person. So I'll put them right there. It should be self-explanatory. Took a sense from me. Moon Knight, famous tweaker, infamous nightly guardian, but as well maniac. I think Moon Knight, this being most assertive and consistent with the original like crime fighter mix basis, even though he was definitely on the essence of being like truly Marvel's Batman in a way more brutal, cathartic, grim sense. I'm talking this motherfucker was on his Darkwing timing to a way more like demon essence. I'm talking he had white Air Force energy constantly, full fucking drowned in blood. This dude was every sentiment of the way a devious, all in, everyday claim of not only being I want fades, I want problems always. Moon Knight, more like Fade Knight. This man Moon Knight was on a gladiatorial expertise bodying, bro. Moon Knight was about all different type of crazy demon timing. So if you ask me, I think this is as truly as far as he can maybe stretch get. If you want to say he skills his greater mixed avenues of people, he's very skilled. He has a lot of great arsenal. He has a great lot of trinkets, tokens, resilience, undeniably so with the most wild forms of resourcefulness. He has the level of radically crazed, delirious fighting and superb levels of unpredictability akin to Harley Quinn and like a Street Fighter character. He has a lot of the tools, richness, and baller timing to get around, and he could combat multiple different essences of foes. And even though he had mixed possible threat to Taskmaster, this man did just drive a fucking plane into him, so he didn't have to fight him. But I think you could argue he could be a little bit more lower within this to maybe this top of peak superhumans. But I think his tools, the experience and during combat expertise, and the fact that he is a high elite martial artist, and T'Challa not be able to do too much without that. Maybe mixed bag be contingent there, but I think T'Challa would get a lot more of the W if he doesn't have his greater mixed tools at disposal. And say that he should just win more times than not at that point. Then even with Mr. Knight and all that, I think is where the difference would come. Now again, this supposed to be a Magic Moon Knight. Magic Moon Knight could go a lot more busted and stupid. But if this is supposed to be, again, most conservative, original, street tier version of this man Moon Knight, especially with the artist look, it would be a lot more consistent to say that. I don't know this version of Spider-Man. It looks high out of his mind. Black suit Spider-Man. This thing is supposed to be mainline Spider-Man because there's no other version of Spider-Man. Okay, well, that's supposed to be mainline Spider-Man, but with black suit. And this is a very interesting case of this argument because Peter's always been acclaimed of being a very capable individual. If it's just supposed to be him and Base with just a replica of the black suit, but truly it's just a normal suit, there's no amp, there's no symbiote with him, then I think he should still stand in the mixed argument and claim of being here in the mixed different woven of different capabilities to be very capable, to be in heavy argument, to be beyond these people, to child being a very mixed, whatever you mix see in perception, contingent mixed stand to him, to being more times than not probably top of here, even with how wacky it is with the symbiote, you can maybe try to stretch him up here, but it gives more times than not more contingent mixed scope, say, depending on the mixed environmental scenario, that he could actually be just top of that line of people. I thought about him in every case of matter for people that scale to him. I talk about multiple from his exploits in a lot more detail. We're talking about his fame usurper, aka his famed successor, and Miles Morales, Brooklyn's one and only fame article. But even then, I think that's not too wacky to say for him. Now in the case of his fucking crash bag semen ass outfit, this nigga got this motherfucking clothing line over here so messed up that day. Like, don't get it twisted, it's funny. It's a cool joke. Man didn't have a mask. He got a cool standardized Fantastic Four look. But his iconic case of throw-up bag, whole airbag, falls, you know what I'm saying? Like, this dude over here got the most weirdest fit. This nigga got a Temu Fantastic Four fit. Don't even seem as detailed as like the Gritter old Fantastic Four suits even still. Look, it looks trashly in all truth. And again, besides the case of the airbag, Paul's when I do this whole I'm Peter Parker Spider-Man ass outfit. It's just so funny to think about. If I wanted to make a joke, I could just say this man should be like way more goofy, powerful. But besides just like having the outfit, right, with a whole brown bag, he doesn't really do anything too outstanding, like different. And even though this is a greater early Peter, he was still pulling crazy shit of like early heralds and shit. And I could be a lot more conservative Peter with the whole, you know, getting cut by Paul, the mainline writing and how he's been done, but even being most considerate of the scale and the heralds, him being married, him having a child, and being fully seasoned, veteran, Cable, all tales, being actually goated, the fame, profound, every level of the ultimate, the amazing, spectacular Spider-Man, GOATs, absolute pillar of heroes, arguably. It will never take away the fact that he couldn't be as more busted as you might make stretch him to be, like in comparison to others. So yeah, there's a more definitive case of Marvel, you know, Cosmic Spider-Man and talk that one other form of Spider-Man or possible look. I don't know if that's supposed to be him or somebody else. I do not know, but I know that Cosmic Spider-Man is of a crazy matter of power stand to where he should be going about the different line of being easily, like in the greater cosmic people, very wacky and powerful. I don't know if he's to those greater mixed booming wild degrees, but at this point, he should be easily, by all the showcases and displays, over the case of other Phoenix users, and at least, being to this bar of power. Cosmic Spider-Man is just insane, to say the least, but still. Now, the Ghost Rider variant of Spider-Man, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know anything more about besides design is clean. I'd never really peek right into this shit. It really is supposed to be like Ghost Rider. You can mix argue out different tape with everything like that, but still, sorry for the yawp. It makes it like, hey, say about that, goddamn boss. But I'm just saying, right? Then again, you could mix up all the different talk of like Ghost Rider instantaneous like implications to be had, but it's not very concrete to really say where he is, not only from my case of knowledge, but in a greater sense of that being a one-off scenario that doesn't really define case what he could be. But at the same time, this goes for Hulk Spider-Man or Spider-Hulk, right? Don't know too much about him. Iron Spider shouldn't really have him more versatile, him beyond compared to what he could more reasonably rationally be, but he should definitely be in most consideration over his base because of greater mixed talk of technology. So put him right there, right? And there's a different version of, I don't know, it's supposed to be like Cosmic Miles or whatever the fuck, but I don't know about that either, right? Then you have in this case something like Miles Wolverine, I don't know what that is, or spider or something like that. I don't know what you even call that. Spider wolf? It seems like the most corniest thing. But Miles Morales, especially recently, has definitely extended the bar for what it means to be unimaginable powerhouse in the making. As not only with his hero means to a greater god and all the other powers and things that he's pulled, he's went to new heights that have even impressed different form of godly foes, put him more on a strong omega level mixed tier of power that I only think possibly Angela so you could defeat, but this is definitely a greater argued fight to commence. But I think Miles has extended heavier, more bars for being a lot more of a powerhouse consistently, more confidently. Don't get it twisted, there's some mixed different bar of skill and combatsmanship to that. But I again think that there's every level to say that Miles, right, has again went to busted regard of power that again should be respected. He's just built different, and yeah, like easily without doubt. Squirrel Girl, so explanatory. Furry mommy. Let's see. Yeah. You already know. Yeah, you already know. You already know. I don't think I need to explain. Star Lord. The Quill. Now, a man like this suit with Star Lord, right? More Master Chief, cowboy in space. Star Lord, not a good like mixed tale of possibly trying to make the MCU lore canonized to the comics. Even with that mixed greater stretch, Star Lord consistently most of the time, I think is a more or less this type of bar person to like outrange, outdo, and fully mix up on this man's ever to his great vast technology to possibly knock him out, shred his ass up to where he could severely wound him, and maybe get a strong shot that could blow off his head type thing. I think Star Lord is more concrete to say is there. So yeah. Do another kiss of virgin. This motherfucker still in this Wolverine look from Miles. Spider Wolf, who the fuck is that? It's not Legion. I don't know who this is. Getting back to some people I don't know. But I know this person here. Eros, the little brother of Thanos. Now, I'm not going to act like I know every great or superb thing about this man. And besides his case of Mikola quirk of attraction, he doesn't really have any greater sense of like power makes him stand both. But I know he's been on the multiple different teams and been a decent formidable foe and rival to people. But he's probably one of the most lowest and unknown form of Eternals that don't really have any big striking bigger dare of relevance and stand with anyone or anything of power. And if you take the fact of him being just an Eternal in general, he should probably be above a lot more great a lot of these people. But I'm not going to lie. Again, I'm not going to give disrespect and same time intellectual dishonesty about where your greater grandstand stand. Because again, I do not know where he could be in a greater grand hail of Eternals and other aspects of different people, right? His whole character is very mixed on the other file, you know, like tune more definitively, more decisively concrete telling of power with other people, right? So yeah, the famed Storm, Aurora, goddess of the elements, goddess of natural disasters, famed pure every level of the way, terrifying, beautiful means of wicked mutant of unsatiable power. Storm has a lot of different arguments. Storm at her most low-end conservative could be a lot more higher both these mixed former people and probably be easily like mixed top line, depending on mixed stretch, but with more consistent statements. Should be the type of shawty through not only her wielding of Millionaire for her means of wicked crazy story capabilities, be here, up here, shit, possibly whole line, but I think most of the time, most consistent, most congruent of the time, that Storm should be booming different of power to where she's like at least relative or Rogue as being the most built different, crazy, capable people in all of the X-Men. Storm is just undeniably berserk powerhouse if she really wants to. She is so heavily gifted with the wind that she literally becomes every level of a brigade of every crazed means of power to behold. She will thunder through her wrists, can strike, smite down, and lay waste to niggas with lightning. She's heavily affinified with the case of multiple usage of wind and different usages of the storm. She's able to cause hectic ones. She's able to landslide niggas. She's able to change the elements around her to use it for multiple usages of crazed hacks, different mix-ups, different forms to divide and conquer. She can fly. She has multiple ways to be pulling a form of Avatar Aang. Could full force lightning your ass like fucking Palpatine or fucking the Star Killer. And in all her different other types of usages, which is the way that she can use them to such high octane fruition, could pretty much cause multiple riftful storm effects that can not only subsequently battlefield remove people, but are so gigantic and hellish that she can cause multiple cases of crazy radical storms. You would think it was something out of like Gears of War. She's just able to utilize the element of the wind and greater form of things along that to where she can truly become an unimaginable form of like subsequent rows of unrivaled sense of pack of power. So yeah, like she's just built different and should be very much respected. How my nigga T'Challa at different point that the ball on the batting thing is insane, but still, Susan Storm, Cosmic Mother, Cosmic Wifey, every level of a top tier case of utilizer of gifts and powers. Being her most conservative, right? Being the most more congruent in different mixed tides of her character and the more or less proud showcasing within character of not going full out, being a lot more defensive and not being a greater hour time of like, you know what I'm saying, is now means of really like laying the ultimate crater of SmackDown. She still has every capability from not only her force fields, different utilization of cognitive affinity, all her different means of heavy, like I'm talking Katara at her mass's full potential. I'm talking of her Azula, her different higher masses of like, you know what I'm saying, like peak, you know, the record of how to dominate and crumble different people around her in such a unique optical way that you would think she was able to cruise through multiple different lay of feats, fighting, and caliber like no other. Is pretty much every much a staple thing within her to where you can reasonably stamp someone like her to literally have invulnerability so massive to be violent on original season scope. She has so many defenses, so many uses of offense that she literally wields every level of different physical science and different groundbreaking course of events in those different consumption to such a high premature, you know, plane that she, as again the strongest member of Fantastic Four, even being the most conservative, at least bare minimum, could be like up here. You could get a grand scope staple her as being a person that could be like, I don't know, like up in here, you know, she could be the top 4 most strongest female characters up here, or at her highest greater record means be like easily within these herald like niggas, you know what I'm saying? She could possibly defeat multitude of these different people and make a lot of different crazy ways to dominate. But again, I think she bare minimum could be one of, not possibly the like Wonder Woman, pillar of heroines level of power. Again, she's so versatile. She has so many ways to block, do defense, be on her sonic sway, crazily like adept, forceful usage, different telepathy, different means of arguable precognition for the usage of multiple vortexes, different not only force fields, different crazy usages of imploding, turn invisible, mix up on people, insatiable hill, is able to move beyond the case of possibly any different attack and pressure because again of how so much unpossibly feasible and intangible she could be, makes her again be one of the most colossal figures out there. But if this is supposed to be her fully bloodlusted, I'm talking she's tapping in into full, no holding back, unrelenting, fully going to unchained, unbounded by any little presence of humanity. I'm talking full Deadeye. I'm talking whole Sharingan aim. I'm letting out the whole beast. I'm letting out I have no fury like a woman's stone. You know what I'm saying? Storm, which I feel like is a rightful title. Storm probably is easily an all claim, really all the form of the nightmarish terror to be full-fledged visioned from a woman like her with no possible ties to grandstand humanity. This is just talking about Storm, and she would go to full goddess grand empress level of calling of extermination for anyone around her. Storm at her most powerful, I do really think, you can see these higher boast, I think the only people that could really greater match her is mixed greater cosmic mixed plane people with the different hacks and arguments to push. But if you really want to be that person, Storm could be a lot more up here, but more times than not, consistently, I think that she would probably only get a little bit more up one of unleashing of power to where you probably say her. You can make these arguments. I mainly say this from a more consistent all-around haul of different cosmic feats that really levy from a speed and or record of power gauge, even if they are all relative, to where they can outstep, outmaneuver, and outdo the other. Step to a different bar of more crazy usages if they already have the different physical advantages in their base or different confines to be better. And the fact that in comparison with most, there's a lot of these characters that either she could not kill, she could not hold off in the same grand scan, if not only in the sense it was to be a greater long prolonged fight within the argument for people getting stronger the more she fight, getting a lot more wacky, getting a lot more crazed, spectral, gifted, and doing a lot of more higher parallel to multiple forms of different heavily stapled herald powerhouses within this tier and more that perform feats within the cosmic perspection and other essence of that really puts you into perspective of how dank these different boards of power is. And a lot of these niggas, again, she can't kill. They can pull their infinity, their intelligence, shit. They have a lot of greater experience and argument with her, and they have their own cosmic powers. They have their own argument of different hacks and different planet, different shit that could press her and could use a lot of different wacky, different assortment of shit that even if you want to say hypothetically because of her pretty much uncontested mind and having a mind akin to Martian Manhunter, having mind hacks, having all type of fauna shit that really does make her go to new booming wild essence of, like, I'm talking female Anakin at his highest potential, fully bending the knee of two force gods, going to new complex echelon of wickedness beyond compare serpent of power that really makes her be an absolute paragon of cosmic energy. Really puts into, again, reasonable perspective, again, how powerful she can be. But the fact that someone like her is so heavily gifted and so radically built different, and every time she used her powers, it again would bring pressure to all these people in some way that would need them to break their greatest sense of limits, would need to go outside the box, and it would definitely be a hardcore thing. But I again think more times than not, and most of these occasions, more predominantly so, Nolan Rad, the other cosmic and power people, the crazed sorcerers, and the bare bones is more physical match powerhouses could go to more unimaginably sentiment of heights that would make them pretty much be undeniably somewhat of the most like fucking rock, paper, scissors, heavily pressed matter of things. Hulk, for a great example, she could try to immobilize, put out of commission from the inside, but Hulk has showcased ridiculous healing factor, ridiculous endurance, heavily means of will, and because he absolutely is a staple of just pillar of force beyond compare, he will really more or less most of the time just stampede her with so much unimaginable Goliath stand of power to where he can snuff her in within this stuff and possibly crush her in the greater mass pour of it, or be so much bitter filled with a cosmic aurora of not only power to where he could possibly landslide the battlefield, landslide her, destroy the environment. She would just never be able to go to the same scope and different plethora of power the same as them. So, yeah, I hope I made that clear in my greater form yap. So, yeah. Next, this motherfucker seems like he's a Purion. I don't actually know who that is, right? But, so, yep, some like Iron Man here. Is that one scroll with a kiss from type 4 powers? I do not know. You got Surtur here. Surtur, famed fire giant king of Muspelheim. Ignoronic Jotun, I would say. He should, at the bare minimum least, be probably good credit of being in the form of like filming shit to this man. Thor, probably like, I don't know, great magical intel. He can be mixed lower than a way more like possibly powerful goddess energy, but I think that is pretty fair and concrete to levy in greater sense. Taskmaster, the photographic duplicate, assassin, mercenary, and warrior. Unparalleled symmetrical skill. Greatest villain of Captain America. He is definitely one undeniably built different swordsman and just general combatant. His skill is remarkable in every sentiment of the way, and is one crazily built different villain. Yeah, Taskmaster is very mixed up on the case of his different, not only already in base, uses his skill, his application, his adaptability, and his just expertise in marrying people, his photographic memory, and how he's able to dismantle people. More times than not, being able to bang out against this man, Captain America. Captain America, yes, has decisively beat him like once or twice, but I feel like he's a lot more mixed upper stand in comparison to him. And T'Challa got a lot of shit that can very much press him in a lot of different boards or capabilities to put him down, but I don't again think would be enough to really solidify truly enough maybe argument in every aspect to beat him. But his martial arts category is very vast to where again he could really stick it to him. He has a lot of arguments to do it, and the people greater above have every argument to greater beat him. But I think it's fair enough to say he here through his already built different skill, environmental expertise, and other stylistic means of gifted skillmanship and other shit should beat him a lot more times than not. Next you have the case of one of the different heralds of Galactus, being herald in general, and a different case of foes that he scrapped with, and other aspects like that, and have mixed relativity to no one rap, maybe not to the same grandstand. I think with anything more or less by himself in general, they show the formidableness and different form of skill to really say that he's there as being again a very great heavy hitter. So yeah. Although this supposed to be young Thanos or something, I don't know who this was. Before Skis, this person, I don't know. And then with this version of Thanos here, I don't know if it's supposed to be Death personified Thanos. I don't really know nothing about that Thanos. But this version of Thanos, with the greater power of Cosmic, beyond just the already low bit of power of Cosmic he holds as being an Eternal, would say would just up him mildly a little bit more, not too much. But again, with the fucking gauntlet, the dude is an absolute, true, booming different level of powerhouse. He is a glorified now and all claim, a absolute godly titan. The dude now extends to levels, if we had to compare by the mixed different bar of like naming and titling of a new tiering of different blasphemous power beyond compare. He ascends to new godly staple with this. Now granted, this only gets him a lot more over these dudes, and I think at this point now, again, he's either top here or even the Doom. But again, I think that's the only time he really gets to that greater revelation of power is again with the fucking Infinity Gauntlet. And you might say, oh, like you just sound white people in comparison, just like this man Doom. But again, it only works depending on the mixed talk, a contextual mixed boards, and if he actually is specific on that. And at the same time, there's a lot of different confines of the fact that depending on the mixed power standing these different holds and people on conception A levels and having power of magic that can combat that, and the pure fact that even though yes would most likely snap and put it down anybody else, it would never remove the pure fact at the end of the day he, in comparison to everybody else in the tier, and that goes for Doom, cannot just run a motherfucker out of there, especially if all these people go beyond the general mortal confines of where the snap implies. You cannot snap away conceptual out of your dimension and or people that push beyond those mixed different scopes. No matter how powerful these people are, they are bound by the cosmology constructed within the Infinity Gauntlet's systemical setup. So yeah. Still a lot of crazy shit. Now, to be fair, it's in his specific own version, and these characters have went a lot more crazy and beyond. But this version of Thanos was getting great duped by his own version, and there's a lot of mixed argument of consistency. I think this Thanos could probably maybe beat Sentry now more, but I don't think he's most likely beating the greater case of these versions, just because how more consistent he is. So that's where the bigger difference is in comparison here. But yeah, I've seen this character before, but I don't remember his name or anything greater about him. Beta Ray Bill, the man that toppled Crown City, storm-breaking fame thunderer. Say, Beta Ray Bill is wherever you greater constitute Thor being, and Thor is pretty fucking high. This man, Beta Ray Bill, is a absolute beast. I would probably say maybe mix over, someone like this shorty, Sue Storm with No Limits, aka Bloodluster Storm, or again, Susan Storm. But I think in this greater sense that he cannot actually overall pass the case for defenses and other different dietary like means of crazy hacks and defenses, but still. Next we have Black Bolt, the famed Quiet Dread. Say Black Bolts that have a great sense of capable durability. Even though it was a clone that fought this man Hulk on the moon, he still showcased that a possible replica of his power, that he could be of a great sense of pressure and powerful standing to where I would say easily with his pure voice integrator, combunguous, built different power that he has the capability to withdraw. That, yeah, he'd probably be right there. Black Bolt's fucking powerful as shit, and a very underrated character, so he'd probably be right there. Blue Marvel, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know shit about this guy to a greater extent. I know he's pretty powerful, and he basically reckons like a mix of like Icon of Marvel, Black Superman, so there are another ticks of that. I'm not gonna really say where I think he is, but from what I know, his arm is beyond like super soldier stuff, other aspects of stuff, but I can't really say most powerfully that I know where he is. But what I've seen and heard, and a little bit mildly tried to read, it's not too much more greater with him. So yeah. Okay, Speedster, unless I want Speedster that it's been Galaxy talking about. So I see that one person about him. That might be the wifey of this man, Doctor Strange. I do not know nothing about her in weird sense. Named Domino. I already don't even know who the case of this fucking X-Men character is. Now I've heard of him. I know he's a little bit like a gag joke form character in the case of being like toe pick of the most random form. But yeah, like I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know too much about him. I just know he got like a phrase form, maybe like iconic powers and all that. I know he's a greater early series for a Marvel character. But Domino, famed lucky soldier. I would say the famed mistress of luck. And every level of dime spectaculating in every aspect of what she goes about. The Domino is surprisingly a real different maneuverer, even with luck enhancing the greater case of her capabilities or not. That would say, more times than not, I could see Domino in mixed presence of being one of the more greater peak superhumans in most during confines, but she doesn't scale to the greater outlooks of different scaling. And again, if it wasn't for Locke to maybe stretch the case of plot relevance on some mixed like Master Chief without actually greater receipts and heavy run around a foundation really plating her as being one of the highest grandstand of fighters in different numeral combatments. I say being most consistent of what she can more top of the line be in different like combatants, markswomen, and just I would all around say beyond just skill, but be in practical expertise. It's a very high standing person, but is a lot more just general bare bones peak superhuman. Is he's very glorified top running people a lot of the time. So yeah, that's not normal. And why is there another version of Doom here? Which version of Doom is this supposed to be? Is it supposed to be classic Doom or some bullshit? What the fuck is this? If that's what it's supposed to be, and that's supposed to be a different Doom, or if this is supposed to be base Doom and this is a different Doom, then my bad, because I thought he was just holding on to like some form of like overlook orb. So boom, I don't know which version of Doom this is, but I'm just gonna take this in greater magic and just say that's the case, right? If that's really what that's supposed to be. But yeah, anyway, with that being said though, like this, piece of like Doctor Strange is what I was talking about. So that one Doctor Strange is supposed to be base, and this Doctor Strange, again, I still think Hulk should still win. I think this Doctor Strange in greater form should like definitely be like up here. Right? He definitely should be doing shit like no other. I think this is ego and base. I don't know. You know, something just built different. Say, right there. Good solid crowning for the case of, you know, the fame. Living Planet. Electro. Underrated. Very crazed villain with a lot of potential to be every much of a living destruction on a economical and every form of surface plane. Electro, I would say, is every crucium to be a more or less living, you know, hive wave of all possible means of energy. The man that pursues to be living energy incarnate. Electro is of everything surprisingly powerful and crazed in a lot more greater forms. He still has a lot of potential to be cool and pull great shit. He has that kind of cool sense of design, a cool sense of self and being that again could be greater to explore. A very depressing character when you look at multiple different other routes of his character. But Electro, like I said, is a character that is one of the most ridiculously net powerhouses within the argument of not only Spider-Man's Rose Gallery, but her potential for enough cupping of energy could be an absolute like fucking electric hydrogen bomb. My nigga, he could literally be a new level of Kabuki's Oppenheimer of different crazy wacky memes, and was for a great deal of Spider-Man's mythos his first real berserk form of villain that really went to like levels of automatic hands and this splash page of crazed power like no other. For a great deal of Spider-Man's mythos, he's either fighting niggas in suits, fighting general shit. He was doing the general echelon of street tier. Electro came and he just spiked his different outskirts of battling from 0 to 100. He took his means of exploits to new high rigorous fades beyond compare. This guy was an absolute staple how to make his energy go to bombard of crazy pressure. So, the most conservative or whatever mixed low in, I think Electro is pretty up there in his high octane means of specialties, to where you could probably say Electro could be like bare minimum over Harada. I don't know how much different great energy pulse and different pressurized means he could do. He could try to greatly powerplex, energize up, and override She-Hulk, and it take a lot of situational shit, but she should pretty much be staying there unfazed for a great half of his during attacks and resilient. And, you know, you could definitely reasonably say he should beat Sandman, turn the glass, but Sandman has a lot of ways to override him eventually to where he could suffocate him and outdo him. And a lot of the stuff that he's been able to do in comparison to Sandman, most consistency, can't actually turn him to glass unless he showcases the greater high voltage of power to do so. He actually has the energy to do so. But I think if anything, yeah, maybe like possibly about here if I'm being a lot more high end, but being more consistent. I think he's only about where Sandman's good shit, because they are two very more stinged out there Spider-Man foes, but it's just like what you consider he could absorb an energy, build up an energy, get it pressurized with this energy, and with no repetition anymore, just really lay the smack down in all forms when it comes down to really the different accompanying of the real ground and other pressure. There's also his like character of his different talk of arrogance and not be the most smart every radical, you know, tail fighting and really sticking it to him in the same essence. I don't know. Now, I don't know if this is like Emma Frost or not, but that is supposed to be Emma Frost. We can talk about, you know, Emma Frost, because Emma Frost is surprisingly a lot more busted than I would think. I don't know if this is supposed to be Emma Frost with the case of the Phoenix Power. I do not know. We're gonna wait on that, but still, I don't know this character. Don't know this. And we have the famed Franklin Richards, the great case of like kid who has a lot of different means of untapped potential and could be easily the most definitive character for very mixed neutral on the baseness of his greater power. But simply put, him right in general with his power of not only wacky as all hell means of omni spectrum of like power from cosmic will being one of the most crazy adverse form of different effects from being a omega level mutant with the inherent bietary correspondence of gifts from mutant energy passed down from not only in greater fatement it seems by the universe to be a fucking omni hydrogen bomb, and again tell from the case of his parents and being of a level of a super weapon of this sort. He literally reckons essence of power to be literally a baby in Alien X or be on like Hyperion level spectrum to be almost on some mixed version of every antic what you expect, with being so much more wacky and rack of all trades even as a youngin, to where you could say easily being most definitive of his grand staple of power that he would probably be like up here with the big dogs, and Doom probably could only defeat him with his greater magic here, or you could put him a lot more higher. But again, I think Franklin Richards is so mixed to say that like you could even actually best say where he could be even at that age. But as a child and making things in the most wild for me come into reality, playing with pocket dimensions, and even if he isn't the most set in stone, the fact that he could literally as a child, even with his greater older age, be mixed wherever the case it could be. When he was a child, because of him being a child and not having the same moral question and different arguments for shit, and being a lot more cracked and versatile, and kind of a little bit of jokes, I think it's undeniable to say that this nigga Franklin Richards deserves to reasonably be called an omni hydrogen bomb. Like he just should. These niggas ridiculous. So nigga literally could literally devour the fucking universe. Literally reconfigure it under his fucking little blanket from the ground up and remove all aspects of your even concept of a fight going on. He could entirely rebuild the world to his own form of image. This man has so much omnipotent, dang near subsequently Cthulhu mythos level of pragmatic ridiculousness of power. He outdoes everybody on multiple finds of like not only perception, on multiple correspondence of like not only power, and it's so built different. He can play the entire case of the entire fight with the most dreamscape fucking backrooms level epiphany of capabilities. This nigga is SC682 with fucking the power of cosmic when it comes down to rack of all trades and numeral defiance of logic. He's just built different. This nigga's goofy, right? I know that's older from a Franklin Richards. If that is, we could possibly scale him, but I'm pretty sure it should be an older one. Now Galactus and his greater mixed Hyperion mixed staple of power should be something to be definitely feared. Venom Absorb Galactus, I do not know. But, you know, it should be ridiculous, but I don't know what he really does with that. It's a lot more crazy. But let me just say this. There's some of these mixed versions of Galactus with full greater eater power, dark energy, all that. Galactus is just heavily strong. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he has full antimatter, greater cosmic power than he already heavily wields. He stands as an absolute pillar of the universe when it comes down to power. He is undeniably strong. Like, he's just built different. So it's like, you know, base, put him right there, right? Put him right there, undeniably. Deadpool should even be able to phase Galactus' greater grand scope of power. Galactus has so many arguments to be built different when it's your greater lineup here. But, yeah, like, Galactus with these different forms are very mixed to say, but from what I can tell, from a different look, user version of him where he has full greater antimatter is buffed. And these versions of Galactus have went to way more crazed regard than possibly God Emperor Doom. But again, I think he's just a lot more stacking on what he already has. Just a lot more crazy. So, let's do that. Do this. And then this, when he is heavily a lot more energized and is feeding off of pretty much an unstable, unlimited run of power, right? I think that's where maybe you could say he could beat him, but that's only in a greater hypothetical and mix of the mixed stand of like, where he could possibly stand to these full consumed of all plane of matter and being type person, and when he's absolutely just a fucking just gourd of insatiable means of power, pretty much indomitable means of packing a force and cosmic stuff, makes him just built different. Now with this man Gambit, not only is one of the most crazily versatile people where he's exposed to different cards, I don't know that name for myself, is a build different tracker, closer, very fucking nimble. I mean, this nigga reckoning Donatello, Assassin's Creed level of adjustability. The nigga is the fucking Shaolin of the fucking X-Men, and is somebody never to underestimate in a greater grand scope of the intel of his capabilities. But I think he probably would only get as far as that. Maybe because his greater case of like playing cards and avenues of different plays, and with being again a very nimble, creative case of person, can only either incapacitate so many people for so long. Some of these greater people either are so much more skilled, insatiable, means of not only wits, heavy greater skill, accolades, experience, in front of different, not only pound for pound difference, scope of perspection. They pull a lot more higher capabilities, and there's just a lot more times than not, way more packing with capabilities than what you would expect. So again, he should just lose more times than not against anyone of greater presence of Rodarian power. This is their Dormammu, I'm pretty sure. This Tyler kind of looks like Ghost Rider from like jacket look, but with a different from like classic greater Dormammu, right? You're gonna talk about mix Arumoto Phil. It's very ridiculous. I don't know that mixed up framework is down there. Now looking at the greater picture a little bit more closer, looks like a form of like a Phoenix Force boosted form of framework, which you really shouldn't have. I mean, the niggas are ridiculous, but being as mixed consistent of the greater class of Dormammu being equal to kind of the strain, but we're talking about the greater heights of mixed Dormammu. Dormammu is so built different in power that is full its greatest potential, like true form, talking dark side level. He should be easily in a greater run with these big dogs, right? But being as equal and comparative to the case of general means of, Doctor Strange, he should be there head to head, bang for bang, tick for tick of the same scope of perspection. I think this is a greater cosmic and power form of Gladiator. I don't know about this character. I don't know, again, if that's over from Richards. And again, as for these different from a Galactus, stretch a little bit. So I'm down talking about this the whole time. Got Gladiator here. Again, it should be the high record hold of capable and boast of being, right? So I would say Gladiator and his tale of powerfulness and their scope of capabilities and their perspection of power should reasonably put him easily, if you're being again the most low-end conservative, depending on the mixed scope of how you feel, he'd probably be more Omega level. I definitely think there's an argument he stands a little bit more greater stack of like real weight and multiple S's, because Gladiator with a name is a galactic fader. Like he stands as a simple, build different credit of more mellow and capable fighter like no other, and he is the backbone for the Shura Empire and is in every staple within his all-around means of formidable hail and confines of scaling, very much a suitable candidate to say that he is one of the most highest record holder powerhouses within the Marvel Comics in different sheer means of force. But again, being the most mixed and consistent, probably here. But I think you could probably say he's like right there. I think that's pretty concrete to say. Because this shit is big, filling up and seeing about it. Look more up, trying to go ahead and fill greater top. So hex, like, all this shit. Got most weird saying to make this hex all this shit. This looks at the case of this man, Adam Warlock's mother here. Glory to God, Butcher, famed slayer of gods, marvelous Kratos. I give to you the infamous Black Clover Dread, the Obsidian Scourge. Obviously, Thor's fame, most if not in Dread than Grandstand, greatest villain, right? Even to Loki. I would say that with him and go to echelon, different boasts of like real packing of force, power, and this godly scale of different capabilities. That probably say, as my fucking right arm getting tired from what has been back to back clicking and shit, that he probably would be more times than not, because all his different crazy affinity, magic, and every different account for not only gods that he's killed, even if a lot of them a greater raw plethora could be mixed feetless, he still does display the fact that he's one different incarnate of a one man, impossible to ever defy force, and all his different glorified just bling of different chain connect capabilities, incarnate to every essence of like a godly Slender Man, and being all truth, this reckon of Kratos with how much different crazy capabilities that he has. But the one thing that always make him stand out more than Kratos is that unlike Kratos, his form of source of power and the weaponry is so interchangeable with so many different weapons and different arguments for shit. And with the Necro Sword, allowing him to have a godly HF blade and allowing him to pull things of the most anime rack of all trades and sentiment of sauce, allows him to be every level of a one-man nightmare for different colossal scope, to where I think him being about that and beating this version of Thanos isn't too absurd to say. I think this is the brother of the fam case of the Collector. I'm pretty sure that's not the Collector himself. That's his brother. I don't know too much about him, and even the Collector. And so I know they're great like cosmic, real big powerhouses, so they probably should be a lot more powerful. But I'm not even gonna act like I know a lot more about them beyond that to the most ridiculous form. There's just baseline Groot. I don't know who that is. You have the case of fucking Wimple over here, who's another level of wacky, but just Groot in general, right? Say Groot. So there's the B. About there. Okay, so this version of Zorg Wimple, another form of wacky version. But Wimple herself should be another staple of just being busted. Like if you want to be more consistent, make different tell of how Gwen might be as Deadpool, and say she really should be on a Deadpool level possibly, but they always throw in her in different instances of just being crazy with different skill possible means of power. So yeah, no, just for the jokes, but also the truth, she should just be up there. Like Charlie's just ridiculous. But then Spider-Gwen, I'd say she'd be similar to a lot of different Spider-Men that would reasonably just be in this greater form of like obviously low soup to metahuman tier. I would say in comparison to the greater lower half of all these people, and it makes different cross around of different cosmology and scaling, that she more times than not consistently probably could say she could arguably, best She-Hulk. That's a very much more contingent mixed tail fight, but I do not know. But I wonder, is that a mixed different version? Because it seemed more like a base version. I don't know about that version of her, because I was thinking this was showcasing a different one, but this seems a lot more base, so my bad if I'm a little bit overlooking this, because she does look like she's doing a lot more, but I know that's a comp panel means a demonstration, that's a new power-up, because in that case, I would not know. It's like she's searching with a great sense of like blue fire energy, blue eyes, like she's a fucking whole Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan makes sense if for her heavily warped in this like blue flame or show her looking like a fucking Aqua's Bakugan member. I do not know, but either way, like the badass shit. I think that might be Hondo, because that is supposed to be Hondo, the way more distinct version. I would not know exactly, but Hel herself, the daughter of Loki, typical niece to Thor and all that. I say Hel. It's like very mixed candidate person, but she does hold very godly esteem means of power, and even if it's greater been boosted by the case of the MCU showcasing of her, she does hold a lot of argument to be one of the most built different form of adversaries and antagonists to this man, Thor, and definitely stacks in every bar of being one of the most crazily adversible form of people. And to tell really people how to. I don't know if you're talking about me, talking about somebody else. Anyway, hold on. With being said, let me go and close the door real quick. I'm kind of doing a video right now. Hold on, I'm trying to do something. Let me close the door. Let me close the door. I don't know if you're talking to me, you're talking to somebody else. I'm doing something. But anyway, hold on. Anyway, this being said, right, she's one of the most adversible form of people, right? To where, in the case for her greater usages and shit, right? That in how she moves, how she takes on different odds and other shit like that, that in all these different occasions for magic, tactical precision, skill, and like I said, in all these different wacky, versatile fests, right, that she probably could just rip her fully through everybody, as Shawty is reckoning in case of like whole Garmadon level of enchantments and different stack of skill and prowess at the same time. So I say most time more confidently, even if she is a great adversary, she doesn't go to the same scope necessarily as the greater form of different people, but like similar to like the MCU, she would be standing to these greater mixed boards of power and capability, and I would say a lot more of the time that she'd be very mixed contingent with Storm, but a lot more of these greater people should best her in comparison. But next we have Hercules, famed champion of the gods, champion of Earth, Earth's truest, mightiest form of defender, original hero, pillar of heroes even. I say Herc obviously would be way more better in the case of his older to mix, depending on the case. Older brother, I think maybe in Marvel, I do not know, but it's a very mixed thing, right? But my whole thing, right, is that in this sense, every showcasing of these mixed tiers and these lines of things that make the case of all the means of power be what they are is obviously going to be all different forms all over the place, trying to be most consistent and most concrete with every different tell of how, these different form of powers are. Again, he should be way stronger than Grayson's Ares, but the reason why I kind of mix over from meta-humans to low soup is that Man Gritter base, even though he's very, very strong, it's he's kind of been, maybe you could chop this up to Gritter riding, as I know there's a lot of different details, and especially early occasions of him rocking with people like Thor, facing this man Hulk, and a bunch of other people in one of the original account of people to be of the stronger bench work of niggas than Spider-Man. To where you could say where you could Gritter mix B, maybe you could put him in the mix Omega, but base-wise, I don't think he's really reached to the same boards of these same different people. But I think more times than not, Hercules should at least be in that stand of general greater means of power most of the time. But God Emperor Hercules should be, again, another form of version, right? Which that might sound redundant to say another form of version, which is a wrong at core. But it just, again, kind of sounds, weird to say. But you guys see what I'm saying. I've been recording this for a long fucking time. I'm just saying, simply put, again, it's another mixed form of version or a variant that really showcases the higher extent of the omen power that this man Hercules can possess, and really showcase him cosmically enhanced to like Thor levels of capabilities, right? So I would say most occasions, right, he could just be more or less of the greater mixed boast of the different cosmic empowered niggas. But Hercules should be more times than not probably pushing a lot more of these different tiers of people, because by everything that Gritter read and took in, he doesn't get to those Gritter assert means. It showcased that now he's actually ascended to be a true god, like his father equivalent of power, and he's maneuvering from a people who have extended beyond those different mixed boards. But I'll say this, I would say he probably should be like that most of the time. It's just, again, you could argue a bunch of them people to be over. It's just with no repetition, I'm going to pull back what I'm saying and being most confident what I have to go about saying. As it again, he should be like that, but if you want to go and push a little bit more back and a mixed contingent of that is there, because in force of different magnitude, he already has it as Herc. It's just the greater godly energy is very mixed to really say where that could greater go. So yeah. Here it is, supposed to be. Sorry for you. I try to go full say most seriously. I've been doing most of the time within its entirety. That again, don't know who this character's supposed to be, but it's sick ass design. Big Head Monkey though is a character of these things I read about, and by all different telling of like how he is in comparison with this show and other shit. That Hit Monkey should easily be the great possessing of the bar to be the lowest end of greater like street tier people. I know he's had a few different run-ins with Deadpool, but never did anything too great stand out. Unfortunately, even though I love him, they might got to stay there. I would really like for him to be in Marvel Rivals. Maybe that shit might bring me back. I don't know. Hobgoblin, I'm not gonna lie. Besides being a fucking one of different reckoning of this man, Green Goblin, he doesn't really have a great form of knowledge that I have. Like really, let's like say more definitively where it could be. I know he's stacked to Spider Mix on occasions, but unlike Green Goblin, never actually stood to him in the same regard of actually greater piff a bit competitiveness, and haven't read as much with Spidey to really know of his greater exploits beyond that. This version of Hulk, be it in this case, his whole like zombie or like immortal Hulk form, I don't know too much about, and I'm gonna actually read the comic for that, but still. Thing Grey Hulk something, don't know this motherfucker, that, don't know him. Maestro, I could talk about him. So Joe Fixin, right, a lot of the time is a very mixed bag case of character to really perceive in their powers, because not only is he of a way weaker stand of Hulk obviously, but his standard power is very mixed over the place in perspection for how he could really in greater concrete, greater exploits and delivery be. Because again, he is a character, even though has reasonable argument for being just like Hulk, a giant of great able different power. It doesn't change the fact that in the end, his power is so very wonky to best justify all claim of really being more consistent like the original famed Green Hulk, where he truly does have that incredible, undeniably stable strength, right, of being a absolute one-man body, you know, of any possible odd, because a lot more weaker characters have been able to actually press Joe Fixit, and he just isn't on that same stand. So if I'm being the most considerate, we might have to put him here. But if I wanted to say just because of this fame, you know, Kingpin version of Hulk, and how he seems in comparison to most, and because he is a Hulk, I think you probably would have to say at least that he could probably maybe be right there. I don't see him really going anywhere more higher. Most of the more confident case of times, because people like Spider-Man benefit him, and again, Joe Fix kind of just lame nigga in a sense. But Maestro seems like he's in the fucking Destroyer armor. Is that that's Destroyer armor? Okay, well, I don't know about that specific version of Maestro. I was going to say Maestro is a pretty undeniably built different version of Hulk. Maestro, be it through greater case of maroon planning, be it through whatever, right, is able to do a lot of crazy stuff and able to pull a lot of different ways to best people. So because of the fact that he is very capable and very stacked in the bar of not only skill, mind, and reckons one of the most powerful and versatile Hulks, he's very much up there in a lot of different aspects of shit. So he should be reasonably respected on that regard. But Magneto, I'm not really putting him that great or high. I'm just looking over the multiple different forms things. So reasonably because of being the master of magnetism, fame, Eric, infamous case of mutant that went for the most terrible things, Holocaust survivor, now Holocaust and mutant retributor, right? He could be a person easily. So a lot of people, because all different element of metal, how more cracked he can be, and a lot of people, if it's not context, if it's not jumping, if it's not people who do not have a single form of metal in their bone or anything metal to be had, he can bend adamantium sometimes. Sometimes during an argument he can go about bending vibranium, even if there's a lot of consistent more times that he can't actually bend it because it is kinetic and it has multiple toxic kinetic energy, and he reasonably has looked at the adamantium skeleton of Logan on his body, and the fact that he is still different. Man can even bend ooh. I'm not gonna lie, it gets very contingent on who can beat him and who cannot. But being the most consistent with him, I think putting the mixed metal and outfit and his own skill set and shit, that it would take that type of level of defeating, because everyone else, even if there was some quote unquote metal, are so skilled with magic, or this shit has contingency plans for someone like him that realistically would be made, or they're so much more capable and skilled that yeah, he's just most likely not defeating. So, and it's as far as Magneto could realistically get, being most considerate, right? Who wrote that? Put him somewhere. People out the way don't know about this version of Ben Grimm. To be simple, in the case of the one above all being literally the golden standpoint of what it means to be unprecedented power, the man is the god of everything. I don't even know what you greater call this man beyond the Chakravartin of Marvel, right? So like, just go ahead and put him right there. One below all is literally 1-to-1 with that. Like, one below all is literally just the devil consideration of this power. The one below all is this force of nature and all equivalent of power. Yeah. Ben baking a Yancey Grimm the thing. Who needs food when you got one like me? All this. So he got great strongness about what I want to go and actually say for him, and the greater like clarification and mixed title and different tiers. It's very mixed because again there's so much going to unravel and entangle. Not only in mix of the money, even though again nigga not fucking dunce. It's just something put Big Ben Grimm, right? Something put as his infamous fame, you know, staple of covering all type of instances of foes, being one of the strongest in the case of Fantastic Four. You could get such as mixed herald talk of what he could do. Obviously, Susan should be even being the most conservative, suppressed, and baseline more stronger. There's an argument for the thing. You know, he sends to this greater high-end template of people. That mixed bag, his greater scaling and mixed different boasts to people can only go so much as far as you would want. And he is definitely more consistently a heavy mixed creative like team player, and so you should be a lot more better than him in most different forms and molds. But you could say at his more higher end scope of power that he should be a lot more in these different tiering of actual like herald tiers and not. I think it's like it's a two-way street. If you want to be the most low and conservative, then there's an argument that he could go a lot more lower, but if you being is a lot more considerable. And saying that again, it's only at the peakest form of someone like Susan's capabilities. Is a lot of what Ben Grimm has to offer is being so durable, so resistant, and he's so undeniably so built different in a lot of different forms and tales of shit, right? That he could most likely like just hold strong in the face of any possible adversity to come. But again, I think if you want a greater scope, say it where you could scale like to mix people like Hulk, Thor, all that, you could say somewhere else. But I think even God this fight even possibly give him a great challenge that he's more times than not probably here, and these people got a lot more wacky different maneuvers and obviously hacks that can beat him. I think that's a fair rating for, again, Big Ben from Big Yancey, infamous fame, Hall of Fades. Again, who needs fool when you got one like me? Clean. But yeah. Got this from like Golden Imperium version of Thor. I've never seen a Thor in my life. I think that might be a great Berserk Rune Thor because of his look. Do not know. I think I'm gonna take that's what that is. But anyway, Rune King Thor, I know is one of the most powerful versions of Thor, and is a character of great highway of not only telling of power vacuum that on the case of the Norse Pantheon side of Marvel could course to, but really a high strength of not only Thor's most greatest predominant showcase since I've been instanced for, right? So with Thor, fame, big block, fame, undeniably so, pillar of force and unbelievable magnitude like no other, a staple for colossal, dominating, and rampaging solidification of what it means to be a absolute built different magnitude of force, an undeniable pillar of strength, the famed Norse Asgard, protecting all of 9 realms like no other, right? I think that in all truth that Rune King Thor with no oversaturated glaze, again, as the infamous fame, Living Storm, Asgard's infamous vanguard, and every acclaim of the absolute top of the line staple of warriorhood of the Norse Pantheon, an argument for still being contingent, mightiest Avenger and greater hold, wielding the famed nuke by his side of Mjolnir, that Thor probably in all consistent greater congruent with Rune King in Pacific would stand to probably these more higher end scope of power and be probably reasonably, because base, Thor and his greater stuff was already struggling there, but I think, yeah, right there is the most concrete, because you could say big Thor or the President already other stuff could be a little more better, but this Thor should be a lot more creative than just a greater bloodlusted Thor with his Rune King power going to new heights of truly the thunder cracking behemoth is not too wild. Hulk Thor, version is super version of Odin I do not know. It's main form Odin, never seen that. I don't know, it's supposed to be young. I don't know who that is. You got Frog Thor, don't know what Thor's villain, but this being great like mainline Thor of recency. There's a more older. Same with this Ultimate Chivalry version. Again, the Vanguard of Asgard, mightiest son of Odin, Thor, the fame, wielding of elements like no other Asgardian, right? I think still, if in base, in multiple confines of these phases, because again, he stood at a very high note and great powerfulness, especially in comparison like Thanos and all that, even with the greater mixed power of Cosmic, that more or less in most base perception can mix in there. Obviously, Thor, to really like lay it all out, again with no saturated glaze, in comparison to someone like Gore, and their mixed different boasts of pitch for pitch, bang for bang outing, was in reform able to greater best Gore, but there was a lot of mixed context, contextualism, confliction, and a bunch of other outs of that. And I haven't read that comic in a while, but from all different consistent boasts from what only Thor has not only just shown from that fight with Gore, and as well other shit, that he has multi fluctuation to where you can say greater mixed stand. He's here, he was contingent to him, but he wasn't all around full greater the best. And a lot of these characters have greater expanded beyond the general boast of what he could be. But if you really think he was full dead even with Gore, then he could be a lot mixed in the sense of being contingent, but not fully over him to over him. Or you think a lot more consistently of the time conservative, he probably has like contingent to Thanos or something. But I do think again Thor has a lot of mixed quality to say that he could be on these mixed different forums of like confidently mixed standing to Gore more times than not in most different applicability, and could reasonably go to defeat him in the long run. Yeah, unless there's possibly a different version of Thor that better represents a modern, right now Thor, in a mix different like tell of that possible version and that being different, then I can put him a lot more in a category where I would say he could more confidently stand. But fame Odin, the All-Father, Raven King, Father, the most in case of the Norse Pantheon, fame Grandstand, Chieftain, and High Hell, fame of Monarch of the Norse Pantheon, truly greatest sense of possible mightiest god of all the greatest sense of the Pantheons, right? He, Odin, I think, still has always grand stapled of being so higher fame of power that, again, if it ain't no Infinity Gauntlet, Odin should be highly respected as being one of the, again, top of the line people, and as he's a greater form of gods and all that for obvious reasons. So yeah, guess I'll ever say other reasons. For Thor, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know too much about. He seems, reason powerful as being a Thor, and you know that. I don't know. Boulder, whatever, man. Pretty sure he's a villain of Thor. I don't know too much about him, right? Yeah, I don't know what version of fucking Venom this is. What type of rolled up fucking One Punch Man villain is this nigga fucking Venom turning into? I can't, gang. I don't know. This Virgin Ghost Rider I don't know about. Red Hulk, General Ross. I know about this person. Is this supposed to be Tombstone? I'm getting tired from all this, man. But hey, first I'm gonna go and put together this tier list, and I'm here with it. I'm here with it. So hey, let's go ahead and just line this shit up. Okay, so let's see first. Alright, number one. Well, who we're gonna get out of the way first is reasonably Red Hulk, right? But still, there's so much to be had. So Red Hulk is another character that you could reasonably say makes older than place and talk. When he first started, bro, this man was an absolute unit. He was a definition of an astound crash out. He was on a whole new level of demon timing, coming around like a fucking big red bolt, ready to go ahead and rumble in the jungle, moving on some new levels of fucking ferocious George Foreman. He was slam dunking on niggas. He was harvesting multiple case of Jaws, laying the smackdown, duking all different claiming different individuals, and bucking to the ultimate fierceness of a whole different level of Crimson Meteorite coming at you at 1,000 miles per hour. He was absolute steamroller. So in truth, right, he shouldn't greater grandson of his highest end mixed tail, even with the greater low end mix during confines and stand of consistency, saying in greater truth that he should be at least of like the top greater 5 of these different heralds. If you want to be a lot more conservative, he might be maybe at the bottom. You can maybe try to go lower, but he definitely is a peak greater Hulk. And so if you ask me, I think probably good to say that he's like up there, reasonably so. Ooh. But this is supposed to be just mainline Tombstone. Brushing Tombstone in your early days was a very capable person. And Tombstone has a multiple talk of victory argument to be a very capable for Spider-Man, but most times than not, more consistently, not holding back, being more considerate of the greater confines of possible capabilities to bang and best. I say Tombstone. It's like there, right? Like not really anything to get foremanship. You know what I'm saying? As this man, even though yes, as being the famed Tombstone, the man that lay your ass out, waste the certified body catcher, has the greater grand tale of being a very much foe to not be underestimated, and it was of great severity of packing of force. More confident, more times than not, like Kingpin would be more in these general essences of like peak humans, and not be anything of greater grandstand of real telling of capability or real relevance beyond that, to say the least. But still, in this version of, I don't know, this mixed Carnage or somebody else, I don't even think I remember who this person is. I feel like I've seen them, but I don't actually know them in greater form, so no. This is one of the Watchers. Get these motherfuckers out the way. From Ultron to different robotic case of characters. There's their mama's little sister. Ultron at his most booming, different, inconsistent folds of power, and what he more confidently stood as in different argument for powerful and different measurements of giftedly a bravado of pressure and argument for craziness should definitely be in an argument to where you could greater say he could be these greater elite form people, depending on the case. Every mixed perception of it as full greatest measure of power, but be more consistent, more considerate of the fact that even though he has a lot of different weaponry, specialties that could very much overload, heavily pressurize, and heavily devastate anybody here, and he does have mixed encounter measurements that you could say mixed corporation, right? In the record for, not only in contingency plans, mixed argument prep time, and other measures of intelligence that throughout the battlefield, depending on the case of how you feel in the argument for different stepping tails and tolls and heavy wake to fight and bang out with these people, that he, Ultron, does not have a lot of peace in mind to really say that he could ever actually understand every avenue of these people. He's faced mainly predominantly one group a lot of the major times he does shit, and again, unless it's some like ooga boonga wild tale of Ultron more confidently or not does not actually understand all the avenues of these people, and without numbers or like contingency plans, and even with a greater case correspondence and core registry of different feats, to say that he is definitely a top tier hitter of any form of Avenger that more or less stands on these like higher than most mixed confines, and I think any of these people above through multiple arguments of not only superior means of hacks, experience, and other avenues should just beat him more times than not. So yeah, like I think with that being said, you could again argue for him and like some others that maybe he could try to be a little bit more of a different mixed impression of being of some pressure, but not in the end beating, because again it is a superior strength, versatility, hacks, and international experience, and there's nothing that he could produce in singularity more consistent confines more times than not to really beat him. But Duranzo's sister, baddie from a vixen of nightmares, she's definitely very powerful, but besides like a mixed like sexual gag and the fact of her, Ussy being on a whole different means of out of our scope, like she don't really have any real argument, I would say, beyond being again Marzo's sister and having great consideration of Bunga power and having an interaction with Hulk and affecting of the entire case of her universe and her pocket dimensions and her exploits to different talk about what she can pretty much withstand in all perspection, especially being in the bedroom with Hulk, very much levies the fact that she, for even being in the bed with this nigga Hulk, would just inherently even make her in high end possible, even though he's went way more different exploits than that. He went to way more bigger heights of bombastic means of possibly fucking Gamma D, and most likely as well in just sheer force and magnitude than what she could ever understand. But in all the fortitude that it took for her to again withstand this dude, I think that Lois in probably put her over a base Doctor Strange, or just maybe like near Sentry. I think I'm probably gonna go with base Doctor Strange more times than not. Age of Venom, Venom, 8-Ball, there's just put on people that he put. I don't know who the fuck that is. Fucking Face Stiller. This has red hair, so I don't know what that's supposed to be. There's some random person I do not know. Yep. It's a lot more crazy and crafty with all these record of different people, so I do not know. But anyway, let me just go and put the people that need to be put. So, Agent Venom, famed member of the Thunderbolts, Flash Thompson, as I would like to go ahead and say, the famed symbiotic shooter, right? I would say he's one of the more weaker like Spider-Man mixed counterparts, but it's still very capable, and because of his agileness and capabilities, you know what I'm saying? Spider-Man and other aspects of, his different usages of the symbiote, his marksmanship, his top level means of athletics, and very much every level of a principal grade fighter, CQC, solid means of fighting, practitioner on the boast that within combination with his Spider-Man instincts and symbiote means of agility and physical amping can make him be one of the most radically depth, rack of all trades, capable people, and with his adaptability and other different extent of the bar for him being truly what you would want as a A-class means of super soldier and efficient combatant, makes him be an all-time, be probably one of the most like sufficient means of not only shooters and capable people, but Flash Thompson as a person and different argument for what he's been able to bang with, and the fact of him fighting all the type of odds that he has, and truly being one of the most glorifiedly, again, sufficient fighters that have ever been a part of the Thunderbolts, have ever been seen, in a greater case of the Spider-Man mythos, and even symbiote users. And his time with Venom, aka Venom symbiote, was very crazy, and he again is not somebody to play around with. I think more times than not that he would probably be bare bones here. Maybe you could try to argue getting over She-Hulk, but I think She-Hulk has a lot more impression, not only for the physical might to step over the case of a lot of what this man Agent Venom has to offer. None of this shit will hurt her, and physically he's not the same boss, and there's no reason to go in the Syndicate case of when he's in his greater losing side that the symbiote just absorb her, because you see a lot of people mix different talk with the symbiote, but even then he has a lot of physical strength, all the might, and be more consistent with the symbiote should more reasonably do, and not just be again full fling willy-nilly, makes it a lot more probable for her to be where she is, right? So I think again, even with him being again every aspect with no repetition, a cable, every solid means, a surgical, a depth fighter that has the marksmanship to make him on a level of A1 means of, super soldier category, and in marksman like accolades and different people is seen in high means of like a greater astute showing. You know what I'm saying? What it really comes down to is again how much of really bar they can press to others. Because again, even with the high graded means of like marksman predator on him, right? It doesn't really make him be higher in this. Because I'm not trying to say it like in a weird way, where again, a showing of him really being not really so much more high standing that it really goes to that same levy. He's not to the same heavy graded predating of like that, right? To where he really pads work on the same fish and staple of shooter and other gallery and different stuff. He is again in every argument to be moving like symbiote Master Chief with his marksmanship and other accolades, but it doesn't go to the same higher instance of scope and or really argument to levy strongfully in most different force on in the same bar. So again, that's kind of just a little bit of reason for why I say what I say. But Anti-Venom is a very capable, built different Venom, not only with Eddie Brock having the powers and capabilities of Mr. Negative to be able to deploy different from a symbiote. If it wasn't for a different context, easily was one of obviously in all potential the strongest symbiote, and with his webbing, different capabilities, having all the different case of not only rack of all trades, wielding of all different gifts, right? All different people that come in different class, right? This motherfucker is able to take out every single form of the symbiote person, has crazy strength, was on a rampage, was out here extinguishing any possible sight of any symbiote, and was just built different. And I feel like not only because of his diversification of Venom capabilities, his anti-Venom stuff, and just how it is, even though he's a lot more strong of a kryptonite to symbiotes, he could now at this point more definitively, more times than not, outclass these different people. And I think possibly with his contingency against Spider-Man, it's only really with the tech use that maybe could outmix him. But even then, I think that Anti-Venom more strongly, more times than not, should be up there. Now, A-Bomb faces a twin brother to this man Bruce, a Hulk with a great durable shell, with great speed, intellect, durability, and every claim of a beast beyond all comprehension. A great fellow ally, funny as shit. A-Bomb is a colossal boss when it comes down to all account of what he does. He's the definition of a wrecker, slugger, malga, straight fucking gamma-rated bulldog, And he can buck. He can definitely buck. He goes trying to showcase things, right? You make different varied of multiple different variables to be put into play. But I definitely think you could greater argue his greater hero talk because you're being more conservative. He could probably be a little bit more of his lower big stance. But as a Hulk, and the fact that he sends a lot more of his greater collective boast of being really like a true greater top tier hitter, I think there's a great argument to say that he should greater be this. But A-Bomb, even though again he's very cool, he has a lot of powers and gifts, I don't really see him being able to be too much over anyone else besides this, mainly because he doesn't have as much more valuable feats. He was put on a team to fight the Red Hulk, and so I think he probably could, but the fact that he never does anything to the same degree as consistently, and even though he has fought Red Hulk before, Red Hulk just has a lot more better feats and more times than not has a lot more bucked and outdid this man A-Bomb, even though A-Bomb has been able to somewhat try to get on the level and stand to him. I think I'm kind of mixed to say where he can more times than not be because of that. But again, if you're trying to be a lot more assertive with that, then again he should be here. But if you wanted to say his higher mixed different margins, he could be a lot more here. And I guess just in all love to A-Bomb and the credit for the fact that again he's not trash. He has the implication to be something of great force and be on his cannonball activity. He has a lot of unique different variation of combinations with not only technique and powers. This again very mixed say where he could get to be. Now, Big Dog himself, right? In the case of oh boy, the famed Energizer Generator, right? Of all possible wacky mutant K abilities, is someone I have heard about. I've seen different manifestation of what he could greater pull, but without the case of greater energy to be focused and build, right? This brother here, which I forgot his name, right, has the capability to be someone of great strong gauge, but again, it's only very predicated on mixed contextual lens, and even though he's not nobody to play around with, and there's a lot of different rock, paper, scissors matches that can put people down, I'm very mixed to where I could possibly put him, and I think he's just too much of a very like mix all over the place contextual person to say where he could be. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and put him there just for safekeeping. I don't even know what fucking like whole SCP creepypasta I'm looking at. But besides that, these other versions of Hulk, this fat fucking Gilbert version of Hulk, I don't even know. But Worldbreaker Hulk makes you get a like Planet Hulk look. Is we have a bigger question. I don't know, these other fucking versions of characters look like some Iron Man one-off versions. I'm gonna put Jean Grey actually somewhere. Hold on. Here, go get those out the way. We're kind of getting mildly close to, and no, we are not. No, we have not even reached the fucking greater surface. This shit is so fucking long. It is what it is. Hey, wanted this. Not gonna get no sleep. It is what it is. But let me actually go and get Abomination out the way. Right, talk about all different type of freaks of nature. This is a whole new level of a freakazoid sea nightmare. Right, this is a fucking creature out of straight Subnautica. But yeah, Abomination is a glorified greater means of demonic hound when it comes down to his hypothetical greater means. But a lot of time he's only scaled to an early mixed stand version of Hawk. It's very contextual. He has only been able to really scold, really very vague contextual Jumpman level case of acts of when he's been able to match him. He's been able to greatly press him. But there's a great argument to say that not only because Hulk and every counter has been way more skilled, way more tactically efficient, he has a better side of himself to where he's not over here being this big frolicking at the mouth case of just, brutes coming at him. And because of the fact that Hulk obviously goes stronger, the more and more angry he gets, and he doesn't have a limiter of expectation for Gamma, even though Abomination should be a qualification to be of greater strength and should be considered very formidable in every contestment to some greater people, I would not really say a lot of the time, more confidently than not, that he should be anything more than possibly a stepping stone for these more like real physical greater indulgement in power. So in the end, I think if I had to really, again, qualify him for anything, then again, he would be of the way more lower stand of, like, powerhouse and contentment within metahuman. Because, again, he's never done anything to that greater record hold of capability and scope And so to everyone else that would be above him can either beat him for their greater superior hexes, techniques, skill, avenues of different, not only versatility, like that, and through situational confines, better scaling, better feats, should more regularly get a record hold, for their different outputs and stand, beat him. But yeah. Next, we have the case of Planet Hulk in greater form. Now, obviously, the Hulk now is what I have greater case skill, but just talking about what Planet Hulk has done, and Hulk with those mixed different tail points as most angriest, his most fierceness, Hulk going on this whole Kratos scourge of the earth type thing, or what I would like to say, Hulk being at every level on his hyper staple of like Green Air Force energy, would be out here a person that should reasonably at the time of this event, even with his mixed contingency, the Thanos and everything that came, be gotta easily should be up here in his Gritter boast and shit. Finally, Silver Surfer doing everything that he did, and eventually, fighting Sentry and all the scope of scaling, I think should reasonably be over. God Emperor Hercules, I think that is a good point, but even then, it's very contingent to say where he was. But undeniably so, Worldbreaker Hulk should be a whole different plane of power. I think even like an argument of potential because of what he is going to rep in full, and the Hulk that you see over is this Hulk a lot more within those boasts, because Hulk again has extended to boards and power that is like way beyond the comprehension of what he's went through at this point. Should make him like just be so outwardly built different. I mean, Worldbreaker Hulk literally could not be stopped until something had to pretty much disintegrate the greater half of his power, and this nigga Hulk, right, wanted to go ahead and be heat down because his power was so unstable. So because it's so unstable, I'm not gonna lie, like only Hulk and greater cosmic affinity beings could possibly stop that oozing of power to stop him, because he literally is like at a Godzilla state of just like supernova gamma radiation, some just irradiated freakazoid. But anyway, Jean Grey, mighty telepath, crazy built different, and inept specialty of mutant energy, omega level mutant and all plane, gifted, Scarlet Dime, lover to Scott, lover to this man Logan, every level of a built different wonder in multiple forms. Truly, in different versions, makes a claim to be Thoughtanian, but also just toxicity in human form. Beyond that, right, I would say Jean Grey should be easily, just like for Susan Storm, to be one of nine great sense, the most powerful mutant. Is very crazy with telepathic capabilities, and should be a person that could, by multiple forms, through pure greater telepathy and mix up and mind reader and a lot of her different gifts, be so crazy potent that I think that she could be easily, like, again, one of the most strongest heroines, but be more consistent and mix forward to what's more capable to happen, even if Storm has a lot of the multiple wacky maneuvers to really range on the case of her defense and outplay her for the battle of attrition. I think that, again, you could still argue for her to greater win, but I think that's a very fine placement of where these characters can more regularly boast to be, depending on the case. In this version of Phoenix, I don't even know if that's supposed to be a cosmic empowered version. I do not know. But I know her with the Phoenix is a whole new, glorifiedly, beyond compare, built different form of powerhouse. Jean does shit with the Phoenix that literally makes her become the definition of a human sun disk, bro. Like, she is pulling heights of nefarious Marvel, and with the Phoenix actual being of power, go to new everlasting universe, crazy deconstruction and evolution. She's a walking Armageddon. She pulls heights of Taven, blazing gulf of power. She's just built different. So with the greater case of the Phoenix, I'm saying she's stepping beyond gauntlet power. She's just doing things of the most wacky absurdity. I think the only thing that possibly is stopping her is, in greater sense, these greater people standing of a higher principle of, like, truly cosmic gods. They're just doing things way built different. that's for main Juggernaut, a different version, because I'm pretty sure I saw a different individual version of Juggernaut. Yeah, so it's a whole different person. I don't know which version of Juggernaut that is. I'm not supposed to be classic Juggernaut. I don't know what the point of this anime look of him. What type of art is that? Kingpin. Got him. No. Okay, so let me go ahead and put Kingpin. Kingpin is very similar to Tombstone and being very bare bones of the accounting of being like a greater peak human and being beyond the general confines of, you know what I'm saying, a person. And I think he just has a better, you know, win to loss ratio against multiple different street tier characters and higher boss, even with them holding back or whatever the case may be in different contexts. So I think you can very much title him as being a great form formidable person and easily being a big stepper, you know, our infamous wall of a man, Boulder, you know what I'm saying? This fucking big ass tennis ball of a human being, fat Mr. Clean. But yeah, not too much. But Null should be fucking simple. Null is absolute nightmare fuel, a horror monster. The nigga is an eldritch god of the most highest wackiness. I'm really gonna stand 10 toes on the fact that this nigga is the primordial god of symbiotes. Like, he's just built different. Null is something else. Null is one of the most powerful characters in Marvel for a reason and should never even be questioned. It's unprecedentedly a highest pedestal from a being. Cole, I seen him decently rocking with a few different case of different people within the form of not only the Wahlberger story, but seem to be reckoning of like the things, possible criteria like race and essence of form, even if he isn't actually like truly his race, because they more or less got turned into a walking form of meteor shell. But I don't know truly how much more confidently you could say the mixed different essence of both he could be, as mainly for greater sense of his weaponry, which should be considerable of base equipment, is he more or less able to stave off some of these people. But I think he's one of those characters where you can't really best define and say, and very mixed on. I couldn't really say more confidently where he's at. So yeah, know that is. Get the Living Tribunal. A few other characters, right? So I don't know, but in the greater sense of possibly that scaling, right, it goes to a different higher level of stuff, right? So in this sense, when it comes down to someone like the Living Tribunal goes to heights of power and capability that no other person could truly do, and makes everyone, I repeat, everyone on multiple different hyperbole stance, literal stance, every form be finite in existence. So he's another one of these characters that, yeah, like you just could never even stand to. And Kraven the Hunter, world's greatest renowned hunter, Kravenoff, truly king of the jungle, king of hunters, bloodhound. I say that Kraven the Hunter is a character that is very mixed over the place in their entitling of actual capabilities of skill, but should be reasonably regarded as being a top tier case of not only fighter for the different things and both he's been able to stand to someone like this man, Spider-Man, but a lot of the time it's a mixed different form of contingent form of planning. This man's been able to be greater bested by Wolverine, bested by this man T'Challa, some of this stuff being pre-planned for the argument of wanting to get the best from an opponent and fight into the ultimate form, right? And showcase all the times that he's willing to go ahead and bang out on some from a battle beast extent, and even though he's not been able to go about, you know, fighting every person to the greatest extent, because in truth, he is not to those same levels. He showcased elite form of combatant skill, expertise, unorthodoxness, and predator level of king killer instinct to rock with people unbelievably, and hasn't ever like greater nerfed himself on some battle beast shit to be the most equal footing greater stand to a person, and he hasn't had any case of his stuff, you know, ever stifled by false tradition or affronted. But I think he gets only as much as you possibly can give you being most assertive. He's one of the more lower Spider-Man form of villains, but still has a great skill and argument to be up. But I think the best he could possibly do with the greatest argument of contingency is be there. But besides that, he's really not anyone of that most like standout applicability. Get the Lizard here. I don't know too much about the case of the Inhuman dogs. you know, whole talk in different scale, in different instances, shit like that. Loki, you got Thanos Gauntlet, okay, Infinity Gauntlet. To be fair, then this whatever fucking version of the fucking Loki. I would ask that version look like fucking, I don't know, absolute Loki, but I don't know about a good case with like human dogs, right? And or dogs makes like perception of shit. I've seen him. Luke Cage. Alright, let me get fucking Lizard out the way. Lizard has always been a mixed whatever minuscule fodder, so like, unless you want to just hyperscale people, he should just be low and not be of relevance, right? So I'll say in comparison to the rest of these people, he probably is older than Matt Gargan. I'm gonna keep it a buck. He's weak. He's not really that much of anything of relevance. Power Man, aka Luke Cage, Harlem's big brawler. I say Luke Cage is in every testament to be argument for a guy that, being most hyperbole with his showcasings in his instance, is a guy that you could really say should greatly like bang out in pit for pit, bench and dog different outskirts of different people to the level that he does, but doesn't do it most time every board of consistent and as concrete as you would probably levy. He is very powerful, undeniably durable, and truly stands as a guy with a mountain stand of durability and unprecedented will. He has an unwavering means of grit to fight, and he truly does define what I would say a true every much of road nigga dog in him. But this man Luke, even with the people that he's been able to decently tussle with and stand good strongness to, like Rhino, he's trying to fend off from Hulk, fight a different bro, you know what I'm saying, the most craziest shit. Fought with multiple occasion of street tiers, was able to contest Iron Fist, fight alongside the new Defenders and his original band of different people, is stronger than his wife, and has been able to go about facing, competing against multiple form of different people that says like enforcers of Thanos and all these other niggas. I still think that he's kind of one of the most mixed over the place, mixed tale of people within Marvel, for what you could say really like display some real strong longboards of feats and capabilities. But I would still say give my man Luke the biggest credit that he probably should go to the level of either bare minimum being over Groot, being over him, and I think that's where he stops. I can't really see him being a lot more higher because these people are just a lot more skilled, a lot more capable, a lot more experience, have showcased a lot more grand all-around strength and formidableness. And I think, he is great. He is powerful. That's as long as you're really going to be able to really level and constitute him in the long run. So yeah, I'm going to get the Loki. I just want to get their people out the way. You got fucking close over. Let me do this, man. Loki. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna proudly say that Loki and his great means of hacks, they're from of unimaginable, means of creativity, wit, and sorcerer dynamicness that he would easily stand as every credit of commonly base, a good even to attack with Thor. I feel like more times than not that he stands a little bit lower than the greater like sorcerer aspects of real more acclaimed powerhouses, because he just does not delve into those same greater boasts, but should be a guy that easily more times than not should be these greater higher margins of sorcery capabilities. But with the case of the Infinity Gauntlet, like any person who should just any of these gridded boards of uses with these people, and it just goes by who better uses the Infinity Gauntlet, who could better harness it, like that. I don't know nothing about Man-Thing, which I did. So, you got the case of the Mandarin. I know this villain, I don't know shit about him. And beyond, it's supposed to be seen on Thor, I don't know nothing. Only he's supposed to be Big Foom. The Scarlet King. You have the case of Miss Sinister. Is that Frigg? I don't know who that is. MODOK, and we're going to pop into a bunch of characters that I do actually know. So, more and more, we're getting down to it. We're getting down to the greater bits. But, so I know that he is pretty much like Loki, but of a dark elf. Obviously, talk of origin. A very crazy, hacked out trickster and eclipser, literally in his name, multiple different forms of magicians and wacky people. For great case of context for his different means of, magic and contextual boards, and tie with the case of using the casket of Ancient Winter's or base. He's a very successful case of planning around different forms of, obstacles, and pressurizes people like no other. I think to the best consideration that he would be nothing more than kind of like what Loki is on a lower mixed essence, but I can't entirely say in every confines, but I think that is not too much of a wild plane for where he could be. An argument of being just, again, Loki with a little bit more harness of dark magic. Mandarin, is this supposed to be M'Baku? I think this is supposed to be M'Baku. M'Baku, they get him out the way first, right? M'Baku, okay, man-ape, which might sound the most face value from like racism, what is being said, right? Is a brother that has great strength, but had to either cheat and do a lot of different mixed tale of deception and other confines shit to go ahead and put down and defeat the case of Black Panther and greater sense his father. So if you ask me, I'm gonna keep it on it. I think in all truth that he's one of those characters where being the most loyalist, you could think he stood for some decent mix capable of actual greater physical magnitude and might. Is another case of like Kingpin or Tombstone, where he's not the most greater standout bar of power. I think he probably is a little bit more physically maybe of a intimidating match than Tombstone at face value. Or maybe he could be a lot more up, but again, I think the best you could really get is from durability and the effect of his clothing and all that being a lot more durable than you expect, especially because tied with vibranium being the way that it is. So, yeah, that's the way I see it in comparison there. Mandarin, right? Just try a little bit. I'm sitting on the whole time. Mandarin, right? I think you could really say as an Iron Man proud villain that he Veltel his magic and all his different case of crazy capabilities that are a lot more detailed of a kind of like truly rack of all trades, of course, sense of sorcery, but are more every essence of the way different, inadvertently crazed case of versatility, and hacks out so much of his means of durability. They boost him, they allow him to teleport, super speed. He has so many different planes of pretty much having lower essence of an Infinity Gauntlet that allow him to pretty much be every sense of pretty much omnispectral and different unique, tales of power. And all the rings enhance him to boards of power and crazed movement and others chain of different usages that make him be every personification of a built different warrior and every accounting of a beast in all fronts of power. So yeah, I think simply put that the Mandarin, an all high staple, should be one of the most highest essence of not only metahumans but warriors of the MCU. The Mandarin is not anyone to play around with. So in the end, I'm gonna probably say probably would get here most times. Everyone else either would have either mixed matter experience to face someone like him, Iron Man himself, better mixed different form of technology, hacks, weaponry, arsenal, makes it like speed, numerous different options and capabilities, and yeah, it's still very capable, but is one ridiculously built different case of individual and all that to be credited. Scarlet Kingdom is a guy that I cannot deny is probably easily one of the most newest, great form, powerful people that I've discovered in recent time. And like, no, is somebody ridiculous. I mean, I've seen him compared to attribute like SCP, higher stapled gods and beings beyond any possible perception. So again, you can easily say he's up here in the grandstand, but I think he's so powerful that you can maybe try to put him up in there regardless. He's like easily big three. I'm gonna put him over Nolo. Like, that guy is like Majin Buu's father in AF level powerful. Mr. Sinister, I've seen as being the most powerful, prolific mutants through different means of greater early comics and their perspection of shit. That I think that he easily, without a shadow of a doubt, should be up here in the greater higher end of mutants in scale. And his powers are so wacky and innumerably challenging that any person in general contend fight can ever fight him. Telepathy, energization, recuperation, cloning, mirage, super speed, super strength. He has all type of shit. And Mr. Sinister really just has like a form of unimaginably presence of like Senator Armstrong or claim of power and usages that I think that he would just be like up here in the magnitude of like power. He's just built different. MODOK is a very all over the place person. Mixing his jobber, mix having some mixed scuff of being actually of a stretch. Pressure that he put on you with his great tactical genius. But most time, he's just a whatever mixed front man for a nothing but childish schemer, coward, delulu fuck, and even though he can be intimidating, it only goes so far. So in the end, I think if you wanted to be as consistent, that anyone above a general greater strength levy should be able to put him down. But if you think there's greater ingenious, he's so much more capable, you may put him here. But I think that anyone worth any greater mixed skill and or strength should be able to put him down. And I think he only gets like right there. I think he kind of a lot of time is seen very cheeks in the grand scope. And it can only be so as much powerful as mixed bag he is planned to be. Because by himself most time, he's just not very strong. MODOK is again not so trash, but he's a lot more trash than others. But beautiful mystique, fame shape shifting, gruesome with every much of a decisively kill shot, find a not only badass woman, but every much of a deadly spirited assassin. Shawty have mystique for a reason. She mysterious. She have a level of delight of a ally, but every claim of an absolute peril to face. You know what I'm saying? She is every level of one of the most definitive demons out here in any court of combat and different means of field of battle. But even with all those other means of comments, I think he's only like of a black with a mixed standing of fighter. Don't get it twisted, it's a very mixed contingent fight. But I see Tasha winning more times than not, only because of not only just her having the better feats, but the fact of the matter is that even with them both having similar archetypes of both not being normal people, trained elites, skilled in all aspects, assassins, Natasha has better statements, has better run around different people, an Avenger, and fought alongside people that have better mixed scope of that stuff and just do more. So, yeah. I don't know, this supposed to be a mixed version of the more. Still, Green Goblin, Freakish Green Goblin, Nova, a different point. Don't know this person, don't know her, interesting hair. I heard about this motherfucker too. Is that supposed to be Boar? I'm gonna tell so many characters, gang. So many characters. It's just wild. We'll just make sure I'm not losing track of anybody else in the mixture, right? So I'm gonna get all these unknowns. I don't know this person. This is my main, my Venom. That's Mary Jane is Venom. I know nothing about him. I don't know that version of him. Don't know. Vision. Retractive Vision. What is up? I don't know nothing about this Hulk X-23 Wolverine clone or whatever. Wolverine. Fireman. Give me 4. Don't know about him. Yondu will go a recent time. This is an old Yondu, so I don't know about the greater consistency and scaling, but even then, I think he's always kind of an iffy person to say. I don't know if that's supposed to be their mixed version. Dormammu, Zeus, form of like social form beings. Don't know about him. I don't know about this. I forgot his name, but it's the Asian Hulk. I don't know about him. Twister. Alright, that's a good run of characters that I do know and I don't. So I think I'm gonna just, for these, because I don't know who that is. I don't know who the fuck that is. Neither. Leader. That's a good track of people that I do know and I don't. So for now, let's get Green Goblin out the way. And let's just say that Fame, give me that drip or drown, Spider-Man, is definitely a capable adversary and should be every record of the way. Seen in high front of powerful, mischievous, cunning, and every much of a clever dog, Green Air Force energy pillar out here. But even with him every much reckoning menace and being, everyone will see a hero fail and crumble before them. You are nothing but a nuisance and a indiscretion of society, thinking that you could be something more that you ain't. You will drown in misery. Face that, right? The Joker of Spider-Man, it will never change the fact that you could be, again, very low and say that he's a lot more common for these people. When Spider-Man was going full out, this nigga was dying, and most time Norman, as actually Green Goblin, ain't nothing to really big scoff at. But if I, again, had to be most considerate, he's uses in different tales like capabilities, and if he's not Carnage, he's not this and this and that, I could only really see Green Goblin being like bare minimum of this. I can never really see him being anything beyond that hardcore. And it seems like it's about to be Dr. Octopus. But I do want to just peek like a Norman in general. I know he's probably like in a mix of all this shit. So I'm going to see about that and see like how greater that goes. But still. Nova, right? I know, in the case of Nova Greater Core Force, and how much of an impression of a built different person that he is. The fact that he stands pretty much will be the equivalent of the top of the line of a pretty much Green Lantern corporized like from a place. He's able to stand to the opposition of any almost form of galactic threat. Is the high galactic standing, is very much fierce, capable, and parades level of force and magnitude of one of the most built different from a metahumans in general case of heavy hitters of the stars like no other. But even then, from what I've seen more consistently of read and research, he doesn't really stand on the same plane as you can more consistently say. People like Captain Marvel, any of those greater galactic heavy hitters stand in almost all fashions, and it's still more in the mixed mild, like greater low super metahuman tier. But I think even with that Nova stands so credit of not only heavy means of pack and force, that only people like possibly mixed Black Panther and the higher end of these people may defeat him through great means of cunning, their own means of great advanced technology and shit like that. And I think that's more confident to say more consistently for where he could be. Now this is another example of omni-impressionable from a being that should never be in any record of the way underestimated. But again, for all I know, he just sends another example of one of the highest margins of both different power scope and mags. Like oppression of cosmic Goliaths out here. So, just another example of that. Venom, famed possible in this means of Eddie Brock Venom, aka Chocolates, Dickums. The uncanny anti-hero of Marvel, Venom to Spider-Man, changed to fully valorant member of society. I believe that Venom, a lot more routine most of the time, has greater skill to Spider-Man, has duped out with many that give him those greater cross prospects of scaling. But he's at the greater peak of Spider-Man's tenure. Venom has kind of lagged behind in the same boards and folds, but he's been a lot more contingent with Carnage most of the time, to where I think Venom, again, being mixed contingent with Carnage, but still Carnage has done him in a lot more times than not. That in comparison that, some like BP still would have a mixed form chance to possibly try to defeat him. I think that's where you could most time get Venom at. Vision is very interesting. Vision was one of those great means of like Herald tier people, one of the more stronger members of the Avengers, a creation created out of the mix of the mishaps of this man. Ultron is very capable individual and fighter. Got power, got speed, intangibility, invulnerability, heavy resilience, and heavy means of advanced technology, and is a killing machine, a sentient weapon. But I think in all truth, that these means of greater power, scope, and perspection probably only go mixed bag here. Now you could greater high-end say him, but more consistent most of the time. He's been a little bit more line of this, and even with the argument for as one of the more greater heavy hitters, you could say he can go to these greater lengths. In most modern comics, he just hasn't really went to those same exploits, and even if I wanted to say Vision was a little bit more like, I don't know, like upper in these people have a lot more waxed than Wayne since then, and as well just done a lot more like progressively most of the time. So if you ask me, I think, right, that the scope of power for Vision being more consistent would probably be right here, right? But if we want to talk about his greater high-end boasts, then he can mixed bag be, all over the mixed place. But being more consistent, I think Vision should be right there. I think this is a lot more of a ripe, tier for him. Because in those other mixed comics, again, if it wasn't mixed contextual boards, and it wasn't because mainly utilizing his hacks and not his more confident, more progressive means of power more persistently, and again, being more consistent and what's more commonable to be happening, I think, again, it is a lot more thorough to say that he would be like that. Now, Vulture, he's another example of just pretty fodder in the grand landscape of power. I think even Hitmonlee can get around his ass. Trash, another example of that. War Machine could be very effective case of matter of Vanguard for war rivals as well. But War Machine is another example of a very capable person, but a lot of his mixed piggyback on some different mixture shit with this man Tony, and he doesn't go to the same greater sense. Now I know that in greater sense of Armor Wars and certain elements of the greater perspection of real scaling could be argued from that, but again, there's a lot of context that even greater stretches that. And in my opinion, I'm gonna keep it a whole beam. I think War Machine only gets that far. I don't think he's really that great a stake of power and hold of stuff. And from what I've seen, it's never really went that great far. Now, I do want to get something with Wonder Man. I do know has a greater like boatload of potential, power, and all that stuff, and he has been seen in consideration to stand to some decent degree of higher people. But I think he's another person where he's just so all over the place that even though I do know him, you can't argue where he could be. I think Wonder Man is so inconsistent on where you would more rightfully say what you could say him being, more or less. But if I had a mixed stretch, it would definitely be between metahuman and a greater elite possible powerhouses and or heralds. I just could never really strongly put an entire like tongue on it in most strong, concise, deliberate form, because again, there's so many ethics and perspection for why someone like Wonder Man has potential, but he never full out writes, bangs the same record hold. And he's been always put more in a minute, very unreally savoring taste of just failure and different scope of bars for what he's been able to bang with. And he does have a lot of different instances of being something with a great confines of presence of real power, presence of real boast to do weights, to do great work against whatever odd that comes his way. But I do think that again, there hasn't been as much congruent factual levy to say that where he is more confidently to say yes or no, you know. But even then, Wolverine is not where I'm obviously going to put him. Wolverine not only because of his skill, experience, hey, different catalog, resume on a rapid regard of being one of the most built different mutants, very strong, very tactically efficient, famed case of Canadian honey badger, the berserk munchkin, the man that goes about doing what is needed, not always what is wanted, the fame, I'm the best man at what I do, but what I do isn't very nice, the elite shredder, I give to you the X-Men. And I think without a shadow of a doubt that Wolverine should stand at least bare minimum different scope of reference, right, being here, now because again his means of bypassing durability, his adamantium skeleton, elite healing factor, great skill set, great capabilities, and be able to razorly sharp in every level of split and edge, dominate and dismember niggas left and right in such elite foreshowing. Then again, it gotta be respected. So yeah, like he's just built different in multiple boards, and his power scaling, I again think he's still very confident and consistent, as I talked about him before. More people to scale to him. But Zeus, famed king of the Olympian gods, in this case the Ginger Snyder, was so powerful that he was bullying Hulk, but Hulk has heavily extended the bar for that point in almost every person that Zeus was over at a time. So even though he's very fucking powerful, and his mixed dimension scope of power is very much to be argued, I say he was only over at least at a time a lot of his greater people, and I don't think he's really over anyone of that greater relevance. So I think he probably only gets like maybe up here, right? I don't think he really is on those same heavier greater record of boast and power anymore. He still very much should be powerful, but I think Zeus has got outclassed a lot more times than not in the power discussion, more times again than not. But let me go ahead and bring the case of this fucking celestial great constellation being up. Yep, you can hear him. Yeah, top of the line of the informed celestial case of people. Son. Let's see. I don't think that's Legion. Is that Legion? No. Magic. His form. Phoenix form. No, possibly with that form. I don't know. Yeah. Form. Him or Eternal. These are your people. And that's how we're gonna do it. Yeah, similar shit. Army entire. I see their version of Thor. Gotta love it. Medusa, Blackheart, so I don't know much about. Mephisto is a very one-kiss character to mix say, but I'm not gonna lie. Besides, you mix like talk of like him being a mixed contingent argument for Bang with this man, you know what I'm saying, Ghost Rider, and being a very powerful evildoer. He's just kind of more or less in the background. And for what I've read and seen, I'm not gonna act like I know Mephisto's power and a lot more of a consistent boss. A lot of these motherfuckers do not know Mo King is an absolute jobber by himself. He didn't do anything unless it's tied to Maroon Plan. Franklin Richards. It's Franklin Richards, pretty sure. But no, this is actually the case of Reed Richards, the famed father of Franklin Richards. As long as you need it, Mr. Fantastic Bong Bong, whatever the fuck. But so I have to bring Rock Talk, but this is actually fucking for Reed Richards with the fucking gauntlet. So that's all the thing. He's a really good person, the grand thinker. I don't think that's actually Franklin Richards in the cowboy sense. Mr. Negative, the Phoenix person, Miss Marvel. Okay, Khan, Namor, the Submariner. I think that might be Legion, but I do not know. This is more specific look. I don't know these are from the looks of characters and shit. Don't worry about that. Nightcrawler. Here, had a different look of Odin in some different places, so that might be the more proud look of Odin. I don't know that look of Odin. Here's Odin. Okay, so it's a lot more simple. Alright. Okay, so let's go ahead and take the Mole King and put him where he needs to be. Good. Good news. And here, no. Water for this reason. And you have the case of Jane Foster. I'm Howard, One of Thunder. The occasions, wife of Thor, cancer patient, turned valiant hero that will go about extending her time of death for the greater saving of all, selfless and courageous and beautiful. All that. That being said, with Jane Foster, thing, just like a kiss with another Thor and everything that she's banged out with, and Mick's trying to stand to this man Gore, that she's about in the same plane as this man, you know. Better Ray Bill has better overarching showcasings. I just think that's, you know, pretty self-explanatory for where she should be able to scale. Juggernaut, the famed Crimson Crash Out. Talked about before in another shameless plug video. But Juggernaut should easily, being most conservative, be one of the most highest end of Omega level threats to easily one of the greater like Herald tier characters. You know, obviously as a Herald of, you know, Sidorak, should be self-explanatory for his greater boast of power, and without again greater case of like context and all that. Juggernaut is such a movable object. He really gets going. He really gets on one, unless you again want to say a lot of different situational big planning. Juggernaut is so unbelievably fucking strong that only the top of the line could defeat him, and I think he's in another argument to be the greater lower end, to maybe you could stretch his greater high end stuff, but even with his greater mean to bang out, fight, all that shit, Juggernaut, more confidently to me, more times than not, is probably more or less over Red Hulk and A-Bomb than the rest. Just K-Markle can very much bang out and fiercely fight, but he really ain't on the same bar and lane of these people a lot more times than not. The leader, without greater means of planning by himself, with the technology he can have, like a fucking handgun, and using his big ass brain to try to think of something, is not in any case of the way truly a guy worth of any goddamn real respect in the record of actually fighting of a higher stand. Because again, the dude is all just brain, big, like elaborate, convoluted planning. He's not any stepping of actual real weight in a fight. He can literally be pushed over with his head. He can be a laughing stock. He's no actual greater physical threat to the Hulk, besides playing other maneuvers and magnitude of like just pretty much being what Megamind was to Metro Man, more of a great authentic planner than any actual convoluted grand scope of like, you know, power. So in truth, again, without fucking a gamma gun or something of random different essence of that, he really is of a greater formidable stand, and anyone of any greater scope of skill, capability, durability, they should just be able to fucking, lop this man into his fucking whole dream state from that big head, from most likely just pushing over. Like, I'm not trying to, he looks like a green peanut. Like, I'm sorry, like, the leader, one of the most interesting case of villains of Hulk, right? And he's cold with his, like, greater design, but sheesh, bro. This design is nefarious work, bro. It's egregious, but we are almost done with this. So let's just keep going. But again, he should just get Stepstone on. Also, Mysterio, forgot him, right? Just going past. Mysterio is very, like, contentious person. A lot of his different ways of, like, matters not only, like, magic to mix perceived not magic and just special effects. It's very, like, all over the place and dubious. He's just not really a confident character to try to scale. He's very weird. Magic, I know, though, if in the case of her different powers of Limbo and other stuff like that, should be seen as one of the most built different gifted means of mutants, heroines, a great A survivor, a very traumatized child that would never wish what has happened to her own famed little sister of Colossus, and is a very, again, built different case of Swordswoman. Is like the millennia of the verse and some different aspects of her cutting edge, splitting edge means of killer means, combined with some female riding activity. But I would say that more or less most of the time, hacks and mix-ups and shit. It's very capable and strong. And get great speed, I'd say. Yeah, that's probably what it would stop for her. Sometimes or not. Again, the skill, the magic, the teleportation, all the stylistic means of dominating that she can bring and that she is showcased just in base would be a lot, but when she gets into her demon form, I feel like she's a whole different package of capabilities. You know that? This is a great full Unleashed Phoenix form, I forgot about that. Again, not only has it been a very long fucking tier, it's taken me half of my entire day today to do this, and again, nigga is good for like waking up strong and most mentally strong to actually go about doing this shit for a long time. But there's just so many characters, and again, this series is fucking big. I can't say much more, man. It's just wild. Right, but yeah, full Unleashed, Blood Lasted, same shit. But anyway, to go back down, pick the characters again, because again, magic and all that. Here we go. Because Phoenix Force, right? Sort of thing. But base, I think outside of base, she really is fucking strong. Like, this demon form is ridiculous. But if I had to say where this most likely would stop, probably be Angela. But then the Phoenix Force, like, just go ahead and like have her be at least reasonably relative to say that she could probably be like Captain America or shit. I don't know. So again, that's the reason where it would stop, and get her high end. Fame Reed Richards. As the planner, leader of the famed Fantastic Four, both different gifted individual. Is that supposed to be Johnny's name? Okay, somebody could hold on a minute. Most likely we'll find out in the case later on. Still got a decent ton of different shit to go down. But no, I see him. Okay. Anyway. It is very mixed as well over the case of the different talk character, but Reed is one of the most, not only build different net for minds, build different tactical expertise in planning, can stretch to literally dang near any different size, can build up his mass, do a great different portion of crazy shit, is very skilled, very rack of all trades, and great different order of not only means for packing a punch, dishing it back out from the case of Connect Mix Flop Force. He's able to expand to lengths and pull a lot of different crazy maneuvers, and is one of the most not only crazy form of geniuses, and has an intellect of one of the most rack of all trades comprehension, to where this dude is literally the certification of what it means to be big brain in the chair, monarchy level of tactically astute. Right, this man is every level of a high-end knowledge keeper, the famed world's smartest man, and does things of high gloss of not only different understandings about science, math, and numerous possible chances, to where given a chance, he on the fly can perform the highest boast of not only big brain maneuvers like no other. So, in the end, like, I think you can really more strongly candidate him to be a guy that could pull a lot of heavy, full-fledged throttle, like crazy moves to body people, and there are ways for him to out-muscle and out-bang with these different occasions of people, depending on the case of what we're talking about. But it kind of only really goes as far as you will want. Now, his smarts put him possibly highest in the entire fucking, verse. At a greater such as general bar for bar, bang for bang, pit for pit means of intellect, because again, his mind is just so radically built different. He's on a whole different universal acclaim of intellect. This man's IQ is at least pushing like 4 something triple digits, but he doesn't change the fact that his intellect and all different wires of possibly his mind, and having danger without even having being a superpower, great sentiment of hyperneration, his stretching powers and greater fighting figure does go high. But I think where I have him even now, just talking about him, might be as far as maybe you could stretch it, because people either could skin him up, slash him up, have better means of, skill, technology, and their expertise, to where even with his highest greater boast of, again, strength and cosmic use of stretching capabilities, could not beat the greater long run of all these different people. And even though Miss Fantastic is very skilled, is very brilliant, and every means of rack of all trades capable, there is a lot of, in the long run, reasonable standard to say that his greater showcasings are more about what he could take in stretch and more lifting strength than not actually pit for pit fighting caliber. So I would probably say, out of most occasions, I see him, unless you try to stretch what he could do with his stretching powers, like fucking up somebody's body from the inside out, which again is not in character, and unless it's within a bloodlust thing, then again I'll change the entire tier list. I do not see Reed being that much more higher workload of really weight to bust up most people, to bang out with them to the same regards and echelon as, again, more predominant showcasings and displays of characters are, like I said. But for when he has the case of the gauntlet, let me just get Mr. Negative ready. Obviously, like any person with the gauntlet, he should just be a lot more capable, omnipotent, a whole different essence of power, and again, being possibly one of the greatest minds, could, next to Victor Von Doom, be the most capable within usage of this shit. I'm not trying to put him that fucking high, but yeah, I think he's second best for the usage of the Finny going. In case of Kamala Khan ready. Oh man, this video is worth it, of course. Man, I'm definitely gonna take years on end to make that fucking DC video. I'm not doing that shit. That is just insane. How much you been recording so far? Looking at it, cause like clock is ticking and I'm not counting the fucking hours. You feel me? Like, but still, Mr. Negative not again putting this high. She put he doesn't really reckon the greater, heavy beyond compare, astronomically more distinctive play of power pool that, like in the Insomniac world, he dispatches, right? So many different ways, yes, to fuck you up from the inside out. He has a great means of precognition, can tap into the spirit, can tap into your body, can manipulate you, can bring up the darkness in you, can withhold dark different forces, and really is just every much a phantom and phenomenon of power. But he's not creating illusions, mirages. He's not peeking into your mind and making you struggle on a mental level, and he's definitely not striking different bars or creating multiple different, like, gigantic storm and ray of power and force on the same line. So being most considerate of what he's more concretely done and what his power's been able to force people like into anti-venom sense, you know what to do, I'm gonna be honest, I think he probably would be, if I'm being the most considerate, probably over like greater peak superhumans or lower of like low soup. But there's a lot of ways people for the technology, greater scaling, and other accolades to be a lot more capable than anything he could ever dish out. And there's just nothing that I've read of recent time or anything that really more confidently tells him to be anything greater sense of that. So in the end, I think most time he's getting bodied, but I'm eventually getting him more. I'm gonna forget about a kiss. But then this is Malika Khan, right, aka Miss Marvel, named Stretchy Woman, right? It's just Miss Fantastic, that you can stretch long distances, and more does it for a greater oomph and like amp of power, and not the same as really just being a stretchy man and moving like a rubber band. But I think she for makes different cosmic use of power equivalent to Miss Marvel, and how she's been able to be seen in multiple forms of not only intelligence, rack of all trades, resourcefulness, and been heavily praised for a means of having innumerable means of heavy crossroads of racking multiple feats and different great heroic acts that marvel multiple people, even if it is by a friendliness or a form of maybe bias in the case of knowing her, feeling great fondness for her courage, for her stand-up means, and her great means of, you know, stand-up qualities of reveling in the acts of really fighting to the best form, fighting to the best call of being the highest producement of a fighter, a valiant hero, and being undeterred in her conviction to really actually step up and bang out to almost any different regard, showcasing that truly she reps the name and legacy of being Marvel, to where she's able to do things beyond the wonders of others. She is every incarnate of what different occasions and what it means to have a wit, mind, and heart never tempered. You know what I'm saying? She never lets up on that stuff. And so without, again, just giving her the compliments, her means of fighting spirit and how she actually rocks with multiple different cases of people and different gloss of that, she's able to make her powers allow her to pull all different essence of Elastigirl, but every mixed matter of being, you know what I'm saying, some little essence of like fucking Cannonball when it comes down to mass forms of durability and resilience. She's able to make her pretty much body be an entire greater turtle hide and shell and outmaneuver anybody on these different confines, and has every capability of both of what this man Reed does, lacking the greater super intelligence, but stand out in every figure of being, again, very confidently a force not to be trifled with. So with all that being said, I think her being a lot more higher boast than some of these people is reasonable, and mainly because of the greater cosmic usage should be over Miss Fantastic, but it's about the same. They're not really too much over different in my opinion, because again, everybody else here has the better means of hacks, experience, combat skill, and a bunch of other arguments to defeat them. Nightcrawler is a tricky one. There's a lot of arguments for battlefield removal. He could kill and entirely incapacitate multiple people. What his usages of that, and if he was bloodlusted, he probably would be of a higher boast of killing capability, but being inconsiderate, right? If not only what he's been able to do as a character, in his character, and other aspects of that, I'm probably betting more times than not to be all fairness, even with his swordsmanship and different high other octane mixed stepping stone to skill, that he probably ends here, even with the teleportation and trying to do others. Either these people reasonably more rationally could defeat him before he does that. His skillmanship and swordsman stuff and other aspects of that are not some more high caliber that he would defeat these people below, every time more easily or even above. And even with the argument to teleport again, be more consistent with all account for how he moves, he's not like his father, who's shown more emphasis on possibly trying to actually teleport motherfuckers and send them to the shadow realm as consistently as he have. So if you ask me, there's just way more probably an exception for him to probably be able to, yes, maybe try to teleport and get around him, but teleport, I don't know, a character who can't fly to the sky, and it makes, depending on who we're talking about, more commonly not, most likely will not kill them. And just how he is, Nightcrawler is a very mixed vague to really say all different play, but these characters have a lot more capability to not only get live from that, they're either too big, way more stronger, can most likely get him off him before, any form of possibly teleportation or rapid succession of it could try to take him out, right, and hold on to them still while teleported wherever he goes. And even though Nightcrawler is a very exceptionable fighter and crazed demon when he really gets on, this nigga blamping around doing all type of crazy shit, he can really get on his Danny Phantom with these motherfuckers. It don't really change the fact that, again, a lot of these people are so much more physically stronger. Now, not only him himself couldn't hurt them, but sometimes, bro, Nightcrawler is very squishy, and anyone greater grandstand really puts a harm on him, he most likely dies. Like, his durability might not even be that good. I'm not saying he's a full glass cannon, but you could argue he shouldn't be as a greater stepping stone, a different greater stand of like power as others. But Namor, the famed Submariner, man. Well, I'll say this: the Scourge of the Seven Seas, King of Atlantis, miscanonically the first mutant, is a very capable foe, right? Very powerful. Got magic, got marine telepathy, super strength, flight. Very crazy. I'll say this, right? That more confidently times than not, he should either be of the lower other stand of like Omega people at face value, but more confidently more times than not being considered being either mixed usage of land or water, even just having the capability to spout out water from magic and waterbend, that he should be more times than not more capable to get around this and this foe. Just being more confidently more capable and strong, and the more has a lot of great display of feats. He's banged out with Thanos. He's fought his man Thing underwater. He's fought against the Fantastic Four multiple times. He did lose the Thing, but I shouldn't have built a bong with this man Thing. Rock with Hulk, push past multiple different opposition, rock with Iron Man, do all that stuff. That I'd say he should be more confident, make a different scope of these supreme powers to at least be over like A-Bomb Nixon from Red Hawk, because he was on the team to try to go and fight him. But I think everyone else above him, more times than not, should more decisively defeat him. Right? So, yeah. And when it comes down to the person that played next in comparison, besides the case of this man, Odin, with the case of the last version of this man, Reed Richards, right? Saying this because this X Factor run should be too much of a big distinct difference. My bad. Anyway, the full keep going on, right? This man Reed Richards in this state, besides a greater case of like technological usage in mind, he really shouldn't be that more strikingly different from mainline Reed in comparison. I feel like the only argument you could give is that his intellect and his means of like more severe demon time on full go, no holding back, no limits, I'm fully willing to run up and do the most ill case of matter of shit, is a mixed argument of applicable. But I still think that there's an argument to say that these characters have a lot of different maneuvers, an argument to say that they could put him out of commission before he could really go ahead and do a lot more work, and again just have a lot more higher greater means of role repping of feats and accolades to conclude more definitely most of the time that he just should not be of the same band of not only scope of skill as him, more times than not. There's people who don't know who that is, kind of look bad though. And hold on. It's this. I think that might be Enchantress, or is that supposed to be like Vertigo? I don't know who that is. And here's the see. I don't know who that is. Besides, like make some like cool stuff. Let me just go ahead and get Odin out the way, because I'm not trying to fool. Forget, we're back to the whole run it up, timing again. 6:59 p.m. Odin, alright. I'm not gonna time and get more full. What do you expect to put this out? Odin, right, is obviously the All-Father and should be Greater Staple. Now, I don't know if it's supposed to be exactly him at a point. It's supposed to be Odin for where it is, so he's still going to be. So I'm not going to put him anywhere. He's All-Father. Alright, say what I said. But this being the Supreme Greater Core for Odin, right? Supreme Greater Antithesis of power of Odin and everything that makes him Grand Scope be powerful is because he was high esteem and absolute pillar of gods. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. I'm trying to use that word from repetition. This is the most fitting word. Fuck you. Anyway, joke aside though. Alright. Let's go ahead and keep going. Got Onslaught there. Don't know who the fuck that is. No, Frank Castle. Fucking Frankenstein Frank Castle. I don't know which version Frank Castle that is. Cosmic Frank Castle. Don't know. I feel like I've seen this person before. Kind of like Hyperion State person. I think first person. I feel like some of these people are the most like weird one note version of these people, and or being like runaway piece of versions. Got some like Hulk Hogan version of Red Hulk, and then like Greater Armored version. Like Red She-Hulk, Batty Ting. Right, let's go for a different version. Like classic Cyclops at a different point. 9. I don't know which version of Spider-Man is supposed to be. I'll let my Spider-Man. I don't think I need to have a whole nother version. This is a good main Thor, so we're talking about Thor more comically like now. This will be a different Thor, so I'll lay him. Put the case of that Greater Possible Tribunal. If you want to say classic is different, because an Ultra really shouldn't be seen so much different. I don't know who that is. Ant-Man. Yo, Jacket. Apocalypse. Like zombie version. Marvelous Cap, or even like some Hydra mixtape version. Then there's some with the Gauntlet. I don't know what more power you want to go say for that. There's his wife, Cloak, Colossus, Phoenix vs. Colossus, him as the Juggernaut. Okay. Alright. Kept the Gauntlet. Put him more higher than it used to be. Even not being as inept in those different scope of like Greater Affinity stand, I still think that in comparison that Captain America on Greater Base physical talk and as well amp and having a better build of just the shit from what I've seen should be with Loki, but again you can like interchange on who you think is better or not. I just feel like in comparison that he should be great there. Next time. Boom 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 boom. Okay. You have this man over here, Omega Red, because of the case of self-poisoning and form of like insidious, like form of devouring. I forgot the exact form of word, but pretty much having a life drain means of shit that allows him to pretty much poison like a form of a vapor and dissolve the case of the life and greater case of energy and pretty much be a mutant vampire or something. Very much interesting. It has multiple different tech and crazy like hacks and shit. I think he's very capable to where he could definitely be a little more higher, boast a different skill, mixed scope of shit. But I don't know if I could really say he's the most highest in of the lower half. But he definitely has not only the means of durability for it, the tech, the hacks, the mutant capabilities. He has super soldier serum, experience, better scope of scaling and boast, and it's very fucking powerful. Like, he's definitely one of the most build different niggas in all different claim of not only the mutant, not only just powers, but as well different hierarchy. So I think I'd probably put him here. I think Nightcrawler longer to beat him because he'd be very fast and heavily out of the league of different perception and boast of fighting of Omega Red. And there's also just a way greater capability for him to dismantle his tendrils and do greater shit. Onslaught, even just in general, mixed base and trying to go about absorbing the powers of baby Franklin Richards, is so built different that he not only stands as one of the biggest like heavy hitter foes, but opposition of like Hulk and shit. So even though he was defeated, he should definitely be up in these greater heavy maraud of like biggest foes. I think like, yeah, that's a good placement for him. Frank Castle, the Punisher. Death incarnate in a combat vest, trench coat, and combat boots. Mental Mori if he was a human being. Well, Frank Castle, aka full-fledged, I think maybe either Castiglione, a different thing, or Francis Castiglione, however you say his name, or in greater form, or sense of like, you know, oh, sorry for the case of the yawn, I get very fucking tired, I'm going to bed after this shit. I'm just saying, full record of what I need to say, whatever makes sense of his actual form of real name, because of him being mixed sense of Italian-American, right? I was saying, Francis Castiglione, aka Frank Castle, where I talked about in my shameless plug, Frank Castle, first the case of Boba Fett, I have to talk about him technically half since again, when I eventually do that three-way battle. But, this man, Frank Castle, right, has every argument to say, being the greater peak superhumans, and you have your greater stretch going to this year, so they're being more consistent. He better than the greater low end mixer in counting standing, and is like the lowest in members of different formers teams from the Thunderbolts, the case of the obviously Midnight Suns, and I think if anything he stands a little bit just of the bare bones of the higher than Lady Hydra. You could try to say he might stand over Black Cat, but a lot of these people just got better durability, better speed, and different talk against his arsenal and counting of different mixed scope of pit to pit, bar, hacks, precision, other stuff, and he's just never been able to stand to in the same sense because this Frank Castle being the most standardized in its look and its version, Frank shouldn't go way beyond those scopes of capabilities more times than not, and that's a lot more consistent to say. So yeah. Quicksilver, very interesting. Quicksilver, the famed Marvel's fastest man alive, the living hurricane, the blue and white blitzing blur. I say not only reason we should be the fastest mutant, but as for Magneto, Pedro is very interesting in his talk of speed and capabilities. So in the end, I say on pure being speed and not being able to be hit, he should just outdo literally everybody. Nobody should be able to hurt him. He shouldn't be affected. But on greater durability, scope, and stand, I think that shit ends most likely when the hypothetical perspective of these greater like powerhouses that are just way beyond him and durability in their sense of like, you know, confines ends, because everybody is so like unimaginably way more durable, has a lot of different hacks and different play possible like perspective to beat him, and even though it would be very hard to hit him more times than not, he can never actually hurt them. So he's another character mainly on the basis of speed, right, that is very mixed to say, but because of the fact that most time when he ever fights anybody way more ridiculously beyond him, like Hulk for instance, who's infamous for balling him out of the way when he eventually hit him, someone who's way more stronger, way more capable should be able to like Omni-Man his shit. He just shouldn't be able to do more than that most of the time consistently. Red She-Hulk, who would have fight mixed different variant form of this man Hulk, and seems to be a way stronger version, unironically, than She-Hulk, aka this is the case of Jane, aka the form of mix of, in this sense, a form of greater fighting force person, reckoning that matter of like powerhouse in comparison than a lot of different female heroines, because unironically, like a Red Hulk should be more on demon time, bad bitch, cunning energy, where she is a glorified, certified scrapper. You know what I'm saying? Because Red She-Hulk, not only from being bad, no like top tier goonish shit, she's every level of devious in her demonic intent. Shawty is brolic, right? She is a pillar of what it means to be crash out. Shawty do not play, but let me make this greater clear that in the case of the actual person, this is Betty Ross, daughter of Thunderbolt Ross. Here you go, right here. But I'm not saying in comparison with Jane, it's not the same. I'm saying more like Jane, as in like from, I don't know, Jane Foster or someone else, of really being a new level of cutthroat killer. So I believe that in comparison, that Betty in comparison to Jennifer is a lot more higher stand of power, and because she actually greater bucked with Hulk, even though there's a mixed confliction and shit, that she should be a lot more of a stronger avenue. And even though her and Jennifer greater fought, I believe that she just has done a lot more 10 toes down strike and real buck in comparison, and she would still be in the same tier and give her a fight, but she just seemed to be a lot more of a stronger capable in physical regard than her, making more times than not someone like Betty Ross be more capable in the depiction of fighting force and power than in comparison her. But then you have famed Miguel O'Hara, Spider-Man 2099. Yeah. Say that in the grand school. Hold on, wait a minute. I did not make for that. And then for the case of this man, Spider-Man 2099, he's very capable and skilled, but he just should not be even in the same greater form thresholds of like different, like real base of like, will tick for tick greater standout weight. He's not, again, like I said, more or less in the actual physical compartment. Makes frustrating because not only does he have a lot of different disadvantages not being a greater formal Spider-Man, and that's one of the biggest key case of like, intrigue about him and dope things, that he's not a formal Spider-Man, but he does so much with his not the most capable and different accessory of Spider-Man shit. He got the bad end of the stick of trying to wreck an arachnid, got the more predator instincts, not the more adversible, heavily fly off the handles, real amazing candidate of capability. He didn't become arachnid in the more, supernatural essence. He got the more deeply, methodically animalistic sides of it. But he does have a great sense of technology. He does have a great deal of experience, and he is capable. And again, he shouldn't be in these greater thresholds of greater peak power. But even if he's not in the same greater threshold of really like, standout pit for pit presence, he has better, fight on with the case of these disadvantages and do great things. He's going to fight alongside the case of Spider-Man, stand to the tick in multiple thresholds again as well with these people, stand heavily of again a lot more standout means of argument and combatsmanship against every, again, like I said, different run of obstacles and people within a great sense of not only tactical expertise, experience, like I said, and numerous times over because of this will back to back being able to find a way to push beyond. So I think probably undoubtedly besides Spider-Man of like main like 616 with Peter Parker, and obviously in the count of Spider-Man Miles Morales over here, that he should be one of, if not possibly the strongest, because again, with no repetition to restate my statement, he's just done so much different means of heavily of the most of that, means of specialties and skill set to beat these odds and do things that again no other Spider-Man has been able to. And like I said, besides 616, Peter Parker, and obviously Miles, he'd probably be one of the greater stepping stones of that. But even then, I would think that only really levels him to mix back B at hardcore, if you really want to say in greater form, over again Gwen under Shang-Chi, or if you really greater such as mixed different both Cinder and Baron over these people, because I do think he has great capability too, from how he's still greater to Peter, unlike in comparison to Spider-Gwen, even if there is some mix like comparison, but he doesn't have as much hacks or experience to beat them the same. And even though Miguel should be considered in great revere, respect, and consideration, He just, again, does not have a singular packing of different weight and hail of confident, more stylistic capabilities to face these odds more times than not that the other Spider-Men do, even again with his severe means of disadvantage and degrade of greater, like, maybe strongness and long run stand. So yeah, in the end, either way, still a Cable person. I'm about to go ahead and put this man Thor. So if this is mainline greater Thor, he's going to take the spot where I put him before. So in this case, he will be here. This Thor will be, I would say, at least bare minimum pry over, just general plan of Hulk, right? So yeah. Ant-Man, little jacket. They're basically the same. They both contact the case of, obviously, ants, insects, and all that. And in true Ant-Man, like a giant man as well, don't really do too much of a big new record hold difference. They're just more or less of a different personalities. Now, one does have the giant man thing, so that is the greater, like, distinctfulness with him, right? So because Ant-Man can turn into a giant, Yellow Jacket, this time is more or less is using more tech style versions, and is not out here turning greater small, using ants to greater, like, advantage and pulling a lot more hardcore of those capabilities. I say in truth that Ant-Man, and all the different types of, like, what makes him again be so strong, more Cable in all confines of really Cable, is obviously his intellect, great experience, going giant, mixing all on people. He could obviously do a lot more severe damage. He was going all out in different means of kill, fuck shit, and other stuff like that. But I'd say most of the time, more times than not, that he should win. Now, a lot of people, a lot of his different means of trying to fight in the sync of Batman shit could not work, even going giant or not, because they could do the same thing. Take him out, he'd be a bigger target, put him out of commission. He does not have the adaptation or greater skill set, the same as integrated people, and there's a lot of arguments that, unless you say more bloodlusted options, like going inside them and going big, going for the ass, or some bullshit like that, there's just no way to say he's really doing that. And, like, Tech Jacket, I would say, is like the same. He just kind of goes a little bit more minute in that aspect. So, in all credit and high octane, points of, like, advantage and strategy and different technology usage, he's good, but just not to that same boast of good. Right. But next we have Apocalypse, who's easily, without a shadow of a doubt, in general base regard, possibly the top of the line, greatest from a mutant. This man is the mutant Darth Vader, the big Dunzel, the Grand Regent, literally an all claim for his apocalyptic power and being the first mutant, the first next step of evolution to be all claim of being naturally in all perception to be top of the line pillar of power. This motherfucker was the Onaga of Marvel Comics. So he has a lot of different variation of possible power, but I think more confidently, more times than not, as he's being compared to reasonably Thanos, that I say that his power at least should be, like, up here in greater mixed talk echelon. When the talk of mutants, I just think these people got a lot more bogus matter of, like, pull power. And I really do love Apocalypse, not only as a villain, but of course my first Capcom 2 original, baby. So yeah. Cloak, I'm not gonna lie to you, power and greater scope of capabilities is very wonky to say, and there's a lot of argument to say that, even though Cloak and Dagger as a duo is very capable, him by himself is very situational, and I can never really tell you. And so let's just get him out of the way. These guys for Dagger too. Like, I don't know if there's gonna be a combination of them, and it's supposed to simulate them together, because this, like, is actually supposed to simulate them together, then that's different. So we can talk about that. Just Forgot her name from the case of Spider-Man's Friends and Adventures. I only wish her the bad shit, but cool case of design, but I just like her being case of a fire breather. And cool case of like pyrokinetic, what is being said. I think that's a Ghost Rider form. I don't know nothing about these different Ghost Rider forms. That's actually Franklin Richards' dagger form. Sorry, General. New one. They Blaze mixed classic or not. And I see the case of the one Hispanic Ghost Rider. Forgot his name. Hawkeye. From Maestro. Case of that's being the fucking Logan Hulk. This fucking hillbilly redneck Hulk. Got Cyber Hulk. I know nothing about that version. I've heard of him. Big Scar. Then you have the Gritter Wolf, but I don't even know why there's two versions. Unless you're trying to simulate one that's like a newer version, which in that case would just be that. You got Zombie Hulk. Like, man, this shit is ridiculous. Anyway, hold on. So, Cloak and Dagger, I know, for the hacks and different numerications of capabilities are very mixed to say. I'm not gonna act like I'm actually gonna be able to properly most scale them because, hey, listen, I've watched the Cloak and Dagger show. I played a little bit of comics. I picked a little bit of their lore, Marvel Rivals. But their power is very vague and very shaky, and I think even though I do believe that they are underrated and they are very much a capable duo, it is very situational and they're very more support characters. They're not really strong. They don't really hold real levy of true confident power scaling to suggest they could be anything more than just that. They're not really anything more standout of capability, if you ask me. And so, in all truth, I think they're just like whatever the fuck when it comes down to different graded standing of power. Now, Colossus is a very mixed form character. Now, if you want to be most conservative, mix different scope of line for the graded lower X-Men characters they fight, you can mix back Sadie's a little bit more in these like upper lines of metahuman, but disregarding the fact that mixed occasions of him holding back, bypass the durability. Colossus being a lot more of a softy, lovable, nice, sentimental guy, has a lot of arguments from the Gritter boast of bang out capabilities that he's shown in his Gritter fighting fury, his rage, and his unyielding conundrum strength allows him to burst into new levels at grand essence of willpower that allows him to really buck of the best, you know what I'm saying? And I see more confidently and most consistency and all congruentness. And maybe not to say he's in the higher means of Herald, but definitely low of the greater esteemed powerhouses to where he again can go to new heights of glorified buck. And I'm telling you, our famed metal strong fucking Goliath is truly out here doing things with true Colossus, fighting glorified titans. He banging with the best of the best. My nigga out here Kazangi any nigga out of commission, bro. This man is every level of a certified unit. So in the end, I think Colossus has the argument to at least be a great competitive fight to bang out in comparison over, A-Bomb. Red Hawk would definitely be a big, contingent all-around talk fight, but I think Colossus just needs to more rationally be there in more consistent form. This Fiend's version, I don't know too much about. I'm going to go and just acknowledge that. It's a mixed case of like him, possibly being a lot more powerful in greater essence, but I don't really remember too much of him and seeing him actually do greater scale to more than one of my only characters in that grandstand. But this version of Colossus where he's over here, the avatar of Sidorak is way more powerful than Cain Marco's avatar of Sidorak. Because you understand that Cain Marco is not a mutant. He's entirely in power breaker since a magical force. When you combine a great A mutant that's already able to go and try to fight him with this, he gets to a new step of power. And I think with everything that he's shown, like, this nigga is that guy. Like, he's really that powerful. And he's already a whole new level of build different proportions of a behemoth, so that just kind of stacked the bar for him. I don't actually know who that is. Just was in the mix there. Now, Destroyer, I know was a very capable foe and villain of this man Thor, was used from Enforcer Vessel. That means it has Guardian magic and is one of the biggest stepping stones of, power in comparison. So he's very much something interesting, to say the least, when it comes down to different measurement of, again, power and other capabilities. So in the end, I would say that the Destroyer should go like right there. Enchantress, I'm gonna be honest, even though I can say that I know it makes different scope of where she can maybe be depending on what like wanna say. Enchantress, if it isn't for mixed in contextual norms and being more heavily in the argument that she can more or less push back people, she's not really as much more physically of great strongness, and even though her magic allows her to pull some different snares, traps, deceit, different form of illusions, she couldn't really be as more greater impression of powerful as we would greater want to levy, because again her stuff's very contextual and she doesn't really go to those greater esteem means of real high power bulking and boast as greater niggas you would expect. But Franklin Richards is literally just Marvel's Alien X. Just keeping it 100. Like, Franklin is already ridiculous as a child. He's already ridiculous as a teenager. As a baby, the nigga farts, he solos like your favorite anime. And Franklin Richards is so powerful that he could just run through multiple outskirts of Marvel in such a high extent that literally nothing, I repeat, nothing anyone can greater do try to go and trample this nigga's might. And then literally make Galactus' herald. Now, I don't know how he greater stands against these niggas, but I know he's so powerful that he dang near should be considered a literal cosmic god. So no matter how you feel about the big five, it don't matter. Franklin should be over Galactus beyond all his antimatter. He's already doing crazy shit as a hydrogen bomb, and as an adult, he arguably should be way more powerful. So if I really want to, I can say more, but being off of what he's more consistently done, you can say all that. But I think, he really should just be like top of the line for a reason. It's Franklin Richards. He just is goofy. He's goofy. So, just give it to him at that point. Was that a car stuff? That seems like mainline Gritted Ghost Rider. I don't have the blue flame with this. I don't know if he's considering both versions of just Johnny Blaze and his other half. That's the true spirit of vengeance, right? The true, hellish hate. But considering both and just what makes Ghost Rider be what he is, Ghost Rider should just be, one of the highest echelon and staple of real big, heavily sourcified, grander all-around powerhouses within the verse. But I think most times, even with the considerable means of the spirit of vengeance, it really comes down to who's going to take them out more times than not and mix different beats of power. And I'm going to be honest, I do think he just stops as someone like that. I think everyone else has a great potential through his hellfire, all his magic, and crazy different boasts of skill and power, and being the MVP of the Thunderbolts. That he is crazy, but he should not go way a lot more beyond that, more confidently times than not. So yeah. Duck. So, some fucking lames. It was Hydro, something like that. Don't really know too much about Hydro from a great power skin thing. I know he's been a great challenge as Spider-Man, but again, it makes it in contextual norms, and the fact that you even know, I do know of him, it didn't do much more way beyond that. I can't really say too much. This person before, I don't know too much about them. That motherfucker like a green version of Alvin, bro. What is that face? Like a symbiote version of Iron Fist. I don't know what he's in from Iron Man suits. I'm not gonna count all of them. Is that a Galactus Buster? I don't even know. It's like I don't know these versions. Hulk Buster, original suit, boom. Old Tony Stark, mainline Tony Stark. You got the Thor Buster. From seeming like Sam Buster outfit. I don't know how powerful that goes to a greater sense, right? I think that might be Ironmonger. That's Ironmonger, so I know who that is. Consider Avatar Juggernaut. Which version Juggernaut that is, right? Then looking like the most cathartic killer version of him. Zombie Juggernaut, literally don't even know greater feats. You got Kang the Conqueror. I can go down a lot more of this list. Let's try to get this shit done, and I need to really fucking pee, man. Wait, hold on. Okay. 2 4 people out the way. So our duck should be self-explanatory. The Grand Grag Lord. And Grag Lord. Grand Grag Lord. The one dude in comparison being a buddy of this man Hawk. I don't know too much about him beyond that. In the case of that one dude, case isn't obvious, no matter me lining this man Hawkeye up and makes it talking about him, is the green haired motherfucker. So yeah. With this being said, out of the case of all these other people, there's a good argument that Hawkeye is not only means of greater, so he will make superior aim in comparison to people, even if he's not entirely out of the match for Bullseye. Right? He's performing a lot more greater stuff with his arrows and possibly being some obstacle, putting a mix up in different pressure. But if you ask me, gang, right, I think he's a lot more mixed lines of being the mixed skill argument for Black Widow more times than not. But again, I only want to pull more to line that up. Maestro is again one of the most strongest and smartest Hulks. Has to be respected, pulling all the type of moves, but again, a lot of it is in greater means of planning, and just to make sure I'm getting him this fucking hillbilly Hulk. So hold on. The Hulk, I didn't see Old Man Wolverine, so it kind of just feels like unneeded to go ahead and listen, but Old Man Logan, even though I'm not going to act like he's entirely the most weakest Logan, is the most kind of more bare bones, weakest alternate version of Logan, and a lot of his shit is just a lot more like of a grim, visceral version. So that, to be honest, like this version of Hulk is probably pretty cheeks in the grand scope, but just like at face value, I'm probably like saying he's probably beating everybody below him more times than not, and like anyone else a lot more below. Right, we don't have a chance for like very situational shit or doing what Wolverine had to do, which is get eaten. So even then, I don't even see that really being needed. And most likely, anyone above him could kill him. If he tries to do that, they're killing him. They could do a lot more shit to kill him and take him out. I think, in all truth, most likely he would just die before anything of greater sense. Over trying to work to kill them in comparison to what happened. But again, Maestro is already again a very great formidable Hulk and great boast of that, but he's a lot more of a calm, reflective Hulk and a little bit more of a seasoned, gam-radiated, multiversal crime lord. So I say Maestro, right, would probably be a different impression, more or less, in a mixed candidate for like different severe means of powerhouse, but not so much more. I would say I have every form of different combatant that he's shown at a different mixed point of Hulk, that this is probably a lot more consistent, like round table, different boasts of power that he showed. So like, yeah. Have Big Scar, son of Hulk, famed form of Beowulf, and in the case of He-Man, of Sakaar. The Scar, they butchered the fuck out of my boy in MCU, but it is what it is. I'm about this. Like I said. And they desecrated every much of my nigga's aura, bro. How they gonna do my man Scar like that? It is what it is. But anyway, with that being said, Scar, famed son of Hulk, and all that, right? Argument from him banging out with his father after those events and reciprocation of different means of power hold, and other arguments, fighting Juggernaut, outdoing Juggernaut. He should just be one of the most highest line of not only powerhouses, formidable foes, glorified behemoths, and I think in the grandstand that even though he's not as great form strong as his father, even though Scar, again, is still a good record hold of powerhouse, is a very capable demon. He's able to do things like no other, and like I said, he's a game-rated Beowulf. Even on his like Beowulf or Raider activity in every sentiment of the way, this game-rated fucking Horaloo warrior could never hang out with the case of, you know what I'm saying, the greater powerhouses and the same feel of greater big buffs of different battle. His father just performed way more persistent, different poor of feats, and knowing that he was his son, Hulk was very much conflicted, very evidently holding back, and Scars just never performed the same ooga boonga wild antics as this nigga Hulk. So, yeah, I just think that even though he again is very much capable, he shouldn't go to the same lengths more times than not. That from Hulk, I'm not even gonna like worry about too much beyond just saying the possible new form. We're just gonna put everybody that I know that I'm gonna put, and then for everyone else, this would be GG's because again we have everybody pretty much need. We're almost done. I'm ready to go use the bathroom, go to bed, and we can send to eat. No. About him, but not too much good. It means power scaling. You said before, not too much, not too much. Okay, that is it. Alright, that's top to bottom, possibly, but at the same time, mix it up to what I feel like is gonna be more simplistic to do. Almost done with this entire fucking thing, gang. Lord. So, alright, man. Because of the case of it being greater cosmic empowered, right, to do greater heights of shit and being implemented to really duke out with a lot more absurd things than just a Hulk, a Thor, other shit, pretty much be his innumerable form of counter to multiple different escapades of shit. I think more times than not that he should just be the type person with this power and how crazy it is and how much of a build difference to the mechanism that they probably could only go to like reasonably this level, to be honest, because everyone else either has wacky hacks or even with its great power, there's been multiple people that contend in this mixed different barred echelon of power that should be able to reasonably give him a lot more higher strength and power hold of real pressure than in comparison to him that really would make that be of relevance. So yeah, but anyway, and again for mixed talk top and all that. Here we go. So we got the case. I mean, look. Ramon is easily one of his most powerful case of suit and or mark. So this would just make him be like a gazillion times a lot more stronger. But again, I don't know how much more you could really say that he should be a lot more overtly to the same stand. I think he easily could be about a powerhouse just because of the fact of this symbiotic greater advanced technology pushing to new creeps of really being able to buck and body multiple different assortment of the most greater advanced minds and being beyond the minds and scale and comprehension of most greater case possible opposition of mixed similar sort. Next you have the case of Johnny Storm being the famed case of living supernova, living retroactive star, flame on, face in, you know what I'm saying? Here we go. Got Johnny easily way greater both of like power and efficiency to really put down and body multiple form of opposition, burn them alive, and give them great case possible actual boasts of power and pressure, right? But even with the case of that pressure and everything that he can't make, it still doesn't change the fact that because of the fact that this pressure can only be made for so many different obstacles that it only change so much. I guess I'm moving from half of the shit, don't change nothing. He should probably be right there. Hold on. heard that? Reasonably, nigga need to use the bathroom. That's how long this shit was. But like I said, reasonably should be more times than not right there. But again, moving on, a lot more clear case of movement. Right? Next, we have the case of the Hulkbuster. The Hulkbuster consistently has a mixed form of different run-ins with Hulk, of giving a lot more good stalemate thing, and sometimes not being the best actual incline. There's multiple former versions, but the most recent from the Hulkbuster to mixed candidate this as is, again, from my different former greater recent form, long line of knowledge is to go about saying that because of the fact that this Hulkbuster was able to stalemate and somewhat contend against Hulk, right, when he was in mixed suppressed form, and this being Planet Hulk, I would like to say that even though he shouldn't be on the same mixed form level, and again, was not this greater full brawler going all out Hulk, that he should at least be between these different mixed tiers of contentment, and I think that this tier of contentment is pretty valid for where he would stand at most different bare bone minimums. It's 23. Oh, fuck. Because of being able to actually hurt Hulk a little bit, mainly in the eyes, obviously makes skin to the case of this man, Wolverine. Other former mutants being his usurper, his successor, and all the talks of that shit. I believe that it's very valid to say that she should just be scaled to the case of a retroactive father, or having a mixed argument of being not maybe to the same greater boss, but she should be one of these greater, usurper characters that should go to the higher heights of very great, skilled and capable in a greater long run of not only expertise, hand-to-hand combat, feats and accolades. I think that there's an easy capability for her argument to be able to be at least, if you're trying to be the most low-end, critically consistent, maybe like here and higher up there, I'll probably put it right there. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna go move that for back. I'm gonna do it in a minute and at the same time do something else. If I can get this done, my shit doesn't go and bust out for recording. We're seeing like some copyright shit. Fucking careless be if you actually be recording on them back to back. Then I'm not doing this shit over again. And I'm hoping this shit maybe not do numbers, because this shit is too fucking long. But I'll tell you this, that this shit, I'm hoping, gave y'all a good laugh, gave y'all some education. And if you are watching this long, be it all at the same time or not, God bless you. Simple as that. Still, next you have Iron Fist, who's one of the greatest martial artists, who should just be standing great evenness. There's something like Shang-Chi, all type of talk scaling, accolades, all that. Should be great over the case of his boy Luke, and has a lot of the arguments to be pretty high end, different argument, regardless of what you feel like he more generally caps at in the mixed argument of the martial arts superiority and fighting skill. I believe this is a nice relativity to stamp him at. And let's get Khonshu up out of here. King, let's just get the more obvious wild niggas. So Khonshu in a more definitive God stand is very tricky to really constitute, because a lot of the time Khonshu was never entirely set in stone to be a god, but if he is supposed to be a god in his higher grand presence, he doesn't really enact on too much real telling of powerful. So he's in a very unknown state, because his power really falls under Moon Knight, and he showcased to be super great or powerful, but then their second Moon Knight can push past him, so his power could entirely be mental, and he's a very just mixed perceptive character. You can't really define him in any other form beyond that, so I can't really tell you what more to say than that. But yeah, Hulk was able to run for a bunch of different people, but doesn't really have any greater scaling to be said. Is the first model of Iron Man, and I think with the first model of him, giving him the most credibility, would probably just be over most general superhumans at an early start, or should be higher than like the bare bones of shit, but shouldn't be anything too stand out, right? So yeah, probably just right there. Kang with his greater information of like technology, his skill, expertise, and this being possibly at his fullest means of power. Like if he truly is utilizing his greater means of technology and being a famed, you know what I'm saying, hero headhunter, then he should be one of the most powerful people. If it's baseline Kang, he should be like at least bare bones. If it's again baseline Kang, he should be in this type of like tier. But if it's a higher end thing, then it's different. But I'm gonna say this is base. This is base Kang. So Kang by himself, a base, I feel don't really got anything so stand out within his general greater like lay of technology. Even if he is supposed to be very impressive and he's more of a greater thinker, plotter, manipulator of shit, he never really stood out so much more greater powerful to where I would really see him being so much better. I think he's kind of like on the mixed Reed, Richards, Planner, Essence, and people like him go like right there. So yeah. Touch this version. Since some of the rest of those, so again we got the case of this version, that, and then this Juggernaut. Lord, okay. You got amp on all around Juggernaut's greater base and of actual physical, so I can only see him really like getting amp to like maybe, just maybe, beyond the case of his general grandstand of power, but they should still just be of a whole better wide verse of power capabilities in comparison to him. So making sure, I don't know if I get anything, right? Make sure I do this a lot more definitively and decisively in case I forget anything. But again, like I said, Juggernaut at that point doesn't have any too greater, bigger extent beyond us in case of being amped to a lot more greater sheer force magnitude. So there could be arguments for the match or difference, but that's really the only big standout thing. So let me just make this more definitively the world breaker extent. So I still think that like he would still be of some unimaginable magnitude of power to where he should be there, but this is supposed to be him at a greater point than put him there. You know what I'm saying? So there you go. Right? Die. Face up. So I was like, okay, so me and bored just thinking about some random shit. At the same time, thinking about how can I explain this from image of him fighting Thor. Obviously, the case of Heartbuster in the sense of, you know, modelization, power, and essence, but was built with the greater confines of Eru metal, correct me if I'm wrong, to actually go and fight Thor, because I'm pretty sure that would be the case for him to even be able to reasonably fight. The Odyssey fights Thor, and the Thor Buster obviously exists for that reason, not to go and sound like pretentious and overly like, you know, small maybe in that instance, just like in greater explaining possibly even with consideration this version of the case of Iron Man's armor really is and what he's used for, besides obviously the image was again made to fight Thor. So in the case of him fighting Thor at a regular point, it makes scale he should be in a greater margin of like scalability from this, and I'm pretty sure he made the Hulk Buster right? You know what I'm saying? Upgraded, if you've seen the mixture of possibly whenever he went about fighting the case of, you know what I'm saying, this man, Hulk, and it's not just a random from a mixed version, but we're talking about a canonicity to best lay the case of the skin, and like I said, a mixed perspection. Again, he fought this man Hulk before the case of when he was going about fighting this man Thor. So, in all consideration with what he upgraded, because this man Hulk entirely whole scrapyarded, dominated, full Zeus from real steel, the first Hulkbuster when it came on the Planet Hulk. He made the Thor Buster after that and upgraded after mixing between, right, the fight with the case of this man Hulk in the case of, like, you know what I'm saying, you know, Planet Hulk story. And besides the yawn, I would much say that because of already the preset upgrades that reasonably would come from the Hulkbuster, all the hacks and what and all that, and showcasing the show to be able to do to Thor and saying to him in that context and what it was built for. Again, after in between the mixing of the matter for fighting him, seeing the case of what this man Hulk could do, there's a mixed argument within the version that has in its look that this Hulkbuster could stand very high because Thor did greater all around, you know, ball around the case of this outfit. It was not only built in greater contingency in case we had to fight Hulk, but as well Thor. But in sense of not only design, it's very interesting because it has this very like iron Jotun essence to it. It looks like some troll, but in like steel, right? So in that perception of how it's supposed to be used, even if Thor was big rocking around this motherfucker, it gets down a lot more powerful. I would more or less, more times than not, more consistently say it should be his true grandstand, most powerful greater case of armor, right? And say that he should be doing things now, you know, a dozen times a lot more capable, and should, because of everything displayed and everything accounted for, and Thor actually having to give him some greater work, that I probably would say that this Hulkbuster's mix of Thor Buster look, aka his Iron Man armor, he's truly his grip more stronger. I'm saying where I'm trying to put it. I'm just saying the best perspective, like, you know, more concretely where you would best estimate where he is more consistently. And again, he's just more above the case of the, you know what I'm saying, Hulkbuster armor that again preset already for the case of again Planet Hulk, aka early stages of pre-World Breaker Hulk, and then in the mix could be a little bit more upper form of this, but I think he probably would only extend for the most low baron of like Thor shit, and Gore wasn't even made at this point in comparison, that when he fought Thor, that was at least him showcasing like maestro level strength. So I think, again, the Thor Buster should only go as much far as that. There's a lot to go about taking them and trying to give the most concrete case of evaluation. But where the fuck did I put the case of this man Ironmonger? Okay, final person, like literally. Ironmonger, it being one of the cases of the high standing form of Iron Man villains of being pretty much his full first replica of you or me and I am you, a mirror match, a big overarching big block form of living demolition, his form of Atom Smasher level of Titania's big block force coming at him with every means of killer precision, is every essence of the way what Ironmonger was. But even with all that to be considered and everything to be accounted for in comparison, I don't believe he's in this great case of like actual Iron Man armor shit, because his version of him wasn't too great striking of real feats and greater standing to him in every aspect. Even though he was a force and he did bring pressure, he didn't seem to be so overtly beyond a comprehension of the more standardized, you know, general Iron Man suit. So in my opinion, I see him more times than not because of his technological usage, and yes, where he can be in great means of, you know, force, different, you know, inventory, versatility, and being on his subsequent the Mecha Man Astrobot timing to probably be like, I don't know, over Omega Red, because he has nothing to greater life drain and suckle from. I don't see any real difference in possible scale, because again, when he was banging with him, he didn't seem to produce anything big overly been busting like, you know, the door above mixed confines of this man, Iron Man's scope of power. He didn't take this motherfucker to the bank. He didn't do none of that same record hold. But regardless, that is it for the case of my Marvel Comics from weakest to strongest tier list, aka ranking Marvel Comics from weakest to strongest. I hope you guys have enjoyed. I appreciate y'all for watching. This was a long, big ass tier list, probably the longest we ever made. I'm done. I'm going to bed. Peace out, my army. Love y'all.